Chapter 151, Candy and Temporary Leaving. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. 46 years ago, Gellert Grindelwald at his peak was defeated in a near-known duel with Dumbledore. Subsequently, Grindelwald was convicted and voluntarily imprisoned in the highest cell of the castle of Numungard. Since then, Grindelwald never left the castle and appeared in the public eye. All the legends about Gellert Grindelwald, as well as all his army, believers, and wealth, also disappeared almost overnight with his self-imprisonment. According to the plot in the original book, Grindelwald will spend the rest of his time here, until he is killed by Voldemort, who came to ask the Old Wand whereabouts if no accident happens. After all, judging from the current situation, whether poor Tom Riddle can be resurrected smoothly as scheduled is completely controlled by the beautiful and intelligent Miss Elena. But then again, after so many years of retreat and practice, the first generation of the Dark Lord finally practiced the magic of hand-rubbing potatoes. While Elena continued to deal with the baked potatoes in her hand, her attention had already flown from Grindelwald's words to the sky, thinking aimlessly. I don't know if Grindelwald's current style of painting is shown to his followers at the time. Will they continue to shout 666 cheeky? Or will their ideals and beliefs simply collapse? Thinking about it carefully, Grindelwald's superb ability to cast spells without a wand, as well as the slight appearance of tuberculosis, is not incomprehensible. Decades of autism, in this place where entertainment and social deficiencies are lacking, apart from eating, sleeping, and sleeping. Gellert widowed elder Grindelwald's only pastime seems to be the only way to spend time without sticks. Even if this old man can be given plenty of time and energy to let this magical magic develop further, it may not be impossible to eventually develop a spiral pill or a big fireball. Surprised? This is the unique power of magic, and the magical miles in your mouth will never be able to do it. Well, I think big fireball is better, huh? Elena replied absent-mindedly when she was in a state of wondering. Just halfway through her words, the girl was stunned and came back to her senses in a slightly embarrassing way. Raising her head and tentatively looking at the stunned old man, Elena secretly spit out her tongue. While eating other people's baked potatoes, she was caught while wondering. She was also a little embarrassed. At this time, she should activate her own bloodline skills. Except for Dumbledore, she hasn't met the second person who can be indifferent to the little lorry who deliberately sells cuteness. Hey potatoes, beautiful, delicious. Your craftsmanship is really good. Elena blinked, with a quick smile on her face, pointed to the black roasted potatoes in her hand, and tilted her head cutely, trying to get through. However, Grindelwald's face as he reacted still cold quickly. I'm tired, take your food and go out. Realizing that he had been talking to himself all along, Grindelwald squinted his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed out the door, his tone calm and indifferent. Well, the potatoes must be cooked thoroughly. Elena continued to try. Get out. Grindelwald repeated it blankly. The old man seemed to have suddenly changed. He was so cold that the disgust that suddenly surged in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. Oh, Grindelwald glanced at Grindelwald, who was looking bad, and Elena squeezed her way and shut her mouth obediently. But that's okay. She hadn't been able to find a reason to slip away before Zengzu. Elena thought for a while, stuffed the half-baked potato into her arms, and then ran to the magic cold storage left by Dumbledore, and took some of each ingredient separately from it. I have already figured out how to repay that baked potato. Wait, take the blanket too. Seeing that Elena was about to leave the room, Grindelwald, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but move her fingers, and the thin blanket pushed by the bed seemed to be pulled straight over Irene by an invisible thread. Onna! She dazzled her eyes as if a cute little monster suddenly appeared in the room. Exclamation mark. By the way, I almost forgot. Elena rolled her eyes and suddenly stopped at the door. Then she turned around quickly, and ran to Grindelwald, took out a lot of candy from her pocket, and fell on Green. duo's arms. "These are for you. I have tasted very sweet ones. There is no strange taste. What are you doing? Take it away quickly." Grindelwald frowned with a cold face before he raised his hand and threw it back. Elena ran out of his room. "Don't worry, I will be back soon." The girl's clear voice and the brisk footsteps from the stone staircase spiraling down the tower building made Grindelwald's brows tighten again. "Hogwarts food and candy, you naive." He lowered his head and looked at the colorful candies in his arms. There was a look of disgust on Grindelwald's face. If he guessed correctly, this is probably Elena secretly from the Hogwarts restaurant during breakfast. "Caught it?" The old man raised his hand, and was about to throw them all out of the room. Just half of his hand was raised. The movement suddenly stopped unconsciously. In case that little mixed blood regrets it later, and wants to come up to ask for candy, it would be a hassle if it doesn't have it. Grindelwald murmured in such a low voice, flipped his wrist, carefully gathered the pile of candies on his knees, and put them in a small storage box under his bed. On the other side, Elena, who had returned to the Hogwarts-theme luxury suite, was already standing in front of the workbench in the open kitchen. Potatoes, bacon slices, dry bread, and cabbage have been cleaned and placed neatly on the workbench. The water in the cauldron designated by Elena's potion class, which was set aside above the flame of the fireplace, had also begun to tumbling. Elena took off the wizard's robe, rolled up her sleeves, tied a thin blanket sent by Grindelwald as an apron, and gently swept her fingers across the icy willing spine. Since the house elf contracted the daily diet of the orphanage last month, she hasn't cooked a meal seriously for a long time. Whether it is grilled mutant fish with sweet spices or honey-scented Hogwarts lichen, in fact, they are not really cooked dishes, and the boring nature of playing is actually a bit heavier. Elena felt that it was time for her to do something to stabilize her somewhat resurgence of craftsmanship, and the first step to check whether her cooking had regressed was to use the simplest ingredients to conquer the arrogant first-generation Dark Lord. As for the monotony of the ingredients, this is not a problem at all. You know, in the mysterious Eastern country in her previous life, what people are best at is not just a variety of strange choices of ingredients, but more importantly, how to use the simplest ingredients to make the most abundant and exquisite cuisine. Not to mention that there are such a rich combination of ingredients now, even if there is only a lump of dry flour, Elena has a way to turn it into dozens of different styles of dishes. I've been a little dizzy these days. Without Kevin, the plot has a detailed outline, but the energy is not enough. Jang Sha-oh, and the monthly pass will not be requested for the time being. I will try to increase it later. Chapter 152 Medicine, Cooking. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. As an old English gentleman, the kitchen Dumbledore arranged for Elena was naturally a well-regulated British open kitchen. Of course, this also means that under such a design, Elena's best not to try cooking dishes with heavy fumes for the time being. There is a small metal kitchenware similar to an oven on the side of the kitchen, which seems to be directly driven by some kind of life curse. However, for a zero-based magic apprentice like Elena, the only way to use it is to throw it into the fireplace and heat it. Fortunately, the structure of the stove is still similar to her kitchen in the orphanage. With the help of the firewood in the fireplace, it can be lit manually, which at least avoids the embarrassing situation of the girl having to squat in front of the fireplace and cook. The seasoning in front of Elena is not too small, except for the salt, sugar, message, minced garlic, sweet paprika, black pepper, chili powder, 5 spice powder in the suitcase she brought from home. Outer. And Dumbledore also left dozens of traditional European spices such as cheese, butter, olive oil, laurel leaves, curry powder and so on the workbench. Hogwarts carved from the sauce bottle. It's easy to deduce where these things come from. Elena took a look at the ingredients taken from the Tower of Newmangard. Potatoes, cabbage, salted bacon, bread. Although there are not many categories, the malleability of each ingredient is actually quite high. Unskilled dishes such as baked potatoes, mashed potatoes, fried potatoes, and boiled potatoes, which are difficult to shine, were immediately eliminated by Elena from her mind. But if she started using the best Chinese medicine method, or mixed with some exciting new tricks, she was a little worried that the old man of Grindelwald might not be able to bear it. After thinking about it carefully, it turned out to be the first to start with the ingredients that the old man is most familiar with, and gradually explore the resistance and taste preferences of the first generation of the Dark Lord, and then it is more effective to get stuck at the critical point for precise feeding. After all, as a wizard who grew up in Germany, there is no doubt that the staple food that Grindelwald is most familiar with must be potatoes. You know, Germany is also called the potato country. For them, potatoes are not only a kind of food, but also a spirit that the whole country believes in. Even when German men and women are in love, they sometimes give each other a potato to express that each other's position in their hearts is as important as a potato. Therefore, a meal of exquisite and rich potato dishes is obviously suitable for creating an impact on Grindelwald's taste without triggering his resistance. Elena thought about it, but if two people eat at noon, the portions and dishes don't have to be too complicated. A portion of cheese and bacon potato balls, a portion of garlic bread, a portion of New Orleans baked potatoes, and a plate of stir-fried cabbage should be almost the same. It just so happened that the water in the cauldron had already boiled. Elena first chose 2 large potatoes and washed them a little bit, then threw them in the cauldron and waited for them to be cooked, so that they could be peeled and pressed into mashed potatoes to make potato balls. The quality of the crucible that can be directly used for potion production is undoubtedly quite good. The heat resistance and heat transfer alone are much better than many inferior kitchen utensils in the non-magical world. Elena even plans to return next time. When I was at home, I purchased some crucibles from Diagonally and placed them in the kitchen of the orphanage. Because the cheese and bacon potato balls need to wait until the potatoes are cooked, Elena's main energy is temporarily placed on the cooking of the remaining 3 dishes. The first is to make the simplest garlic bread. As the most common pre-dinner bread in Western banquets, this is undoubtedly the most suitable food as an appetizer. Generally speaking, the main body used to make garlic bread is actually French baguettes. However, now Elena has English-style milk-flavored toast as the raw material, so the specific production method needs to be adjusted slightly. If you want to make an authentic garlic bread, the most important part is to prepare the garlic cream that tastes right. The main ingredients of the complete garlic cream are garlic, butter, olive oil, and coriander. Since there was no fresh garlic, Elena simply used the garlic powder that she brought at home to temporarily replace it. There are a lot of butter and olive oil on the kitchen workbench. As for coriander, Elena blinked, and fumbled out from her arms the Hogwarts mutant lichen that hadn't been roasted in the morning. In theory, this could also be a special kind of coriander, right? Regardless, it's alright for the time being, and you won't see it after you chop it up anyway. Without hesitation for too long, Irene directly washed the lichen in her hand, lifted her beloved kitchen knife and chopped the dark green lichen into fine pieces. Then wait until the butter in the frying pan is slightly heated and softened, pour a little olive oil, garlic powder, sprinkle with salt and black pepper, stir well. Then mix the dark green minced on the side and stir well. It looks pretty good. Elena glanced at the garlic butter and minced lichen mixture in the bowl. At first glance, it is actually similar to the authentic garlic bread sauce. In the dim light of Grindelwald's room, the elderly must not notice these details. After all, Grindelwald is not a little girl who is easy to fool around like Hermione and Hannah. In the face of strange-looking unidentified food, most of the first-generation Dark Lord would not easily open his mouth to try. Therefore, Elena, who is limited by objective factors, can only copy as much as possible. The rest of the process is very simple. Just apply the prepared garlic cream evenly on both sides of all the bread slices, and then directly put it on the flame with tongs, and wait for the surface of the bread to bake until golden brown. The main reason for grilling garlic bread on an open flame instead of using an oven is that the next dish, New Orleans baked potatoes, must be cooked in an oven. New Orleans baked potatoes, also known as organ-baked potatoes, is a home-cooked cuisine that is very suitable for lazy people to learn. Because these are rare staple dishes that can skip the steps of peeling potatoes and preparing sauces. The ingredients it needs to prepare are even simpler than garlic bread potatoes, cheese slices, minced meat, plus a little salt. While watching the garlic bread baked over the fireplace, Elena put the washed potatoes on the cutting board. Without peeling, directly cut the potatoes into slices. Elena carefully controlled the force of the knife, did not cut off the potatoes, making the potatoes look like a small organ. Then, she sliced the cheese on the workbench into thin slices, and carefully stuffed them into the gaps of potato chips that looked like a small organ. After filling the cheese slices, the girl picked up the extraordinarily beautiful potatoes and put them in the oven on the workbench steadily, and then it seems that Dumbledore forgot to put the instructions. She couldn't make this oven start up. But the problem is not big. I can't use magic to start the oven and I don't care. Elena has already figured out how to deal with it. The girl spit out 2 mouthfuls of the fragrant spit of the little fairy into her palms and rubbed her palms vigorously. Hey, get up. I saw a little silver hoard which directly hugged the oven, turned around, and threw it into the burning fireplace. Okay, done. Elena clapped her hands happily. Now we only need to wait for more than 10 minutes. Then take out the cooked organ potatoes, sprinkle them with seasonings, minced meat and other seasonings, put them in the oven and bake them for about 5 minutes. Anyway, there are tongs to open the oven, so there is no need to worry about subsequent removal and insertion of food. As for whether this will compromise the service life of the oven, well, of course the generous Professor Dumbledore will forgive her. The school is mortgaged, and he will definitely not care about her because of a small oven. What's more, she didn't do all this for herself, or to take care of the old demon upstairs who had been imprisoned by Dumbledore for 46 years. Yes, there's more. Ask the character to like it, ask the chapter to say. Chapter 153. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Cooking potatoes is like falling in love. You must not rush, especially when facing a whole piece of raw potatoes. It is necessary to cook them slowly with a slow fire to cook them evenly. If too anxious, it's easy to resemble the previous work that Grindelwald failed to rub with hands. Although the outer layer is rotten or even cracked, the inside is raw. As an excellent gourmet, Elena will naturally not make such a low-level mistake of eager for quick success. Therefore, after waiting patiently for another 10 minutes, Elena fished out the potatoes that had been thrown into the cauldron, took out the magic wand and poked the potatoes lightly. The hard black walnut was almost effortless. Plugged in. Hey, it seems to have been cooked a little. Sure enough, the fire used for heating is still not easy to control the heat. However, the elderly teeth are not good, and it is good to cook them a little bit. Elena frowned slightly. Potatoes are not cooked as soft as possible, especially if it is an alternative to mashed potatoes for secondary cooking. It is best to pick up the potatoes before they become dead. The attractive grain aroma of mature starch will be wasted. This simple point is one of the reasons for the difference in taste and aroma between the mashed potatoes in Michelin-starred restaurants and the mashed potatoes in ordinary Western restaurants. Moreover, in her impression, the truly luxurious method of mashed potatoes should actually use a mixture of milk and honey to enhance the flavor during the cooking process. However, Elena, who is abandoned in the castle of Newmangad where the bird does not shit, obviously does not have such a rich selection of ingredients for the time being, and it is enough to completely slap Grindelwald's handmade beans. It looks like, do you have to think of a way to add some ingredients afterwards? Elena thought, but the movement in her hand did not stop in the slightest. She saw the girl lift the knife and drop it, neatly dividing the ripe potato into 2. And then carefully digging out the inner core with a spoon. Put it in a pre-washed empty bowl and pound it into a puree. As for the part of the potato layer that is close to the epidermis and has been penetrated by water, Elena, who is pursuing exquisiteness, did not hesitate to throw it back into the fire. Anyway, now Hogwarts is a big local tyrant, and finally there is no need to go again. The pitiful life that I couldn't bear to throw away potato skins before. I think about it: whipped cream, glutinous rice flour, salty bacon crumbles, black pepper, salt. Whispering the name of the ingredients in her mouth, Elena, who gradually returned to her previous cooking state, her eyes brightened up. The method of adding various seasoning ingredients to the bowl became more and more confident and stable, and the stirring action became jerky from the beginning. Become proficient and smooth. When all the bacon grains are evenly distributed in the fragrant mashed potatoes, the light cream and glutinous rice flour mixed in it have fully exerted its due effect, and it will not be too sticky like simple mashed potatoes. Elena licked her lips with satisfaction, scooped up a ball of mashed potatoes with a spoon, pressed it into a flat round cake in her palm, and flexibly picked up the small cubes of cheese prepared in advance with two magic wands and stuffed them in. Put your hands together in the center of the mashed potato, then rub it into a cute little potato ball, put it into a container full of breadcrumbs, and continue to rub the next ball. Before long, a full bowl of mashed potatoes turned into small potato balls wrapped in cheese cubes, lying cutely and rolling among the breadcrumbs, making people want to take a bite in advance. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. The first step is to widen the oily pot. Elena glanced at the small barrel of olive oil on the workbench, showing a happy smile. She had long wanted to try this legendary chef's step, but it was a pity that she had been hindered by the journey for so many years. The orphanage funding has never been willing to practice. To be precise, the last dish of cheese and bacon potato balls she prepared was half-fried, and its super high fuel consumption made it a less friendly dish in most ordinary families. Because when handling potato balls mixed with glutinous rice flour, you must not skimp on the oil in the pot, otherwise it is very easy to stick to the pot or unevenly heated, which will result in all previous preparations being used up. When the fire heats the oil in the iron pan to about 6 mature, you can start to put the potato balls in the pan one by one. According to the classic sentence, stick the egg liquid, wrap the breadcrumbs, and put it in the pan was fried until the whole body was golden, and the old man upstairs was crying. Guru. Elena glanced at the golden potato balls in the pan, swallowed hard, and hesitated for a while, stretched out her chopsticks, raised her wand, picked up a potato ball and blew it into the mouth. As a gourmet chef, it is the most basic professional attitude and dining etiquette to taste before presenting the dishes to the diners. Click. The crispy golden potato ball made a nice crisp sound on the surface, and the rich sweet potato flavor enclosed in the inner layer instantly exploded in the mouth. Lips and teeth intersect. The viscous and salty mashed potatoes melted on the tip of the girl's tongue, slightly hot white liquid cheese flowing from the depths of the potato balls. Elena couldn't help but opened her mouth reddishly and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's hot, but it's delicious. Well, this one seems a little oilier, try another one. Hey, this is a little looser. The third. Take another bite at the end to see if the bacon tastes good. The last bite, I won't taste it. Chapter 154. Shall I sing you a song? Click. Chopsticks. Oh no, the wand hit the exquisite dinner plate produced by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, making a crisp sound. Hey, what's the matter with the hiccups? Such a big plate of cheese and bacon potato balls. Suddenly, an empty Elena came back to her senses, looked at the dinner plate in front of her with cheese, bacon and potato balls in confusion, and blinked her eyes. Before I knew it, there were only 3 potato balls left on the plate. She remembered that she hadn't eaten much, but if she recalled it carefully, there were only 3. The first one more. The last one. The last one. The last one. However, as an optimist, Elena has considerable experience in self-comfort and guidance. After all, to think about it from another angle, she was actually thinking about Grindelwald's body. You know, the heat and cheese is too high for the elderly to taste it once in a while. Thinking about it this way, Elena, who was originally a little nervous because of stealing food, suddenly felt a lot more at ease, and the feeling of guilt in her heart was instantly wiped out. It's just that, in this way, the shock that the food alone can bring is somewhat insufficient. Elena swallowed and moved her gaze away from the 3 lonely small potato balls on the plate with a strong will. She frowned with some distress, and tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the magic wand in her hand. Maybe we should refer to some other techniques. Zzz. Just when Elena was in a daze, a slight sizzle came from the direction of the fireplace in the room, and at the same time a faint burnt smell drifted into Elena's nose. What's going on? A faint premonition quietly flashed through her heart, and Elena, who was in a daze, suddenly turned her head, heard the sound, and then let out a scream. Oh, my garlic bread is still baking. It's terrible. There are still organ potatoes in the oven. It's time to take it out and wipe it. Hey, it's so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot. Where are the tongs? I have to fry the cabbage. Forget it. I won't wash it anyway. I can't see it anyway. With the exclamation of the girl from time to time, there was another ping-pong rush in the kitchen. A quarter of an hour later, the top of the tower of Luminous Castle. In that case, what you said before is true. After being silent for a while, Grindelwald had a complicated expression on his face. He took a deep look at the white hair dumplings in front of him. His tone rose slightly. His palm patted the hardwood bed, and repeated it again. It's unbelievable. Albus, this guy, turned my previous room into a little girl's bedroom without saying a word. On the only dilapidated wooden table in the room, several white and brand new dinner plates lined up, and the food inside exudes a tempting aroma, forming a sharp contrast with the charred potatoes hidden behind Grindelwald. And Elena, who reappeared in Grindelwald's room, has also taken a new set of clothes from the suitcase and replaced it with a black wizard robe from Hogwarts, and turned it into dark blue jeans with Hufflepuff how to mix and match college knitted sweaters. Faced with so many obvious changes, if Grindelwald still insists that Elena is a prison maid who has the same illness with him, then he may really be suffering from severe Alzheimer's. Obviously, the little mixed race Lily in front of him who only ate the potatoes that he had baked so hard, actually lived a lot more moisturized than Grindelwald had imagined, and his old friends were about to take it. Spoiled by the nasty little guy. Now, Mr. Grindelwald, or try my cooking. Elena glanced at the first-generation Dark Lord, who had a stinking face like constipation, and said cautiously that she had never expected that the gap between the rich and the poor would cause such strong crit damage to the old man who was once at the top of the world. You know, in order to avoid Grindelwald being too embarrassed, she quietly cleared her throat at the door when she brought the dishes quietly, reminding herself that she had arrived, so that the first-generation Dark Lord, who was still grinning and rubbing potatoes with magic power at the time, could have ample time to adjust his emotions and hide the half-rubbed potatoes behind him. Of course, everything is in front of her. The face is completed, after all. The kind-hearted little fairy walks without making a sound. Not hungry. Grindelwald's eyes calmly swept over the garlic bread, bacon organ potatoes, cheese bacon potato balls, and stir-fried cabbage that were placed in front of him. He rolled his throat calmly, and said blankly, "Goo." At the same time, a sound like the croak of a frog sounded in the quiet space. Grindelwald's face changed suddenly, and he subconsciously covered his abdomen. A trace of embarrassment and surprise flashed under his eyes. Strange, he obviously didn't. Goo. Strange voices continue to reverberate, and have a growing trend. Is it fun? Grindelwald squinted his eyes, piercing coldly at the little girl in front of her who was making a strange noise with her bulging mouth. Her chest was stuffy, and she could only feel a burst of anger rising up constantly. I just think it would be more appropriate to have some essential background music at this time. You see, you are really hungry, otherwise you won't be the first time to cover your stomach. Elena, who was imitating the sound of her belly, stopped and spit out her tongue. If her cute and playful appearance was changed to another place, she would not know how many hopeless Lillican could be charmed. Grindelwald took a deep breath, and he began to understand why Dumbledore didn't even want his old face, doing both cheating and sneaking away. Goo. At this moment, Grindelwald, who hadn't eaten before, finally couldn't suppress hunger, and there was a shameful cry in his stomach. "Look, you see, I'll just say," Elena said triumphantly with the dull hair on top of her head dangling from side to side with excitement, pushing the dinner plate on the table towards the old man. "If you shut up and go out, I like to eat magically baked potatoes." Grindelwald finally couldn't help it, and snarled in anger. If he didn't consider that he might not be able to defeat this energetic little monster, he would even have the heart to beat people. While talking, Grindelwald turned to his side and simply did not look at the dishes on the table and the annoying white-haired dumpling. He took out the half-kneaded potatoes from behind, ready to continue the process. "It's not good to be picky eaters, please, Mr. Grindelwald, or I will sing you a song to appetite." Elena glanced at the old man who was struggling for the last time, thought for a moment, carefully exited the room, stood beyond the threshold, and tried to recall the famous ode to the 1,000-year-old recipe in the past life. The corners of her mouth were slightly bent and clear. The voice sang: roasted potatoes, boiled potatoes, cheese bacon potatoes, mashed potatoes, French fries, and shredded potatoes, fried chicken, lentil soup, Alaskan steamed cod, meat sauce noodles, Viennese bacon steak, vinegar braised beef, curry sausage, char grilled steak, beef rolls, lasagna, and that turkey barbecue, chicken nuggets, turkey noodles, Hungarian bisque, mousse, grilled sausages, plus grilled pork knuckle and a large glass of cold beer. Stop if you win. You are simply the reincarnation of Satan. Grindelwald turned around abruptly. He could no longer restrain the hunger in his stomach, and finally reluctantly chose to compromise in the voice of the girl. Sure enough, music is the most effective way for humans to communicate. Elena smiled with satisfaction, and continued to sing beautiful songs unmoved. Lyrics of the original Millennium recipe. Click here to expand. Friendly reminder: I strongly recommend that you read this chapter in the beautiful Song of Leodanius version of the Millennium Recipe Ode. Every word of Fat Chicken is correct. Good night. Chapter 156. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. This garlic bread is burned. Although you scraped off the black charred part, I can smell the unpleasant burnt smell even if I close my eyes. I have eaten potatoes with meat sauce before, but they are much more beautiful than yours. At least they are not like yours. Each slice of potato is cut to different thicknesses. Of course, the most important thing is the same problem: roasting. It's too old. Oh my god. Stir-fried cabbage still has a muddy smell in it. You little guy. Don't even know how to wash vegetables? If I was the most grumpy time of the year, I could shoot the whole plate on you face. In Elena's voice like a demon, Gellert Grindelwald, who took the initiative to pick up the knife and fork, did not fail in front of her outstanding cooking as the girl imagined. On the contrary, as Grindelwald was pouring cold water mercilessly while tasting the various dishes in front of him, the aura in the room gradually began to be controlled by Grindelwald. After all, as the top tycoon who once controlled half of the magic world, the original Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald was not an ordinary wizard without knowledge. You know, in those years of expedition and expansion, even if he did not have any special requirements for diet, his enthusiastic followers will take the initiative to provide food to Grindelwald and try their best to achieve them. The ultimate. These memories of good food, even if Grindelwald has been trapped in Numungard Castle for more than 40 years, those past experiences and insights will not fade with time, but will heal in endless thoughts. The invention is clear. Don't be angry, don't be angry. This is a bad old man who doesn't know what to do. In case something went wrong by accident, she would have to kneel for a while and beg the Dark Lord not to die. Elena glanced at Grindelwald, who was picky about her work and kept stuffing her mouth with food. The corners of her mouth twitched. Oh, Man. Obviously, the body and eyes showed such a strong sense of satisfaction and pleasure, and I couldn't wait to sweep away all the dishes in one breath, but I had to pick and choose here. Thinking about it carefully, the first generation Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald can be regarded as the highest profile tycoon she has hosted since she came to this world. Fortunately, Grindelwald has been eating pig food for decades, so in theory, the difficulty of the strategy will be lower. Only a little help is needed. In order to cope with such a situation, Elena has already added some unique things to the dishes, and now only needs to wait for the effect of the medicine to take place. Soon, in the eyes of Elena's expectation, Grindelwald, who had eaten several pieces of secret garlic bread in a row, finally changed his face. Well, is it because of this? It really isn't an illusion. The old man glanced thoughtfully at the garlic bread in his hand, pondered for a moment, raised his head to look at Elena, and asked with a frown, "What are the green things on the slices of bread? Why do I always feel that you seem to have added some weird things to my food?" If Grindelwald remembers correctly, the taste of the authentic French garlic bread he once ate does not seem to be the same as this garlic bread now. At least, under normal circumstances, ordinary ingredients will never have this strange refreshing taste that lingers on the tip of the tongue, and it is even more impossible to let the magic in his body unconsciously produce a slight resonance. Oh, this is the parsley grown at Hogwarts. It has a unique taste. We eat this for breakfast every day. Professor Dumbledore knows this too, Elena replied without changing her face. This is not a lie. This morning, half of the college students at Hogwarts had eaten this. Really? But Grindelwald glanced at Elena with a calm face suspiciously, even though her expression and tone did not seem to be fake. But according to his long life experience, Grindelwald is very clear that the truly brilliant lying skills are not necessarily completely lies. The white-haired ball in front of him must be hiding some untold secrets. Moreover, if it hadn't been for the excellent self-control ability and the burnt taste of the bread, Grindelwald almost couldn't help making some strange noises after chewing the first slice of garlic bread. At that time, the bad-minded little guy in front of him would definitely take the opportunity to laugh at him. At this point, he had received a warning from the girl's strange and expectant gaze, and there might be some trap waiting for him. The first-generation black demon who had experienced the Wizarding War would not treat the white-haired dumpling in front of him as an innocent ordinary little girl, let alone feel that just a scorched potato could make this one just fight him. The mixed blood becomes a little lady after she is finished. Of course, if you just ask Professor Dumbledore, I never lie. Seeing that the suspicion in Grindelwald's eyes grew stronger, Elena put a smile on her face, pushed the small bowl containing 3 cheese, bacon and potato balls in front of Grindelwald, quickly changing the subject. "Don't talk about it. Let's try this dish. This is my most successful work today." The most successful work. 3 small potato balls, which are not enough for me to eat, can actually be called a dish. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, picked up the fork and pulled the 3 small balls in front of him at random, and said amusedly, with a hint of disapproval in his tone, after initially tasting Elena's cooking work, although he kept spurring his lips, Grindelwald was actually quite satisfied in his heart. God knows how many years he hasn't eaten a decent dinner like this. As for Albus Dumbledore's thoughts on sending the girl, as well as some of his plans and calculations afterwards, Grindelwald, who has been a close friend of the old man for many years, almost guessed it was nothing more than hope. Want to ease the relationship between the two through the girl's outstanding cooking skills. Let him take the initiative to teach the problematic students at Hogwarts. Honestly speaking, as Grindelwald himself, I am indeed a little curious about what kind of a small mixed blood who is born with a strong magical power. If he and Dumbledore have been taught together, what kind of one will he grow into? Monster. But before that, you have to suppress the arrogance of this little thing a little bit, otherwise, Maybe Dumbledore may not wait for Dumbledore to return to the castle of Newmangate. He has been tortured by this energetic little guy. It's done. Just try it. Elena smiled meaningfully and took the initiative to take the old man's hand and cut one of the potato balls. This is. The next moment, Grindelwald's eyes opened wide. I saw. Chapter 157 Chapter Green middle dot magic straight man middle dot vor. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. In the dim room, light flashed. Grindelwald's entire sight was instantly covered by the bright, but not dazzling, soft white light. A dazzling light burst out from the small potato balls, sweeping away the darkness and coldness in the entire room, and the surrounding stone walls were shrouded in a dreamlike luster. From the narrow gap that was cut there, a sticky milky white liquid slowly flowed out from the depths of the potato balls. The rich cheese and milky aroma and the meaty taste of bacon erupted at the same time, following the rising heat. Floating towards Grindelwald's nose. This is a fluorescent flicker? Grindelwald calmed down and repeated it again with a certain tone. Yes, it's the light curse. This kind of wizard's most common basic spell is almost as familiar to him as instinct, and it is impossible to admit it wrong. Regardless of paying attention to the constant hunger in his belly, Grindelwald is more concerned about another situation presented to him than the temptation of food. Elena does not have a magic wand in his hands at this time. Spell without a rod. How could it be possible? How did you do it? The calm expression that Grindelwald tried to maintain was finally broken, and the waves in his heart were more exaggerated dozens of times than his facial expressions. You know, the magic geniuses he has seen are not too few. To be precise, he and Dumbledore can be regarded as the most outstanding representatives of magic geniuses in the contemporary era. However, the vast majority of talented wizards, when they were at Elena's age, were at best able to control magic and exert some vague influences, such as letting objects float, letting objects disappear for a short time, interfering with electronic equipment, and the body. Quick recovery. In this way, according to the wizard's own wishes, leaving the magic wand and accurately casting a certain spell, even Grindelwald waited until the 4th grade before gradually trying to master it. Huh? Wait, what are you talking about? Look here, look here. The expectant Elena looked at Grindelwald with a shocked face, and she couldn't help but was stunned. Although the shocked expression was reached, the old man's focus seemed a little strange. Is this time to pay attention to any magic? Exclamation mark. Elena ignored Grindelwald's question and pointed to the glowing cheese potato balls incredibly. This is Luminous cuisine, the one that shines at a genuine price. Don't you think you should praise a few words? Don't you think it's amazing and surprised? Talking about magic while eating, this kind of incomprehensible straight male wizard is almost equal to the legendary engineering male who discussed complex functions with his sister when dating. No wonder they have lived more than 100 years and are still single. Not bad. Creative fluorescent flashing cast away from the wand. The key is how you do it. Or where do you hide the wand? Grindelwald waved his hand and gave a casual compliment rather perfunctorily, and then frowned and looked at the silver-haired witch in front of him seriously, trying to see if she was secretly pinching the wand with a certain hand. Speaking of it, for so long, he had never seen the little witch in front of him draw out a magic wand. Don't look at me with this weird look, it's like an old pervert. Give up. I put my wand in the room downstairs. Feeling the front looking up and down her gaze, Elena raised her eyebrows with an unhappy expression, tried to resist the desire to slap her bald head in front of Grindelwald, and shrugged disapprovingly, said, "Does this count as a wandless spell? I think it's very simple. Didn't you just say that just imagine the body as a magic wand to perform magic? All students at Hogwarts will do this now, right?" Frankly speaking, Elena is not strictly a wandless caster, because she still borrowed her beloved magic wand when she cast Fluorescence Flash, but she released her hand from the magic wand when the light continued to shine in the follow-up. If you make an analogy, It's like she is a shipboard terminal that can open hotspots and plug in network cables. When I first used the magic wand to cast fluorescence flash, I just used a physical network cable to directly call a built-in function, and then gradually switched to a hotspot connection. After the data was stable, the network cable was removed. Perhaps for other little wizards, it is easy to drop the connection when switching from the wand to the body. But for Elena, in addition to the signal is slightly worse. If you simply keep the light on, you can still do it after all. The core of her wand is just a piece of her hair, which is normal. For a girl her age, there are about 100,000 or more hairs. All the students at Hogwarts do. You little fellow are talking nonsense. Hearing Elena's answer, Grindelwald's eyes opened wider subconsciously, with a strong questioning in his tone. Of course it's true. Think of yourself as a magic wand. This is a wizard training course developed by Professor Dumbledore. Elena nodded and explained earnestly, listening to Grindelwald's opinion about wandless after the explanation of the spell. She somewhat understood why Dumbledore would support her military training program that was similar to playing around. Ha ha. Do you think him a fool? Grindelwald twitched his lips, and glanced at the little silver hoarder in front of him with a liar look. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I lose, let you punish me. If I win, you tell me what happened between you and Professor Dumbledore. Elena's eyes lit up, bright, eager to take the initiative. You know, she has always been curious about the poignant love story between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Such exclusive news is more interesting than any profound knowledge of magic. Oh, naive. Grindelwald snorted coldly, and with his experience, he was not yet in such an inferior aggressive skill. However, from Elena's words and deeds, Grindelwald can probably tell that Hogwarts does indeed have such a teaching system as the girl said. But why did Dumbledore never tell him? Grindelwald looked at the cute light spots floating in the room, like fireflies, and after a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, kid, how did Dumbledore teach you how to cast spells without a rod? You eat everything in front of you first, and he'll tell you later." Elena curled her lips slightly angrily, and her delicate little chin ordered a bit towards the plate in front of Grindelwald, and said angrily. While talking, the girl raised her right hand and snapped her fingers into the air, actively disconnecting her own hot spot, and the small light spots floating out of the cheese bacon potato balls were extinguished one by one. The room fell into dimness again. It is rare for her to show mercy to Cook the 100-year-old empty nester, picking and choosing. She didn't even have a basic applause in the face of the legendary dish that would shine. But Elena didn't believe it. With so many cuisines in the past life, she couldn't hold an elderly German man. The next time you must prove yourself. Let Grindelwald cry and teach him how to cook. Yes, maybe the year is. Please, ask the chapter to say ? Chapter 157. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Newmangud Castle. Although it's a little fancy, but in terms of taste, it's barely qualified. Grindelwald unhurriedly used a fork to put the last cheese bacon potato ball into his mouth, biting into the crispy skin, letting the fragrant cheese fill his mouth, his eyes slightly closed, feeling the soft and waxy potatoes the mud crushed on the tip of the tongue. The old man nodded slightly, and there was no more praise or evaluation besides this. To be precise, Elena's practice should actually be attributed to a variant of pot buttered cheese potato balls, which is a more common classic banquet dish in Western cuisine. If Grindelwald remembers correctly, the complete method should be, wrap the mashed potatoes with cheese and then bacon, dipped in egg liquid and breadcrumbs. The fried skin is crispy, and the inside is still liquid cheese, and then supplemented with enjoy with dipping sauces such as tomato sauce, sweet and spicy sauce. As for the originally imperfectly fried cabbage, it is not worth mentioning. Both the pre-treatment of the ingredients and the cooking process are obviously full of perfunctory, which is slightly compared to the pig stewed in the big pot of the deaf and mute old man. Eat is better. The scent of garlic bread without the oven would have been much weaker. The worst part is that it was partially baked by this clumsy little girl. If it weren't for the Hogwarts parsley effect, the toast is not even as good as Grindelwald's own magical rubbing. Obviously, even if she was imprisoned in the tower for 46 years, Elena wanted to shock Grindelwald with the Western-style cuisine she was not very good at, but she still took it for granted. Until all the food on the plate was eaten, the first generation of Dark Lords still maintained the old gentleman-styled dining rhythm, which made Elena, who had been looking forward to watching a good show, disappointed. Okay, I'm all done. Now you can tell me, how did you suddenly learn to cast spells without a wand? Grindelwald put down the cutlery in his hands, arranged all the dishes neatly, looked at the little silver-haired girl in front of him with interest, and returned to the previous topic. One thing he was sure of was that Elena would definitely not cast spells without a rod before coming to Newmangard. In the eyes of most wizards, especially those who have not experienced a large-scale wizard war, it is enough to be able to use magic wands to cast spells and find a decent job in the magic world. Wandless spellcasting and silent spellcasting are in the magical world, just like the theory of relativity in the non-magic world. Although most highly educated people can say a few words, but they are limited to knowing the name and some basics. Concept. Except for Grindelwald, who voluntarily forbids his foot in the castle of Newmangard, there is almost no second wizard who will spend such a long time, thanklessly researching how to cast spells without a stick. Therefore, if Elena once showed such a talent in Hogwarts school, then with Albus's character, he would not omit this point when trying to persuade Grindelwald to teach this girl before. Presumably from this, then the time for Elena to master the skill of casting without a rod can only be within an hour from seeing Grindelwald hand-rubbing potatoes to the girl completing all the dishes. Obviously, this little mixed blood must have figured out a set of black technology theories that are very different from the conventional wandless casting process, although it must be ridiculously naive and full of loopholes. However, for Grindelwald, who is currently stuck in a bottleneck, what he needs is just such a new way of thinking that can be free from conventional dogmatic thinking and look at magic from a new perspective. Elena glanced at each plate and ate cleanly, but Grandpa Grindelwald, who had a calm and disgusting face on his face, smiled inwardly. She prepared the weight of 2 people. This don't you still finish eating all at once? So, Sndir is sick and can be cured. Therefore, before answering Grindelwald's question, you must first let him put the identity of the 2 people right, and don't always use a kind of master to talk to her. You know, times have changed, and now it is no longer the world that belonged to the original Dark Lord. You may have misunderstood one thing. I am neither your servant nor your follower. Elena smiled slightly and looked at Grindelwald after the meal. After enjoying the fruits of other people's labor, how about some basic etiquette and respect? What should I be grateful for? Professor Dumbledore told me that you used to be a very decent wizard. Of course, maybe that was just once. Since becoming one with Grindelwald, the mystery of the legendary and terrifying Dark Wizard in Elena's heart has quickly diminished. If she is still a little scared for Dumbledore, she will be able to fight her. When Grindelwald returned, she had no psychological pressure at all. Thank you for your hard work. Grindelwald twitched, and said slightly reluctantly, as the saying goes, eating people's mouth is short of people's hands. This kind of thing is applicable no matter what kind of cultural background it is placed in. As a well-trained gentleman, Grindelwald still can't do the kind of unqualified behavior that turns his face and doesn't recognize people. It's just that the way Grindelwald is accustomed to expressing gratitude is usually not presented in words. It is always a bit uncomfortable to be asked like this, especially when facing this little thing full of bad water. So, now you can. The old man paused and looked at Elena. Just thank you. Don't you have any comments on these delicious dishes? How does it compare to your past meals in the castle? Is there anything you want to eat for the next meal? What kind of fond memories do you have? Before Grindelwald could finish speaking, Elena squinted happily, interrupted quickly, and quickly launched a second pursuit. I saw the dull hair on the silver-hoard little lorry swaying happily from side to side, and the slightly upward delicate face seemed to be full of childish expressions of come to praise me, come to praise me. Grindelwald took a deep breath, looked at the little thing in front of him that rubbed his nose on his face, and raised his eyebrows. Maybe he should try another way to make this little man who is confident in his cooking skills. The guy cools down. While searching for the delicacies he had tasted in those years, Grindelwald had a memory on his face, and he curled his lips in disgust, except that the bread is baked, the vegetables are not washed, the organ potatoes are cut crookedly, and the cheese the potato balls have no dipping ingredients and the portion is too small. Overall, they are not bad. Although you forgot to add eggs, it is not your fault. There are indeed a lot of good memories. I remember that when the forces enveloped Italy and France, the craftsmanship of the conquered house elves was at best 5 or 6 or 7 times higher than yours. Of course, that's because they can be magical, and a snap of your fingers can be equivalent to a clumsy rookie wizard like you for an hour. As for the next meal, Hungarian red beef stew, salami thick cheese pizza, bolognese noodles, well, it would be the best if there were Bavarian-style roast pork knuckles. Go ask Jang to say. Chapter 158. Big and Small Movie Kings. Bang. Hey, that's enough. Don't overdo it. Elena slapped the table angrily and stood up, interrupting Grindelwald's next words fiercely. Regarding the results of her hard work, she can't say anything nice, so she has to start ordering food with an inch. Do you really think she is a waiter? It's more of a dish she doesn't know how to cook. Roast pork knuckle, meat sauce noodles, red beef stew. She still wants to eat fat but not greasy dongpo meat. But being trapped in this sparsely populated Austrian snow-capped mountain community, being able to grab a Scottish round-faced fat chicken to eat is the most luxurious top-notch enjoyment. So there is a reason why this kind of speechless old guy became the Dark Lord. If it weren't for his superb magical power, he would have been crushed to the ground and killed? Elena decided that the next meal standard of the original Dark Lord was directly lowered: boiled cabbage, boiled potatoes, and then added a dish of coarse salt. Didn't he keep clamoring that there was no dipping sauce? At that time Grindelwald will understand. This new Mungard castle, who has the final say now? Also pig knuckle. Stop dreaming, let me tell you. But, before Elena's anger was completely vented, Grindelwald's mouth turned slightly, and the topic changed quickly. Compared with these not-so-excellent dishes, your magical potential and talents are terribly high. Really? How high it is? Elena, who was praised inexplicably, was stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously. It has to be said that compared to being affirmed in cooking, being able to be praised by the top wizards in the entire magical world is another kind of extremely strong vanity. This is like in the original book. Whether the Hogwarts professors praised or devalued Harry Potter, they were not as effective as Albus Dumbledore's positive words. Very high. At least it has surpassed what Albus and I did back then. Grindelwald's eyes flashed with those tiny light spots that had just been flying in the room like fireflies. His face slightly straightened, and he thought about it and said seriously, at the age when most of the little wizards are still memorizing spells step by step, Elena has already begun to try to change the way the spells are displayed and cast, and she has successfully made her vision reality. No matter how the Hogwarts teaching method changes, it is impossible to make too many complicated derivative changes for a simple fluorescence flashing in the textbook. This is no longer a simple magical creature bloodline. Coupled with the subversive thoughts in the girl's mind that even he thought were a bit horrible, Grindelwald began to believe in what Dumbledore said. This little girl contained possibilities far beyond the two of them, aspects of transcendence. Hearing Grindelwald's answer, Elena's vigilance in her heart was slightly put down. After all, with Gellert Grindelwald's pride, She would not deliberately belittle the talents of himself and Dumbledore in order to please a little girl. The white-haired dumplings in a good mood were sneaking circles on the ground with their toes, and the dull hairs on their heads could not help but swing back and forth. Really? Hey it's actually very simple. So, let's talk about magic. Grindelwald smiled disapprovingly, and there was a touch of pride in his eyes. With his more than 100 years of experience, it is not too simple to guide the topic and emotions of a little witch who is less than 11 years old. Before that, it was just disdain to bother to talk. As long as Grindelwald thought, a wayward little mixed bloodver could not be caught, and in this way, 3 meals a day afterwards would be a lot more plentiful. Of course, before this, there is still a very crucial place. To make this wayward little guy take the initiative to have awe and interest in magic, it is best to find a way to let her take the initiative to propose the willingness to learn magic from him. Imitating Albus Dumbledore's representative gentle smile, Grindelwald looked at the silver-haired little lorry in front of him with an appropriately surprised and approving look, and continued to speak softly. Honestly, I have never seen such an outstanding little wizard like you. In less than half a day, I figured out how to cast spells without a wand. Can you tell me? Okay. This déjà vu smile? Elena glanced at the old face full of folds in front of her. A subconscious alert flashed in her heart, and the face of a certain spicy old carrot couldn't help but emerge from her mind. Wrong. This is not the normal expression of the original Dark Lord. Nothing to be courteous. To steal if you are wrong. This old man must be trying to dig a hole for her to jump. The original impetuous mood instantly calmed down, the girl's beautiful big eyes rolled, and the corners of her mouth were slightly curled invisibly. Isn't it just the acting skills of each other she hasn't lost for so many years? While maintaining the shame on her face that turned into a smug-ass look, the girl nodded without hesitation, a proud look of a child being itchy. Of course, how good I am. Afterwards, a flash of alertness flashed across Elena's face, and she looked at Grindelwald. But why should I tell you? Then I am not at a loss. The facial expression and tone of voice are just right. It is the perfect performance that a little ally who encounters strange things should have. Grindelwald frowned slightly, feeling something wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell. He continued to patiently and gently followed Elena's words and said, "It's not the same. I can also teach you more stickless spellcasting skills. You give me one, I can tell you 3. Hand drop potatoes, or summon a pillow to block your face." "I don't want to learn." Elena curled her lips and said with a look of disgust. This time she was really disgusted. She couldn't even imagine what Dumbledore would look like when he came to Newmangud Castle 5 days later and saw 2 people, one big and one small, rubbing potatoes neatly. "Hand rub potatoes?" Exclamation mark. That's an extremely advanced skill of wandless spellcasting and compound magic. Even Albus can't do this. Okay. Forget it. Don't be angry. Don't be as knowledgeable as a little boy who has no eyesight. Calm down. Grindelwald took a deep breath, keeping the smile on his face, and continued to ask kindly, "Then what magic do you want to learn?" "Well, let me think about it." Elena pressed her index finger on her pink lips. Her eyes wandered around the room thoughtfully, and said softly, "I have heard that there is a very practical magic called a cleansing spell. You can do it." "Can you cast spells without a rod?" "Of course." Grindelwald breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head dumbfoundedly. For a long time, it was just an ordinary cleansing spell. What he was most afraid of was that this little thing had no interest in magic at all. As long as she had such a slight interest in magic, the subsequent things would be much easier. "Show me the proof," Elena said softly with blinking eyes. "For example, can you remove all the stains on these plates without using a magic wand? If you can do it, I'll tell you that I don't have a wand." Knack for spellcasting. Easy. If it is a light spell, Grindelwald may not be able to do it, but similar to this simple life spell, it can still be easily completed by supporting simple spells. I saw Grindelwald talking, covering the plate with his palm, and whispered, "Clean and new," in the room, A faint brilliance flashed, and the oily dinner plates regained their whiteness and cleanliness, as if they had just been disinfected from the kitchen cabinet. "Look, isn't it great? This is just the most basic, and there are more." Grindelwald turned his head while talking, looked at Elena. His expression on his face suddenly stiffened. What do you want to do?" At Chapter 2, Seeking Chapters to Save Food. Chapter 159. After lunch, of course I went to the bedroom downstairs to take a nap. Elena glanced at Grindelwald strangely, shrugged and replied in a normal tone, "The chairs in the attic on the Tower of Newmangad are uncomfortable to sit on, and the light is not good. There is also a first-generation Dark Lord who doesn't know what to do. The bowls are cleaned anyway, and of course she doesn't bother to stay here." "Continue to play with the lonely old man." "You blame me?" Seeing Elena's eyes suddenly regaining clarity and calmness, Grindelwald also reacted instantly. The Dumbledore-like gentle smile on his face could no longer be maintained, and his face quickly became cold. Grindelwald glanced at the clean dinner plate in the girl's hand and the nonchalant expression. Grindelwald couldn't help but his chest stagnated. Obviously, the words that Elena said before are about to show a childish and proud look. But just because he doesn't want to wash the dishes, I want to trick him into temporarily serving as a dishwasher. The most important thing is that he actually paid back. Really hit. How can we say that? We said that good from the beginning is not just a partnership. Elena happily tucked her hair in her ears, glanced at the ugly old man, and smiled sweetly. "Relax. I am not the kind of person who doesn't believe in words." Since the great Lord Gellert Grindelwald took the initiative to help me wash the dishes, I will naturally tell him the spellcasting skills I have summarized. "What do you want to say?" Gellert Cleaner Grindelwald's complexion became more and more ugly when Elena's words were sore. "Don't rush to get angry. It's bad for your health." While talking, Elena made a downward gesture, calmed Grindelwald a little, and curled her lips to a showdown on her own initiative, such as, "If I guessed correctly, you go around. You just want to know this, right?" "Yes." Grindelwald's expression eased slightly, and if he could achieve his goal, he wouldn't be too lazy to continue acting with this little thing. But, Elena raised her eyebrows, and paused for a few seconds in a rather wicked way. "Before that, I need to ask one more question." "Huh? What's the problem?" Grindelwald frowned and increased his vigilance, wondering what the little devil in front of him was thinking. Elena scanned the old man's bare bedboard and the potato beside the bed. For the black roasted potatoes and the thin blanket, she decided to give the old man another chance. "If you are asked to make a choice, do you want to eat the delicious food that I make every day, or do you know how I can master the speller's spell?" Of course it's how you mastered the ability to cast spells without a wand in such a short time. Grindelwald replied without hesitation. For this little witch who was brought to the castle of Newmangad by Albus Dumbledore, although she was a bit annoying and troublesome, she had a very appetite for him in terms of character, talent, and vision. Calm, cunning, breaking the rules, full of ambition and endless potential. He is just like Grindelwald himself. The only thing he couldn't understand was why this kid always cared about his appetite. Grindelwald glanced at the girl with clear and calm eyes. Grindelwald waved his hand, grinning as if it were almost a parody, and added, "Besides, what you make is not delicious. Equals. Oh, good, this is the so-called decision of fate. Well then, I'll tell you it's fine." Elena nodded with a smile, so that even Dumbledore could no longer accuse her of abusing the elderly. Acridine without a rod is actually very simple. It's just. She glanced at Gellert Grindelwald with her face full of expectation. The girl raised her mouth, gestured in the air with her hands. Her expression was particularly serious. Crank first, then ping again, and the curse was released. King. Ping? Grindelwald's eyes twitched. "Yes, bang, ping." Elena nodded, earnestly, and gestured again. "Don't laugh. Give the first generation of the Dark Lord, the elders of the magic world, the most basic surface respect." "King, ping?" Grindelwald resisted his anger, looked at the little Lolita in front of him, and repeated in an unkind tone, "This is what you call the skill you learned at Hogwarts, without a stick?" "Yeah, it's just a bang, a ping." "Then the bright curse will automatically be cast successful if this is not taught by Hogwarts. This is my own understanding. Why, is there any dissatisfaction?" Elena tried to break the expression on her face not to laugh, waved her small white fist intentionally or unintentionally, then leaned gracefully, took the plate on the table and left the room, leaving Grindelwald with a beautiful background. "Then goodbye, Grandpa." "Wait, stop for me." Grindelwald's lips trembled with anger when he realized that he was being put on again. Elena stopped, showing a delicate profile face. The Lake Blue eyes glanced at Grindelwald behind her, and said in an old-fashioned tone, "Don't rely too much on the experience of others, Mr. Gellert. Some things can only be comprehended by your own practice." After finishing talking, before the angry roar of the old man came, Elena ran downstairs with her legs spread out. She ran away after she was pretended to be. It was really the most exciting thing in life. Boom! A half-baked potato flew out of the room and slammed heavily on where Elena had just stayed. "Go. Don't let me see you again before dinner." Elena, who left the room in Grindelwald, did not return to the luxurious bedroom for a nap as she said. Instead, after putting the cleaned dishes neatly into the kitchen cabinet, Elena casually pulled a coat and put it on her body, carried the magic wand hidden in the suitcase, and left the warm and comfortable room. Patter, patter. Along the dusty stairs, Elena held her magic wand and carefully explored the deserted castle. No matter how beautiful the snow scene is, it's still the same. No matter how delicious the candy is, it will be a bit greasy, plus the lichen brought from Hogwarts has been eaten. Elena does not want to eat the whole potatoes, cabbage and bacon for a week. Instead of going back to the room to sleep in a daze, or reading and studying, expecting a fat chicken with a round face without eyes to land in this castle, she might as well hurry up and wander around in this legendary Demon King's castle to see if she can find some cute little things to eat. Looking for food, catching food, cooking food, which in itself is the most important thing of all creatures, directly the most primitive, but also the most sublime fun and existential meaning. Since Hogwarts Castle will grow delicious lichens, there is no reason why Numungard Castle, which has been almost abandoned in nature for almost half a century, will have no specialties. A long time has been enough to restore the generous nature. Those beautiful animals and plants have been bred. Just like the famous saying that the man who stood at the top of the food chain of the non-magical world said 20 years later, never lose hope. Human beings live in an extraordinary world. Nature is beautiful and dangerous, but it is also always rich. Little boys in the castle, where are you? You've heard more. Straightforwardly ask for chapters and monthly votes. Chapter 160, Reclaiming Wasteland and Accidents. Austria, Numungard Castle. An uninvited guest who broke in suddenly was enthusiastically carrying out the Wasteland reclamation activity she thought of as the Devil's Castle. From the heavy dust accumulated on the floor, it can be seen that Elena is the first guest to explore the castle in the past few decades. Obviously, neither Dumbledore nor the Deaf Guardian is interested in the Lord. Take a walk in the castle. At the corner of the spiral staircase closest to Elena's bedroom, there was a dusty piano, exactly the same as the one Dumbledore had placed in the classroom on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. On the piano cover is a bouquet of roses that has withered too much to see the color, adding a bit of mystery to the castle. The biting cold wind leaked through the cracks of the dilapidated shutters from time to time. From the top of the castle, the environment gradually became cold and humid. This made Elena thankful that she took an extra cloak before leaving the house. There is no doubt that before this castle was completely abandoned, there was a particularly terrifying battle. With the dim light of the magic wand, the girl could clearly see the scary curse traces on the wall and the large black traces left behind after being swallowed by the flames. Further down, in the middle of the 4th floor of the castle, There is a huge hole created by an unknown spell. Elena stood on the edge of the stairs and looked down curiously. The collapse penetrated the entire 2 floors below. The black hole looked like a monster with a huge mouth open. However, no matter how splendid and fierce the battle was, with a long time of more than 40 years, the scars caused by human wizards in this castle have been quietly erased by the forces of nature. The moss and vines all over the castle are of course the most unscrupulous new residents. Elena has carefully studied them before. They should be non-toxic and normal varieties. After a little treatment, they will be full of wild flavor. Down the mottled and shattered stairs, the girl's eyes were immediately greeted by some green plants with wide leaves growing in the gaps of the castle. The roots and leaves are lying on the ground and look a bit ugly. The leaves are long oval to lanceolate, with obvious deep wrinkles on the surface of the leaves, and the thick rhizomes look full of moisture. Snow sea grass. Well, it's not very tasty. If it is purslane, it would be fine. Elena frowned. She vaguely remembered that this plant had grown a lot in the ruins of the old house in the previous life. Most of the old people liked to call it shrimp grass. Although it could not sustain life, it was also a relatively common herbal medicine. It is used to adjust the intestines, stop diarrhea, antitussive, or promote blood circulation and reduce swelling. The roots and leaves of snowseed grass can be eaten, but it is very bitter and not very suitable for cooking. Even if it is used to feed pigs, it will be rejected by pigs, and only when they are extremely hungry during the humanitarian torrent. Someone think of a way to cook. Forget it, it can be regarded as a gain. Whether it is used to give the picky Grindelwald a fresh taste, it is not poisonous anyway. Elena Castellana thought for a while, stretched out a hand and pulled out a few snowgrass and stuffed it in the pocket of the robe. Good food and bad food need to be compared, and the original black obviously, the Demon King has never seen what the legendary dark cooking world is. However, the biggest surprise to Elena in the entire castle of Newmangad was the room where the door panel was nowhere to be found beside the big hole on the 4th floor. Looking inward through the only remaining door frames, you can see a whole row of super large wooden structure wardrobes. From the inside layout and structure, it seems that this place was once the exclusive storage wardrobe of a big man. Even if it is covered with the dusty wooden frame, can also imagine the grand scene of the year. Unfortunately, there are now new residents in this room. Elena knelt down and dexterously pinched a small object that sneaked past her feet, and placed it in front of her wand to look at it for a while. Elena raised her wand, shook it quickly, and looked forward expectantly at the light spot swaying along the tip of the wand. A vibrant and energetic miniature termite kingdom appeared in front of you. Sure enough, as long as one of this long-lived social creature was found, it was equivalent to discovering an extremely bright future. As for the hazard of insects, it was not her wardrobe anyway. What did it matter? The termite named Xuanju, the medicinal name Xuanju, is actually not the same species as the ant. It is the oldest and most primitive social insect on the planet. It is a close natural partner that humans have known since ancient times. As early as in the Zhou dynasty more than 3,000 years ago, termite sauce was listed as the royal diet of the emperors of the East. It was a delicacy at the banquets of the emperors. In many countries such as Africa, Australia, and India, some people also regarded termites listed as top-grade food. For example, African blacks use oil to stir-fry termites. The aroma is overflowing, and the taste is almost the same as that of dried shrimp. The Philippine residents use termite powder to make soup, which is delicious and delicious, like tomato soup. The buns and termite scrambled eggs made with termite stuffing are some of the Philippines' delicacies on the local table. In Sudan, fried termites that people like to eat are often sold in large and small markets. What's more wonderful is that in the termite fungus garden of this species that appeared in the castle of Newmangad, it is usually accompanied by coccidioids. Its meat is plump and tastes delicious, similar to chicken, crisp, tender, fragrant, and fresh. Sweet zoo. Elena licked some dry lips subconsciously. Thanks to Mother Nature, thanks to the barrenness of the castle of Newmangard, the will of the universe will always prefer those foodies with sincere hearts. They have lived in the castle of Newmangard for so many years, and counting the time, it should be time to pay the rent. Afterwards, it is time to find all the tools and protect the rights of the owner of the castle for the master of Grindelwald. Because they had just finished lunch, and because they didn't have any tools at hand, this time Elena just stood at the door and observed a little bit with interest, and didn't rashly disturb their peaceful life. Looking around the surrounding environment, Elena closed her eyes and confirmed that she had written it down, and then made a lot of marks on the door panels and dials, and then left this floor step by step. However, after experiencing the joy of this short harvest, the subsequent process of land reclamation seemed to be cursed, and there was no drop in the whole process. Elena almost searched most of the conspicuous corners of the few floors below, except for a long abandoned mouse hole, a cluster of unrecognized plants glowing with cold gleam, and some broken snake skins. Other gains. As for the underground area of the castle where the wine cellar may be stored, Elena has very self-knowledge and directly chose to give up. The intricate underground area is too unfriendly to road idiots. If you accidentally get lost and starve to death, it really lost the face of hundreds of millions of people. The biggest tragedy happened when Elena happily returned to the bedroom door with moss, snow primrose, and vine leaves collected from all over the castle, ready to wash herself white. Patter. How is this going? The trophies held in the girl's arms were scattered all over the ground, and a touch of dazedness and anger flashed on her delicate and cute face. The door is locked. Go. Chapter 161, Raiders Team Master Middle. Elena. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Is that a lie? Elena stretched out her hand and pushed the locked wooden door again, motionless. To be precise, the term a lock may not be appropriate, because from the beginning, there was no lock on this door at all. There is no doubt that after she left the room, someone used a spell to seal up the bedroom. But it's not a big problem. Traverser protected by fate. Elena tentatively drew out her magic wand, skillfully drew a circle in the air, and then went down a little bit. Arrow cave open. Nothing happened. Well, sure enough, all the so-called spellcasting movements that the mole staff in the previous Harry Potter theme park said were all made up, and were of no use at all. As for the real effective spellcasting movements, spell tone, and precautions in this world, they were all placed in the box in the room, and she hadn't even come to take a look after she finally started her vacation life. After all, before coming to school, Elena had been adding points and training according to the standard of how to kill a Balrog in the later stage. Boom! Elena smiled and put away the wand, lifted her foot without hesitation, and kicked it hard on the door panel. Wait, Dumbledore! A piercing pain came from the tip of the toe, and the girl squatted down again in a grievance. Luxin Lauluoluo didn't release an extra buffer curse on the wooden door, and it was just deliberately targeting her. As for why Elena could tell that it was Dumbledore's ghost without hesitation, the answer was simple. Following the violent little Lolita's physical unlocking behavior, the Hogwarts school badge engraved on the door suddenly flashed a light, and a string of swashes glowing characters appeared on the surface of the school badge. Magic, Gellert Grindelwald. Obviously, it can be seen from the task reminder that Dumbledore deliberately left, that this was definitely not an accident. This is a well-planned conspiracy. Let her experience the luxurious life of the European-style castle for half a day, and then when she leaves the room, she will directly lock the door silently. If Elena wants to continue to enter in a warm and comfortable room, I had to speak to Grindelwald and actively ask to learn magic. Familiar operating routines vaguely reminded Elena of the so-called limited time experience packages in the domestic mobile games in the past life. Countless children and adults paid a high price after the free experience. Faced with such a shameless real sugar-coated cannonball, Elena chose to obey the arrangement, quite well aware of the current affairs. After a while, she obediently went up to Grindelwald to learn magic, But before that, there is still a problem that needs to be solved. Why didn't the door close when the ingredients were taken down for cooking, and when they came back after packing up the dishes? Elena frowned in confusion, lost in thought. The bedroom wooden door is not a self-conscious magic prop. This can be concluded from her unresponsiveness after kicking and kicking before, and Dumbledore is obviously not the kind of voyeur with no lower limits of discipline. In other words, if the current emergency is not unexpected, it is actually an inevitable event, and according to Elena's rich experience and woman's sixth sense, all this is just a large-scale series of tasks. It's just the beginning. Now that he can do such a frenzied thing, Dumbledore may not just be content to let Elena learn a simple lock-opening spell, and there may be unexpected events waiting for her in the future. She doesn't want the rare one. The holiday was clearly arranged. Therefore, before following Dumbledore's plan to complete the task step by step, Elena needs to do one more important thing based on the available information: try to complete the reverse decryption, and look for possible logical loopholes. There is still a long time before night, and compared to entering the bedroom to rest and enjoy, fighting against the most powerful wizard in the contemporary magical world is obviously overwhelming temptation for Elena. Think about it carefully. If you think of the events that may occur in the entire room as a pre-programmed program using magic, then there must be one or several key event trigger points to ensure that future plans that may exist can continue to advance. The extremely random time must be the first to be ruled out. It is impossible to tell whether the girl is in the room from time alone, not to mention that if the door is closed at the preset time, there is a very small probability that she may accidentally pinch her through the door. Real-time remote control is also impractical in this era. It's not that Elena looks down on mysterious magic, but if Dumbledore can really do this, Hogwarts Castle has long been covered with a complete intelligent monitoring system, and it is impossible to have such a mutual exchange in the morning. Beaten up. It is even more unlikely that there are so many accidents in the original work beyond Dumbledore's control. Then the greatest possibility is the triggering of a specific event that has a clear degree of identification and can be detected. Elena closed her eyes, sat cross-legged in front of the door. Everything that happened after arriving at Newmundguard Castle flashed back and forth in her mind like a revolving lantern. There must be some details that she had overlooked. Learn magic, trap triggers, ingredient boxes, books, candies, potatoes, spices, dinner plates, magic wands, coats. Wait, the magic wand. That's it. Why would there be no problem every time I went back and forth? Only when she left the room to explore the castle. The door closed when she returned. The only difference is that she took it away when she opened up the Newmundguard Castle own magic wand. At the same time, it is also the basis for learning spells in the conventional sense. Based on this inference, the monitoring mechanism that Dumbledore set up in the room was actually almost out. If Elena didn't guess wrong, the old wizard relied on the traces attached to her wand to make judgments. The so-called trace silk is actually the magic of the Ministry of Magic based on the reasonable restraint of juvenile wizards, which is added to the wands of young wizards under the age of 17 to monitor the use of magic by underage wizards outside the school. There is no doubt that from the moment Elena stepped into the room that Dumbledore prepared for her, the traces carried by her wand had been recorded once. As long as the corresponding traces left the room, Deng would be triggered. The magic trap set by Bledo in advance. Inferring from this, according to Dumbledore's original assumptions, the first time Elena left the bedroom to go to Grindelwald's room, the door closing magic should have been triggered, but he never expected that as a wizard, Elena will deliberately leave the wand in the room and leave the bedroom empty-handed. Next, you only need to tell Grindelwald about Dumbledore's plan to quickly form a united front and exchange food for food. It should be very simple to learn a simple lock-opening spell. Elena's mouth raised a confident arc. People in this era will never understand. Her biggest reliance has never been the prophetic foresight of the future or the tyrannical talent for magic, but the terrible experience of the information explosion era. Logical thinking ability. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, I will accept your wonderful icing. You can leave it to you to enjoy the cannonballs or something. I, Elena Castellana, genius. Raiders like a god, akimbo proud for a while. Really, Fat Chicken is the leader of the strategy team in many games. Chapter 162, Old Man, are you under the Imperious Curse? So, are you interrupting my lunch break because of such a boring thing? Grindelwald leaned against the wall beside the bed, listened to Elena's analysis with an indifferent expression, and couldn't help but yawned again. There was no reaction other than that, and he was so calm as if he was a lonely old man. Same as Monk. This is not right. Shouldn't the enemy's enemy be friends? How could this old man be so calm? Grindelwald glanced at Grindelwald, who was not getting oil and salt, and Elena couldn't help but feel a headache. Elena, who had seen through the truth of the incident, felt that she had clearly analyzed Dumbledore's conspiracy well. Whether it was the motivation for the crime or the method of committing the crime, they were perfect and impeccable. Now Grindelwald only needs to nod his head, and the two united fronts to the outside world, not only can make the plan of the old carrot of the heart go bankrupt, maybe they can find a way to pit Dumbledore afterwards. How can it be a boring thing? Listen to me. Elena pursed her dry lips, anxiously trying a new round of lobbying. In her opinion, the long-term prison life has already had an impact on the once imposing Grindelwald, making him gradually transformed from a shrewd wizard leader to a slow-reacting emptiness old man, even with such a simple interest. Can't understand. Needless to say, I have already heard it very clearly. In general, Apna has arranged a series of study plans for you in a thoughtful way, but you just happened to find out. Grindelwald waved his hand, crossed his fingers on his knees, and said slowly, however, this does not constitute a reason why I have to help you, does it? Dear Ms. Castellana, I am imprisoned like me. The old man in the castle of Newmangud has no reason to help you provoke the most powerful wizard in the world for this little grievance. Elena's delicate face was slightly dazed, and there was a hint of ominous premonition in her heart. Huh? I can cook for you, the girl said weakly. This script is wrong. According to the regular network, the protagonist only needs to make a barbecue to make the ancient beasts voluntarily turn into mounts, so that the big guys from all walks of life are shocked and worship. At least the food above the qualified line is not attractive at all. Do you think mere appetite can move me? Grindelwald raised his chin with arrogance, a trace of joking appeared in his eyes, and he shook his head quite amusingly. In fact, compared to the low-level pleasure of taste, using magic to bake food a little bit can bring me something. Come and be more happy. As a powerful wizard who was once only one step away from unifying the entire magical world, Grindelwald's self-discipline and pursuit of vision have long since been limited to pure enjoyment, and spiritual and ideal pursuits are more important to him. This little girl is a little too taken for granted. No. Listen to me. I cook really delicious dishes. The ones at noon before are just the dishes I am not good at. After my real strength is displayed, it will be at least 5 times better than before. Oh no, at least 10 times delicious. Feeling that the wild horse, which seemed to be out of control, started to deviate from the direction she had planned, Elena couldn't help but stand up and explained anxiously. She couldn't wait to summon a whole table of magical banquets in front of Grindelwald now. Besides, every day you have to face a little guy like me, let alone teach me the basic knowledge of magic. You will also feel bored and tired. Of course not. Grindelwald smiled slightly and shook his head. The expression in his eyes gradually brightened. Actually, I am looking forward to becoming your first teacher in the magic world. As far as I know, the Hogwarts magic course hasn't started yet, right? Wait, this script is definitely a mistake, right? This is definitely not the state Gellert Grindelwald should have. It must have been hit by Dumbledore's Imperious Curse, right? Goo, it's a bit shorter today, and I feel like I'm going to be on fire after encountering something very bad. Cack. Will I be acridinied by human flesh? Chapter 163. Starting from today, I will be your master. Newmangard Castle. The two wizards, one old and one young, looked at each other's faces, and fell into a short silence by coincidence. Isn't it a professor? Elena calmed down and asked suddenly. Of course, although it is English grammar, I think there should be no error in expression. Grindelwald nodded. After learning about your talent, I have to say that I do look forward to becoming your number one in the magical world. And Asterwoo, I didn't smile. Afterwards, from Grindelwald's perspective, the little silver Hordlalai in front of him was like a face changing in a performance. In just a few seconds, it showed 5 or 6 completely different expressions: confused, shocked, vigilant, joyful, at a loss. It finally freezes into a comic. What are you laughing at? Is it ridiculous what I just said? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, and said somewhat displeased. Grindelwald can mostly understand the first few emotions shown by the girl. However, what does the funny mean on the last face? Exclamation mark. Elena took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions amid the inexplicable anger of the old man. Sorry, I just suddenly thought of something very happy. What's the happy thing? The first generation Dark Lord, who took the initiative to show his kindness, asked unconcernedly. Well, Hogwarts has started, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited when I think about it. Elena blinked and said casually with a serious face. Before Grindelwald could continue to speak, the girl put her palms on her hands and tried to make herself look more serious. Close to the subject, that, you just said that it will be my Aster. I'm sorry, this time I really couldn't help it. Puff ha 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 ha. Get out for me. Wait until you have enough laughs. Grindelwald looked at the white-haired dumpling who smiled like a little madman in front of him, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If it hadn't been for his room, he would have even gotten up and left. It's too much. Not to mention 50 years ago, even in today's magical world, I don't know how many wizards are eager to get his guidance, but the lucky little guy in front of him has been laughing at him somehow. No, I'm really happy because Hogwarts has started. Elena stretched out her hands and tugged at her cheeks that were aching to laugh. It was all to blame for the sand sculpture netizens in the previous life, so she could not help but think of the picture of your dam is Lao Tzu Sasta. Not to mention, Elena remembered the 3 oaths on the back of her left hand. Wasn't it the Ling curse? Fortunately, there would be no strange effect. Ha ha. Grindelwald twitched the corners of his mouth with a smile. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had been in school for several days, and this nasty little girl didn't even care about lying. If you still want to go back to the bedroom downstairs to sleep tonight, I suggest you better put away those impetuous thoughts and focus on the subsequent study of the spell. While talking, Grindelwald glanced at the somewhat absent-minded Elena with a blank face, and grinned unkindly. Besides, according to your description, I think the unlocking spell may not be effective, because it is locked. Living and being sealed by magic are 2 completely different states. So, if you are unlucky, you may have to learn the spell for a whole day in this room. Of course, the first thing. Grindelwald glanced at Elena, hesitated a little, and stretched out his palm generously. Give me one of your wands. Albus told me you have 2 wands, right? Carvin, the mole's fat chicken, who doesn't know magic, is trying to think about how to make learning magic interesting, and he's going out to read books. Now you can leave some chapters to say, let me borrow a hymn. I mean, I'm going to judge whether I have guessed what I think. I will break out tomorrow. Continue to erupt over the weekend. Chapter 164. I do have 2 wands, but why should I give them to you? Elena drew her pair of magic wands from her pocket and asked with a frown. What do you think magic is? Do you think mole juggling can be accurately released by waving a magic wand in the air indiscriminately and reciting a few spells casually? Basic theory, wand practice, spell tone, and even your mood and thinking, as a beginner, as long as you make a little mistake, it is possible to have a completely different magic effect. Grindelwald glanced at Elena and spread out his hands. Could it be that you want me to teach you magic with empty hands and relying solely on verbal descriptions? Like what you did before, bang first, then ping? A little bit. Actually, I think it's not impossible. Facing the thin palm of Grindelwald in front of her, the girl hesitated for 2 seconds, then said tentatively, thinking about putting one of the wands back into her pocket. Huh? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. Before the old man could speak, Elena shook her head seriously. After thinking about it carefully, I don't intend to give you the magic wand for the time being. Anyway, it is the most basic magic spell. According to your strength, even if you don't have magic wand, you should be able to explain it clearly. Although all signs can show that the danger of Grindelwald, who is imprisoned in the castle of Luminous, is actually very low, there is no idea of wanting to take the wand and escape from the castle, and the personality has become obviously more tolerant and easygoing than it was once. A lot. But at least for the current Elena, the reason for learning magic alone is not enough for her to hand the wand into Grindelwald's hands. The basis of trust between the two is entirely based on food and Dumbledore, above this middleman. Not to mention from the perspective of her own safety, if she rashly handed her wand to the first-generation Dark Lord who had just beaten her not long ago, would she let the Dark Lord, who would be ashamed and angry the next moment, hang her up with magic? Even setting aside the little friction between the two before, Elena is unwilling to give her wand to outsiders to use. Who knows if Grindelwald has any strange habits, such as before casting a spell lick the wand first? Of course, the most important thing is, if that's the case, Professor Dumbledore may not have told you. My wand is special, no one can use it except me, so even if it is given to you, you can't control it. This was also discovered by Elena inadvertently when she was arguing with Little Beaver Hermione and Little Iron Girl Hannah in Hogwarts Castle not long ago. Perhaps because of the use of a special wand core, apart from Elena herself, almost no other wizard can use her wand to cast spells normally. In Hannah Abbott's words, when she picked up Elena's wand and tried to cast a spell, poor little Hannah almost thought she had become a mole without magical powers. And the same applies to Hermione. There is no doubt that if you use the previous WorldNet article, it is that Elena's wand is the master special wand that is difficult to control. There is no magic wand that I cannot control in this world. Looking at the vigilant white-haired dumpling, Grindelwald swept his eyes from the ordinary wand in the girl's hand, with a smile on his face, and shrugged disapprovingly. As a student of Hogwarts, Elena naturally bought the wand in the Ollivander wand shop in Diagon Alley, London. As far as Grindelwald knows, the wand maker who pioneered a new theory of wand theory has been trying to make all wizards understand how unique his wand is, and how unique the wand produced by Ollivander is. But in Grindelwald's view, the so-called difference is nothing more than a different form of mediocrity. Seeing Elena's resolute attitude, Grindelwald did not continue to insist on asking for the magic wand and waved his hand. If you don't want to, there is no need to make up these leaky excuses. I can understand. After all, as a little wizard who has not set foot in the magic world, even a shattered stick that can shine can be your closest partner. Don't worry, I can never see your poor little magic wand? Ha ha. Elena glanced at Grindelwald, who felt good about herself, and rolled her eyes silently. Didn't she have used an old wand before? What's so awkward? Whether in terms of shape, feel, depreciation rate, or practicality, the elderberry wand that I don't know how many people have touched is far short of her beloved black walnut wand. The light in the room is not too good, so Grindelwald did not notice the subtle little expression on the girl's face. Of course, you are not wrong. With your talent and intelligence, it is only some of the most basic magic knowledge. Even if there is no demonstration, you should be able to master it with a little more time. Perceiving that the rhythm of the dialogue had returned to his control, Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction, and did not continue to struggle with the wand issue. After a pause, the old man's emotions were brewing for a few seconds before the conversation turned. However, before studying magic, I need to explain some things in advance. It stands to reason that these things should be told to you by your professor at Hogwarts, but now it seems that I can only do it for you." Grindelwald's tone sank slightly, and it was rare to be serious. Without the ridiculous sense of jokes before, he raised his head, fixed his gaze on the girl's blue eyes, and continued with a little seriousness. "Magic is a kind of precious talent inherent to wizards. However, in the earliest days, most wizards could not effectively use their own talents. Until the following wizards burned their lives and time, the the scattered magic phenomenon is summarized into some specific pronunciations and gestures, so-called spells, which makes the magic world truly a sustainable world." Infected by the change in Grindelwald's attitude, Elena could not help but conquer the wandering thoughts, sit up a bit, watching the first-generation Dark Lord in front of him speak before class. Looking at Albus' request and your talents, I can teach you about magic, including all the spells, history, words, etc. you can learn at Hogwarts, but I have 3 requirements. "Well, what's the requirement, you first?" Elena interrupted subconsciously. "The first." Before the girl finished speaking, Grindelwald squinted his eyes, raised his index finger, and raised the volume to interrupt. "Don't interrupt when I lecture and talk. If you have not become a learned wizard who can be recognized by me and can communicate on an equal basis prior to second I will go to the zoo to collect materials tomorrow. Fat chickens like small animals the most." Chapter 165. Second. Grindelwald paused for a few seconds, looked at the little Alita who was sitting in a chair obediently and quietly listening to the lecture. The corners of her mouth were almost inaudible, and she nodded in satisfaction. If she only showed her personality simply to despise the rules, then an arrogant fool, no matter how talented he is. There is no need for any teaching. In Grindelwald's long life experience, young wizards with talents and magical powers far exceeding those of his age are not unprecedented, but unfortunately, most of the talented people before this time did not seem to understand. Before a very simple truth becomes true strength, the outstanding potential is always just a seemingly beautiful fairy tale. I won't explain the spell to you based on your Hogwarts textbooks that are full of errors. Since you want me to teach you magic, the content and method of learning must be implemented in accordance with the plan I specified. As soon as Grindelwald's voice fell, Elena raised her right hand high, and blinked at the old man cutely. Is there any problem?" Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. "What if I think your approach and content are unreasonable, or deviate too far from the knowledge I need to master?" Elena wouldn't be so easily diverted by Grindelwald. You know, her purpose here this time is just to find a way to open the bedroom door that was sealed by Dumbledore downstairs. For her, the first important thing is whether she can effectively solve the dilemma she encountered, and this is also the prerequisite basis for all discussions. Then you are going to talk about what magic knowledge you need to master? I mean, except for those spells that were specially learned to deal with the levels set by Albus. Grindelwald looked at Elena with interest and asked, "Speaking of it, everyone has their own good or bad field, and this can usually be clearly seen from everyone's initial interests and preferences. For example, Grindelwald is most interested in war, magic, and Dumbledore was most interested in polymorphism. If you are most interested, magical beasts." Elena tilted her head and replied without thinking. After thinking about it, she added, "Of course it's not just magical animals. To be precise, I am quite interested in all the creatures that make up the magical and non-magical worlds. Of another magical animal lover, I really don't understand the charm of those annoying little things." Hearing Elena's answer, Grindelwald couldn't help twitching his eyes. The expression on his face was a little weird. It seemed to remember some unpleasant memories, and he muttered a little disgustingly, "Although this is not my best field, it is more than enough to teach you." Raising her head and looking at Elena, whose eyes seemed to be glowing, Grindelwald raised her eyebrows. "Then, apart from the spells required by Albus, plus some knowledge about magical animals. The rest of the study I will arrange the content and process. There is no problem, right? No problem. But do you really know magical animals? I remember when you were arrested for the first time decades ago. It was Elena nodded and looked at it with a bit of suspicion. The first generation Dark Lord, who had a big bag all over the place, said hesitantly, that was only once. And it was only with the help of dozens of others that the attack was successful. Grindelwald's face was stern, and he stared in anger. Besides, since I have also studied a lot of these little things, except for Newt's commander, the entire magical world is more I know better than 10 wizards of magical animals. Although Grindelwald may not be able to accurately say the term barrel effect, this does not prevent him from realizing the strong limitations of shortcomings to personal strength, especially after suffering several consecutive losses. But Mr. Newt's commander and I may have slightly different hobbies for magical animals. Elena smiled shyly, spread her index finger and thumb, and gestured slightly in the air. I said, you don't need to worry about this. You don't even need to bring up your Where Are Fantastic Beasts textbook. With your current knowledge, you can't ask a few questions that I can't answer. Grindelwald waved his hand proudly, not caring about Elena's anxiety at all. All in all, as long as I can answer your questions about your hobbies, you won't have any complaints. Apart from these 2 points, the rest of the time and study arrangements will be up to me. Over the years, in order to spend a lot of free time, he asked Dumbledore to buy a lot of magazines and books about magical creatures as a pastime. He even became boring to the almost complete nonsense of the contradictory. He insisted on every issue subscription purchase. Even if a girl asks about magical animals such as horned snorers that may not exist at all, Grindelwald can explain and respond very freely. Not to mention, in Grindelwald's view, he was born in the non-magical world. Elena can't ask any decent questions at all. Of course, the premise is that the problem you are asking is not an unreasonable and unsolvable problem. After thinking about it, Grindelwald added extra cautiously, not knowing why, he always felt something wrong. Well, of course not what you said is correct. As long as you can answer my doubts, you will naturally have the final say in the future arrangements and plans. Elena glanced at Grindelwald, who was full of honey and confidence, raised her left eyebrow slightly, and did not continue to explain. She didn't dug this pit anyway. Since Mr. Gellert Grindelwald took the initiative to jump into it, she was naturally happy to see it. Then what is the third point? Elena thought for a while and asked actively. My daily lecture time is not unlimited. 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the afternoon, beyond 6 hours if you have not mastered the knowledge. Just think about it by yourself. Don't disturb my rest in my room, Grindelwald said with a relaxed face. In this way, he would not need to be vigilant from time to time whether a brute-forced little girl suddenly broke in from the door of the room and yelled. After all, who knew this little guy will not have the habit of insomnia at night? As well as, I saw Grindelwald pause for a while, and tried to say casually in a casual tone, as compensation for my thinking about the teaching plan, of course I have given you 3 meals a day these days. I went to see the animals today. So happy. Chapter 166. Standing on the shoulders of the predecessors. She is responsible for the 3 meals a day these few days. Elena couldn't help raising her head, glanced at Grindelwald, and smiled secretly in her heart. Although Gellert Grindelwald's expression and tone were extraordinarily casual, it seemed that after finishing the course requirements, he said, by the way, such small things as remember to close the door or need to wash hands before meals. Unfortunately, decades later, a well-known social philosopher in the non-magical world put forward a law. When a person has a bad initial impression and attitude towards an event, and makes statements to support it, his behavior and original attitude will often appear later. Inconsistency. No matter how Grindelwald concealed it, He could not completely hide the weak expectations and pleasures that he involuntarily reflected in his tone when he mentioned 3 meals a day. In fact, no matter what tone he said, it was between the lines. All of them are naturally filled with the word true fragrance. The deal, but I also have a little request. Elena leaned on the back of the chair, raised her index finger and shook her face and said seriously, magic is all right for you, but I have the final say about cooking. Whatever I want to eat, we will what to eat. Anyway, it is much easier to prepare food for 2 people than for 1 person, and it will not increase her workload much. But she wasn't here to be a cook, and an old potato with its deer was not qualified to order a meal in front of her. This must be made clear from the beginning. As for the dishes that Grindelwald is used to eating, or whether they are willing to eat, that is not a question that Elena needs to consider. After all, if you really don't want to, the original Dark Lord can choose to rub potatoes by yourself. Of it. In addition to potatoes, cabbage, bread, bacon, what else can you change? Grindelwald couldn't help but sneered. The ingredients that Dumbledore left in the castle of Newmengard were only so little, all of them were the most basic food. Even if the girl deliberately spoiled it, it wouldn't be weird to eat anything. The point at least better than his own magic slowly roasting potatoes. Okay, don't waste any more time. Take out your wand and concentrate. You now have less than 3 hours left to learn magic. Grindelwald raised his eyes to look at Elena, with a hint of majesty in her somewhat muddy eyes, which made Elena couldn't help but recall the old teaching director she met in school in the previous life. As I said before, a spell is an extremely rigorous study. It is even more dangerous to try to cast a spell directly beyond the basic knowledge. The old man said, the voice is not too loud, but it carries a convincing power. Once it starts to involve the magic field, Grindelwald is like a different person, with pride flashing on his old face. Serious light. The first thing you need to understand is that whether it's German, English, French, the vocabulary and grammar that people use for daily communication are not really the medium that constitutes the curse. Today, half of our common curses come from various countries. The wizards took inspiration from the Guruni's text and gradually evolved and invented the result. For example, Grindelwald said as he raised his finger and nodded towards the pillow on the head of the bed, and read it softly. Fliegen German, flying. The soft pillow was pulled up from the edge of the bed like an invisible line, and flew into Grindelwald's hand through a parabola. The next moment, Grindelwald threw the pillow back and read it again. AIO English, flying. As in the previous state, the pillow flying in midair was once again pulled back into Grindelwald's hands by the power of the spell, and there was no difference in arc, speed, or even the position where it fell into the hands. Look, if you really want to cast spells by reciting spells, it's more important to understand what you're talking about than to remember how to make a sound. Body movements and thoughts are the precious talents that will be hidden in the body. The key to excitement. The old wizard shook the pillow with one hand, shook it towards Elena, and explained further. By the way, what was the previous sentence? Elena blinked curiously. That's the flying curse of the wizard in Germany, and we all say it there. Grindelwald shrugged and grinned. You don't want the students of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to learn English before they go to school? What about the wizards in South America? Where are the wizards in Africa and Egypt? However, as far as I know, most of the spells of foreign wizards are also. Irene frowned suspiciously. In her impression, during the Triwizard tournament in the original book, most of the spells cast by the students from Durmstrang and Boothbatten were also with Hog. Same as what's? Yes. Whether it is a light curse, an obstacle curse, a petrification curse, or a disarming curse, a heart-burning curse, or an imperious curse, in the magical world you come into contact with, many foreign wizards cast spells that are similar to the ones you will learn. It's exactly the same. Grindelwald nodded, with a helpless look on his face. That's because, at least for now, from the perspective of the types of spells evolved from Guruni's, The spells based on the ancient Anglo-Saxon language system are the most practical and stable. More importantly, in the hundreds of years at the time when the curse broke out, the wizards of the ancient English system created most of today's mainstream spells while spreading their footprints all over the world. In fact, the earliest magic words do not have phonetics. They are more descriptions and manifestations of certain phenomena, such as cuneiform writing, Guaruni's writing, hieroglyphics, etc. For those who lived in the ancient times, for the wizards, even spells are not the core element. However, the appearance of voiced spells greatly reduced the energy and time that subsequent young wizards would spend on the path of magic exploration. Some of the pronunciations of ancient magic characters have disappeared, but the pronunciation of Guaruni's characters has been intact. It has been preserved, and it has grown more vigorously. In that era when everyone is groping in the dark, the influence that an outstanding wizard can bring should not be reflected in the strength of the world. More importantly, it can make their students have more time to pave the way to magic for those who come further behind. Hundreds of years ago, the British magical world was fortunate to have nearly 100 such great wizards in one breath, so that even today, the rune curse interpreted in the Anglo-Saxon language system still constitutes magic. The mainstream of the world's curse foundation. Grindelwald paused, glanced at Elena meaningfully, and let out a nasal voice. Do you really think that your little wizards at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are far more talented than wizards in other places? The real reason? It's actually very simple, because compared to other little wizards, there are almost no damn language barriers when you learn and understand spells. Sure enough, I can get inspiration after going to the zoo to play. At this moment, I have added a lot of worldviews in the magic world. Even if it is magic, I have confidence and will look good. Chapter 167. The first step to overturn the world. The magical world, based on the framework of normal human social geography, naturally also has the unavoidable problem of language barriers. Today, in addition to normal learning methods, the best solution that wizards can think of is to forcefully implant new language in their minds through magic spells. However, this kind of thing involving memory modification, even the closest person, unless life is at stake, is difficult to implement. Although in a strict sense, because of the Romans of the ancient European Latin family, English, German, and French that belong to the Indo-European family have common sources and many similarities, but the differences are also very obvious. Unable to communicate in order to learn magic knowledge as much as possible, most wizards at the top of the magical world usually master several to dozens of different languages. Take Albus Dumbledore as an example. In addition to the basic human social language, he even studied mermaid language, goblin language and so on. Gellert Grindelwald from Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry used his time in school to teach himself a fluent London accent, which also cleared many obstacles for his subsequent magical path. In the vast history of history, there is never a shortage of outstanding wizards who can change and even create spells that are more in line with their own language habits based on existing spells and according to their own language. With the development of the magic world in various countries, the magic world today is no longer centered around the age of the British magic system as its core hundreds of years ago. However, even so, the basic textbook compiled by the British Magic Circle is still recognized as one of the most complete primary magic theories suitable for beginners in the world. That's it. The more esoteric theories that follow will not help you in your current study. Grindelwald glanced at Elena, who was obviously fascinated by it, and clapped her hands in a good mood, indicating that the introduction before the class was officially over. As for what the ancient spells look like, the origin and development of magic, etc., after you return to Hogwarts, you can slowly ask your magic history course professors to clarify your doubts. Grindelwald is very clear that his first task is to let the girl know how to master and use her own power, and cultivate Elena's interest in magic. The release of the spell and the corresponding knowledge of magic are what he should mainly talk about. As for more secrets in the magic world, the development and evolution of the world, and even those magical wars. It is not the content of Grindelwald. Teaching is not interested in grabbing the immortal magic history from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Professor's job. History of magic, and maybe there are uni characters and spell lesson. Elena repeated it thoughtfully, softly, and the look in her eyes became brighter and brighter. With Grindelwald's explanation, even the simplest introduction to the background of knowledge, many questions that have plagued Elena have been answered. For example, why in the Triwizard Tournament, students from other schools are more hardworking, but the ratio of effort to gain is not completely matched. For example, why the American magical world has a short history, but it has grown so rapidly that it can compete with the group to grasp its heyday. Grindelwald, for example. Elena's brows gradually frowned, and she felt that an extremely important thing was about to surface, but it seemed that there was always a hazy layer of veil that made her think unrealistically. Well, don't think about it anymore. It's all over 100 years ago. You don't want to listen to a whole day of history in this room, do you? Grindelwald clapped his hands again, motioning for the girl to come back to her senses, a bit impatient in her tone. Wait, more than 100 years ago, so to speak? Grindelwald's casual words like a flash of lightning instantly pierced Elena's mind, completely lighting up her previously vaguely uncertain conjecture. No matter how the two worlds are separated, the time node is the most complete and accurate clue. For so many years, Elena has always had a doubt in her heart. Since there really is such a supernatural power as magic in this world, it is impossible for the magical and non-magical worlds to truly rely on the International Wizarding Federation Secrecy Act. Do not interfere with each other. Obviously, in all the huge historical processes involving the entire human society, there will be more or less shadows of wizard activities. If her conjecture is correct, then Grindelwald said that the age of the rise of the British magical world and the popularization of spell culture across the world, corresponding to the timeline of the non-magic world, should refer to the past. 100 years ago, the legendary Victorian period. In the era when Britain was called the Empire of the Sun never set, the non-magical British territory alone reached 6 million square kilometers. The economy accounted for more than 70% of the global economy, and trade exports were even better than other countries in the world. The sum is several times more. It is conceivable that in such an unprecedented wave of expansion, what terrible resources and magical knowledge can be grabbed by the British magical world at the center of the world. Not to mention, with the impact of the knowledge system from the British Magic Circle, it will have a profound impact on wizards throughout the world. You know, the speed of knowledge change and shared development in the magical world is far lower than the progress of the non-magical world. Under such circumstances, the influence of the system of advanced magic culture will stay longer than twice, and the direct result is that outstanding wizards from all over the world will be unconsciously limited by their original knowledge. With the two world wars in the non-magical world and the magical world war set off by Grindelwald, the European magical world, which was once at the helm of the entire magical world, has seen an obvious phenomenon of stagnation or even regression of magical knowledge. And this may be one of the reasons that caused the subsequent downturn of the magic world in the world. While thinking about it, Elena raised her eyes to look at Grindelwald. So to speak, this grandfather is more than 100 times more harmful than Voldemort. This black pot that hindered the rapid development of the magical world was mostly firmly attached to the poor first-generation Dark Lord. No wonder Grindelwald, who wants to revitalize the magic world and create a greater new era, will eventually become an old autistic patient. If you infer from this, most of you realized that what you had done before was not in line with for the greater good, and took the initiative to imprison yourself in the Tower of Newmangood Castle to apologize to the entire magical world. This point probably only he and Dumbledore, as well as a very small number of high-level magicians, know. Speaking of which, if we start from this aspect, we will slightly change the future plan. Maybe we can invite this old man to step out of autism, and join hands to try to roll over the world again. Of course, all this has to be done slowly, and you have to be extra cautious about robbing people with Luxin. After all, Dumbledore's ability to control people's hearts is too strong. As Elena thought, she subconsciously scanned Grindelwald's skinny body back and forth, with a vaguely hot expression deep in her eyes. She suddenly had a lot of bold ideas. The influence of the teacher-student relationship may not necessarily be it is always unilateral. Hey little thing, what are you thinking about? Grindelwald suddenly felt cold all over, trembling uncomfortably, frowned and raised his voice and asked, "It's okay, it's okay, he. I was a little excited when I thought of learning new magic soon, he. Elena waved her hand shyly, and said with a smirk, first, she learned her favorability, and then she could unlock the story of the characters. She understood the truth. A lock opening spell can make you so excited. Grindelwald shook his cheeks without a smile, and subconsciously increased his vigilance. After carefully recalling what he had said before, there seemed to be no strange speech information. Forget it. No matter what the problem is, it is something that Albus Dumbledore should worry about in the end. He can just deal with the spell teaching these days. Thinking of this, Grindelwald suppressed the anxiety in his heart and cleared his throat. First, let's try the first spell, the unlocking spell. The spell is very simple. Alahora on Alahora. Mainly pay attention to my gestures. This is a spell that requires subtle movements on the wrist. Throughout Chapter 2, it broke out. Maybe there will be a third chapter, maybe not. I will try my best. Chapter 168, Idiots and Geniuses. 2 hours later, Numungard Castle. There is no cure. I have never seen a stupid guy like you. Grindelwald waved his hand violently and took a deep breath, trying to restrain his emotions. He took back his previous evaluation of this girl. He felt that even teaching a pig that knows magic might be easier than a stupid little girl in front of him. For 2 full hours, according to Grindelwald's original plan, he has taught Elena at least 3 or 4 simple and effective little magics, and can start some follow-up courses. Instead of like this, he'll say the last time. Empty your brain, Elena Caslana. When you cast the spell, you only need to open your spell. Do you understand? An unlocking spell, you can't even do a little magic flow. 5 days later you simply drop out of Hogwarts. Yes, 2 hours later, Grindelwald and Elena are still stuck in the initial teaching session. How to successfully release a complete unlocking spell. But this is not logical, Mr. Gellert. In fact, Elena had already understood the problem when the second attempt of the spell failed. It was not the gestures and pronunciation, but her unacceptable thinking. If we subdivide the logic of magic casting in this world, we can actually first divide it into 2 large sections, the result-oriented chaotic black box, and the logically self-consistent order derivation. As Grindelwald said before, the key to successful spellcasting is that the wizard needs to understand what he is going to do. The problem with Elena is not that she doesn't understand what she wants to do. As a traverser from later generations, rational thinking is a kind of imprint rooted in the depths of her soul. She knows too clearly what she wants. What do you want? The unlocking spell first appeared in Africa. The spell comes from the West African Hikadi symbol, but it is not clear who invented it in the first place. However, as this spell was brought to England by Elton Nesrick in the 17th century, it quickly became the most popular lock-opening spell in the wizarding world. Belonging to the first-year curriculum of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A very basic spell. You told me earlier that the function of this spell is to open doors and windows that are locked and not protected by magic. But we all know that the principle of locking doors and windows is mainly from the physical barrier of the lock cylinder. Elena glanced at Grindelwald with a green complexion, and said quickly, but in fact, there are many reasons for door locks, chains, door bolts, compound locks and even all kinds of strange closures. Without understanding the internal principle of the door lock, how can the curse accurately express my wishes? This is the power of magic, You just need. Grindelwald took a deep breath and tried to squeeze a smile. I know that magic is very powerful, but you still did not answer me. Since there is a curse, it means that it must also follow certain rules that can be understood. As a primary spell, it cannot have active thinking, so why can it be judged that it should be achieved by pushing, pulling, lifting, pressing and closing, and even based on what to judge the definition of open and close? Elena swallowed, and plucked up the courage to repeat the previous confusion again. Open and close are not an accurate definition of natural existence. They are things judged by the subjective factors of the human brain in a specific context and situation. For example, the concealment can be regarded as closing or opening, except for the old-fashioned door locks. The opening of the composite mechanism locks is in batches. Even if some of the necessary conditions for opening are closed, then there will be a logical conflict. According to the logic of the traditional lock opening spell, it seems to point directly to the result. Door lock is opened, and then it is pushed back automatically to complete the whole step. Obviously, this kind of inversion of cause and effect cannot be easily fooled by magic. At least Elena can't get around this hurdle from the depths of her heart. After all, the curse derived from this is not just as simple as unlocking. Elane's piercing dead thorn gun can be pressed. This logic is derived in batches. Enough. Grindelwald slapped the table sharply, and finally stood up unbearably. On this issue, we will discuss it next time. It is just the most basic unlocking spell. You must reverse the creation principle and magic knowledge of the entire spell to be able to successfully perform it. After a long communication, Grindelwald also clearly understood the reason for the girl's failure to cast spells. Elena is different from most modern wizards. In fact, this little mixed bloodver is closer to the magical explorations of the ancient times. Thus the firmness of their own beliefs, or the degree of stubbornness, can even in turn affect the mature spell system. There is no doubt that even Albus Dumbledore did not realize this. This little witch named Elena Caslana needs more than just the way the spells in the textbook are released. What she needs may be the theoretical system for the formation of all these spells in the entire magical world. In fact, Grindelwald is very familiar with Elena's thinking mode, because these problems are the confusion faced by a wizard who starts to try to create a new spell. As a top wizard who created and improved dozens of complete spells, Grindelwald is naturally no stranger at all. Such quarrels and discussions reminded him of the first time Godric Valley in England, the days when Dumbledore got along together. It's just that this kind of thinking is too far ahead for a child who has just stepped into the magic world. Grindelwald looked breathlessly at the girl who was frightened by his roar in front of him, slightly lost. After realizing this, Grindelwald could even predict that the difficulty of his magic teaching in the next few days had risen by at least a big notch. Maybe he should sort it out by himself first, what kind of spells he can accurately tell the complete magic theory, and the corresponding magic knowledge must be prepared again. Well, let's change to a spell first. Before the lock opening spell was invented, most wizards preferred to use the explosive spell, using their own magic power to create a small explosion, although not so subtle, but easy to use. But compared to the unlocking spell, this spell with a certain lethality is much more difficult. If I remember correctly, you will not learn it until at least the 3rd grade. This spell. Grindelwald shook his head, slowly drawn his wrist in the air, and then said, "The spell is not complicated, Bobada. But I guess you might need to imagine what an explosion is." The old man's tone was a little depressed. Obviously he didn't hold much hope. "Well, anyway, let me try first, Bobada." Elena shrugged, did not entangle her any longer, obediently imitating Grindelwald's gestures and pronunciation, and pointed her wand at the corner of the room. A dazzling red beam of light lit up from the tip of the girl's wand. Boom. Chapter 3. Boom. 116 in 3 art-seeking monthly ticket. Ahem, ahem. Cough cough cough. The smoke gradually dissipated. In the room, the two wizards, one large and one small, were all attached to a layer of grey stone shavings, especially Grindelwald, who was closer to the wall. was pale and unspeakable. What you see? I really just pointed it casually. Elena patted the dust on the wizard's robe, and explained in a low voice to the dazed first-generation Dark Lord in embarrassment. Mainly after experiencing the torturous spell teaching for the previous 2 hours, this sudden magic art is indeed a bit shocking. After all, no matter how cool the magic light and shadow are, it does not come directly with a boom. Okay, good luck. The effect of this spell is barely worthy of your talent. It seems that you are not so hopeless, and you will not only shine in your life. Grindelwald slowly wiped the dust off his face, glanced at the effect of the girl's curse. His mouth twitched slightly. Unlike the scorched explosions that floated on the surface that other wizards displayed, a circle of cracked traces with strange beauty appeared on the wall, and the stone wall in the center area had completely turned into dust, and it was rustling, sliding down the wall. Does it really matter? Elena swallowed with some guilty conscience and blew up the room in front of the original Dark Lord. No matter how you look at it, this kind of thing is a bit too much, even if she didn't intend it. Moreover, if she accidentally pointed a little bit crooked just now, maybe she is already kneeling on the bed of the great first-generation black demon, crying, and trying to put the old man together again. Don't be too arrogant, little fellow, this is the castle of Newmangard. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and patted their wall hit by Elena's spell before. Even if you have a high affinity with this spell, at best, it is on the strong walls of the castle. It's just a small pit. Although according to common sense, the factors that affect the power and difficulty of the spell are fixed. However, in the magical world, there are indeed a small group of people who use certain spells to show powerful effects far exceeding the normal level. For example, the disarming spell that can directly counter the Avidaso's mantra. And for example, there is a certain probability of a floating spell with a coma effect and so on. Undoubtedly, you have certain special talents for explosive spells, such as rapid learning and a certain degree of power increase. But compared to other wizards, it is just a moderate specialty. Each wizard will have a spell that is exceptionally good. Just as Grindelwald was saying this, a very small sound suddenly came from their ears. Click, kaka, click, click, click. Grindelwald stopped the words subconsciously and looked towards the source of the sound, his expression stiff. I saw that the area hit by the curse that he had just photographed a few seconds ago, a series of terrible cracks spread out like a spider web quickly, and the gaps seemed to quickly cover the entire wall. Wait, what is shining? Grindelwald frowned suddenly and leaned down slightly. He seemed to vaguely see a flash of red light from the gap. Glow? Not good. Lie down, one more time. Elena's eyes widened suddenly, and she quickly reached out her hand, took Grindelwald's scrawny arm, who was about to bend down to check the situation, and pulled it out. The unsuspecting old man instantly staggered and was pulled to the ground. The so-called explosion refers to an extremely rapid energy release process, in which the material in the space releases the energy contained in it at an extremely fast speed, and transforms it into energy forms such as mechanical work, light and heat. The modern technology of the future can be said to be all kinds of art based on explosions. From supernova explosions and Jupiter detonations to missiles, cars, and firecrackers, all types of explosions are almost everywhere. Therefore, for Elena, there is no need to imagine something like an explosion. Raise your hand and directly throw the magic power out and follow the spell to make it blow up. It's better to understand it with a bang up. However, although the form of expression looks similar, Elena's spell is completely different from the conventional wizard's explosive spell in some details. If you say, the vast majority of wizards' spellcasting process is, recite the spell blow me up, bang. Then Elena Kaslana's spellcasting process is, chant the spell throw the magic power detonate boom. Therefore, the previous explosive effect was just a collision that occurred when a magic power was thrown out. The true explosion brought about by Elena's curse effect will only be officially revealed soon. What else? What are you doing? Grindelwald, who fell to the ground, turned his head angrily. Before the questioning words could be spoken, the next moment, there was a loud thunder explosion in his ears. Boom! The rock wall of the extremely strong castle in Grindelwald's mouth seemed to suddenly become a piece of fragile glass, exploded into a piece of rubble in a huge roar, and a hollow about 1 meter in diameter appeared in front of the two of them out of thin air. Through the broken fracture, you can see the white snow-capped mountains outside, and the refreshing cold wind is constantly filling the house. Well, the air is so good. In fact, the scenery here is pretty good. Elena stood up, took a deep breath, looked at the scenery outside the castle, and reached out to the old man on the ground. Of course it's beautiful. That's why the castle of Newmangood was built here. Grindelwald, who was thrown to the ground by the girl, took the girl's hand and stood up, looking at the gravel in the room and the hole that kept blowing wind. The expression on his face was particularly complicated. Then there was an exceptionally long silence. Two wizards, one large and one small, stood side by side in the leaky tower room. They calmed down very tacitly at the same time, enjoying the scenery outside the window together, as if something very interesting was playing in the snow-capped mountains on the opposite side. The same as drama. Until, after being in the cold wind for 5 or 6 minutes, Grindelwald's thin body couldn't help but sneezed heavily. As a centenarian who has been imprisoned in the castle for many years, the physical quality of the original Dark Lord is obviously no better than that of a certain energetic hybrid magic creature. Why don't you move downstairs with me these few days? Elena scratched her cheek, looked at the room that was obviously unacceptable, and said tentatively, "There should be at least one chapter left." After feeding the little brain axe, the little the little black bear after that, I feel like a fountain of writing, and many plots that I didn't want to understand before are all solved. Sure enough, humans and nature are very close partners, and we must keep in touch with each other from time to time. Chapter 170, The Coming Cohabitation Life. Boom. Actually, you can give me the magic wand. All you need is a very simple spell. No, I think this is good. Boom, boom, boom. Wow. Look, this is just opened. Elena put away the wand, wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead, turned around and said happily. Behind the girl, the wooden door engraved with the Hogwarts school emblem and sealed by Dumbledore's magic has completely turned into a pile of sawdust, revealing the warm and comfortable Gryffindor college-style living room behind. I suddenly felt that teaching you this spell might be my biggest mistake. On the side of the aisle, Grindelwald, who was holding the pillow, twitched his cheeks. With his rich experience, he could tell at a glance that Elena's eyes came from the depths of her heart when she cast the explosion spell. Strongly excited, the process of persuading the first Dark Lord to leave the damaged cell was very smooth. After confirming that Elena could not master the repair spell for the time being, Grindelwald picked up the pillow without hesitation and followed Elena down the tower. After all, Gellert Grindelwald became a little autistic only because of his guilt. He is not a self-abuse ascetic. The huge temperature difference between day and night in the castle of Newmangood, surrounded by snow-capped mountains, is enough for one night without insulation. The equipped Grindelwald removes half-life. Relax. I can guarantee that this will definitely not be your biggest mistake. After returning to her territory again, Elena's mood was instantly relieved, and she patted Grindelwald carelessly on the shoulder, and walked in with the grey suitcase full of ingredients. This time, there was still some the dumbfounded dear old Tuddu didn't stop her anymore. After all, even Grindelwald himself had been fooled. "Hey, Mr. Gellert, come in quickly and be careful not to step on the sawdust at the door." Elena took off her heavy robe and hung it by the door, beckoned to Grindelwald, who was still standing at the door, and pointed to the surrounding layouts and introduced, "Although I don't know what your original layout was like, but now this is the living room. Professor Dumbledore on the left wall has fixed the large fireplace and lit it for us. You can also use the bathroom. There are plenty of towels and sanitary ware, so it's not a big problem." Grindelwald glanced at the layout of the room, His eyes twitched. From the perspective of the layout, it was indeed the bedroom he used to be. But after Dumbledore's transformation, it was almost completely incomplete, and both the decoration and the furniture style carried the strong childishness of the school. The kitchen behind the living room is my territory, and the master bedroom with the study next to the kitchen is also my territory. If you step in without permission, you will be responsible for the consequences. As for where you sleep, Elena tilted her head and thought for a while, threw Grindelwald in the living room, and got into the bedroom alone. After a few minutes, I saw Elena dragging a heavy black suitcase back into the living room with difficulty. When she came to Hogwarts to go to school, the box contained spare bedding and mattresses that the orphanage Father Benite had specially prepared for her. Puff, puff. I brought this from the orphanage, and it's all cleaned. Elena took the quilt out of the box, laid it out in the living room, patted the quilt, made a thick sound, turned her head to look at Grindelwald and said with a smile, "Don't worry, although it looks a bit old, I can guarantee that it will be comfortable to sleep. This is the most luxurious set of bedding we have." Looking at the little silver hoard who was busy in the living room like a little master, Grindelwald raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth snapped a few times. Finally, her eyes fell on Eleanor's apron hanging by the fireplace. Said stiffly, "It's not necessary. You just return the thin blanket from my previous bed." Thin blanket? Following Grindelwald's sight, Elena took a look at the old thin blanket that Grindelwald had thrown to her before, and walked over without hesitation, and rolled the thin blanket into a ball in front of Grindelwald. "Throw it into the burning fireplace." "Oh, sorry. Your blanket has been accidentally burned by me." The girl turned to face the first-generation Dark Lord with an unbelievable expression, spread her hands unapologetically, and replied calmly, as if she had just turned the wood in the fireplace. "You." The expression on Grindelwald's face changed back and forth a few times, and finally he made a cold snort on his chin. Naive, as a 100-year-old wizard, Grindelwald will not be affected by childish provocations like white hair dumplings like anger. The outstanding calmness has always been Grindelwald's most proud of quality. However, as she got more and more in touch with Elena, Grindelwald felt more and more that the nasty, moody, mixed-race little ver in front of him, except for a little weaker, was more like him than he used to be. The Dark Lord. "Wait, where are you going again?" Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Grindelwald frowned and asked when she looked at the little silver hoard lorry who had walked to the door for some unknown reason. "He'll find a door and temporarily cover the door. Otherwise it won't be long before the heat in the house will run out." Elena shrugged helplessly. This place is no different from the new Mungard Tower where Grindelwald lived before. From time to time there will be cold air pouring in from the broken ring window at the end of the aisle. Fortunately, the dilapidated door panel previously removed from Grindelwald is still placed at the entrance of the corridor not far away, so it can be moved over and placed at the door to block the wind. "If you really can't find anything to do, can you please clean up the wood scum at the door and put them together by the fireplace as fuel?" Gellert Grindelwald slumped on the sofa with a glance at nothing. Elena said irritably, "This old guy is simply a toad. He has no eyesight at all." After watching her busy in the room, he doesn't know to take the initiative to help. She has to make arrangements to know how to move. "Oh, yes." Less than 4 or 5 steps from the door, Elena suddenly remembered another thing, turned back to the door of the room, nodded her chin in the direction of the fireplace, looked at Grindelwald and said, "If you can, I also ask you to find a way to get the oven that fell into the fireplace. After all, many dishes will always taste flawed if they are not processed in the oven. Also, don't disturb the snow grass, vines, and moss that I put on the kitchen workbench. That is our dinner. Don't touch it if you don't know how to cook." "What? This is dinner?" "What, are you kidding? I will never touch it." Grindelwald, who was using magic to drive away the wood chips at the door, glanced at the pile of weeds placed on the kitchen counter. His face turned blue. "Anyway, you'll know when you come. If you dare to throw it away, I will strip your clothes and throw them in the fireplace and burn them. I will do what I say." Elena showed two small tiger teeth with a fierce face, and threateningly waved her small fist at Grindelwald. Without explaining too much, she turned around and left the old man with a silverback. Through at chapter 2. If him good, maybe there will be a third chapter. This story is almost over, the time should start fast forward. A bit reluctant. Important matters. Plot voting. As far as the current Newman Good plot is concerned, it has reached a point where it can be finished, and magic, the world, food, and interpersonal relationships are almost buried. There are two ways to write it next. The first is in the next chapter in the form of flashbacks of Grindelwald's memories, taking the fragments and daily stories that happened in the past few days, and then returning to the Hogwarts plot in the next chapter. The second is to unfold these fragments of stories into a daily story of the first generation and the third generation. In this way, after the bond deepens, it will inevitably lead to a particularly important plot point that may have to be written. Then based on this, there are two more branches. You guys want to watch the high-burning stories of Gigi and Ak. I still want to see Sister Elena go back to Hogwarts to call the wind and rain, and all kinds of high-profile things and funny stories. Frankly speaking, choosing to skip the timeline and return to Hogwarts can write a lot, so don't worry about copying the original work. If the plot of the storyline is unfolded, there will be at least 1 to 2 chapters of magic, 1 to 2 chapters of magical animals, 2 to 3 chapters of foods of different latitudes, and a small about 10 chapters. Start voting now. Fat Chicken will judge what to do based on Jang said and comments. Solution 1 is assembled here. Solution 2 is assembled here. Sorry, I guess there is no chapter 3. I hesitate and reluctant, but I am worried that the time advancement is too slow. Chapter 171. The Black Demon with a strong desire to survive looking for a monthly pass. I have to say that the existence of magic brings a lot of convenience to daily life. When Elena returned to her residence with the door panel dragged, the sawdust at the door had been neatly stacked next to the fireplace, and the oven she had thrown into the fire before it turned to the kitchen workbench. It's nice to be young. Even if you don't know how to use magic, you can solve things with brute force. Lying halfway on the soft armchair, Grindelwald raised his eyes, glanced at Elena and the door panel behind the girl that was taller than her, and shook his head in a sigh. Unexpectedly, this little guy actually moved the heavy wooden door on the tower. It is indeed amazing to have the blood of some magic creatures. Such physical fitness is almost as good as that of a 15 or 6-year-old boy. If you are unwilling to raise your noble hand to help, then at least I trouble you to shut your mouth quietly while I'm doing things. Elena rubbed her sore wrist, glanced at the lonely old man who was slumped in the chair, and said angrily, "Undoubtedly, when the first generation of the Dark Lord built the castle of Newmangate, all the building materials and infrastructure must be configured in accordance with the top standards. Even after almost half a century, the solid wood door panels only look slightly worn out on the outside, but the weight has not decreased at all." On the way back, Elena had already tried to cast the levitation charm following the instructions in the book, and nothing happened unexpectedly. Although levitation of objects is one of the most basic spells of wizards, it does not mean that the floating spell is a spell that can be easily learned by just looking at the spell and casting actions. In fact, in order to be able to master the floating spell, the little wizards had to spend at least nearly 2 months training their wrist movements, mastering how to move objects, and how to subtly control their own magic power to move objects instead of using it. Blow up. If you say please, maybe I will give you some advice and help. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. Since he left the cell and went to the room below, the old man's face seemed to have become a lot more vivid. Since the door shaft and the door socket are almost destroyed by the explosion curse, Elena can only try to see if the door can be erected to block the air outlet. But in this way, the wooden door that needs a certain angle of inclination to be stable is obviously at a height. It's not enough. Don't bother you. I have already installed the door. After trying several times in a row, Elena thought for a while, and simply turned the door panel across, blocking the door like a small fence. Although it looks a bit like a fence in a zoo where beasts ran out, in theory, this kind of shape is not unacceptable in the place where the original Dark Lord temporarily lived. After looking around the familiar and comfortable surroundings, Elena finally began to feel the magical pleasure. Jumping over the fence, ran to Grindelwald, and asked eagerly, "Mr. Gellert, look, everything is set. What magic shall we learn next?" "Next? New magic?" Grindelwald raised his head and looked at Elena, whose eyes were shining, as if there was a burning flame in her eyes. She shook her head very seriously and said seriously, "Until you fully master the 2 spells you have learned, I won't teach you new spells for the time being. This saves you from implicating me in it before you blow yourself to pieces. I have mastered it. It's very simple. Haven't you seen me perform it many times before?" Elena took out her wand without knowing it, and twirled it boredly in her palm. Except for the unlocking curse, which has no clue so far, she has cast it no less than 5 times, whether it is a light curse or an explosion curse. Destruction is indeed the easiest way to bring people pleasure. Elena can't wait. He wanted to learn a few more spells, and then returned to Hogwarts Castle, which surprised the students. "First, point your wand outside." Grindelwald looked at the tip of the wand that dangled from his eyes from time to time, and took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. "The real explosion spell will never be able to smash a whole face of stone like you cast." The wall exploded. To achieve that effect, normally only powerful blasting bobaduaxia can. It turns out that the blasting curse is the same as the bright curse. Can it be further enhanced by adding axia to the suffix? Elena, who was sitting obediently on the carpet holding the pillow, had her eyes lit up for an instant, and the dull hair on top of her head bounced with excitement, and asked curiously, "Listen, I am not discussing the power of the spell with you now." Grindelwald was just halfway through. Hearing what Elena said, he couldn't help his breath stagnating, and almost didn't bite his tongue. The volume couldn't help but increased a bit. "I mean, you have to learn to control the output of magic power. Magic the curse is a delicate art. Do you know art? It is not like the aggressive Hebridery black dragon who only knows how to breathe fire everywhere. You know, wizards are different from other magical creatures. With the help of magic wands and spells, they can often release their own magic power by 10 times or even more than 100 times. Under such extraordinary power, humans are fragile and weak, not much stronger than a piece of white paper. And because of the half of the blood flowing in Elena, according to Grindelwald's estimation, even if the girl is not an adult, the magic in the body is barely close to a small number of 5th grade students in the magic school. That is, you can participate in all ordinary wizard rank examination status. As for the strange explosive spell she cast, it has even reached the destructive power that the Wizard World Police after a certain training can cause, otherwise it would not be possible to blow up the specially reinforced Newman Gate, the stone wall of the castle. Frankly speaking, Grindelwald was indeed a little frightened by the state that Elena showed before. Now he is not the leader who held the old magic wand and was at the peak of his magic reaction, or body. Not to mention a curse on the front. If Elena hadn't pulled him away from the source of the explosion just now, he might have been injured by the splashing stones and shockwaves produced by the explosion. Through this short time of getting along, Grindelwald completely understood that the danger of the little witch in front of him called Elena Caslana may be much higher than that of Voldemort in the legend. After all, Voldemort's killing was just an Avada curse, and this little guy demolished the house directly. This time I was lucky, but the next time they might die together. Grindelwald even wondered for a moment that Dumbledore had thrown this dangerous little ally into the castle of Newmangate, whether he wanted to make something. There was an accident. Blasting spell is a very difficult and dangerous spell. Just releasing it is not considered proficient. You still need to go through a lot of practice. Grindelwald glanced at Elena, who was eager to try, and decided again on the direction of teaching after adjustment. Let the professors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry teach those harmful spells. He didn't want to accompany this little guy to tear down his castle by himself. Therefore, the top priority now is to find a way to divert the girl's attention, at least not to actively learn the curses in the textbook for a few days. Since the door has been opened, you don't have to be so eager to learn the spell. When you return to Hogwarts, naturally there will be a professor who will teach you specifically. Grindelwald thought about it carefully, looked at Elena with a smile, and said sincerely, "We might as well learn more about some interesting magic knowledge that you can't learn in school, and then enjoy this rare how about vacation?" Chapter 1 Fat Chicken is evolving. Ask for a monthly pass to feed. The content I wrote before is put to the end, and I will work hard to write the story of Newman. Chapter 172 Learning magic equals learning foreign languages! Seeking monthly pass. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Interesting knowledge of magic? Elena looked at Grindelwald with a skeptical smile, and her vigilance soared to its full value in an instant. With the same smile of Dumbledore on the face of the original Dark Lord, let alone whether it is interesting or not. The conspiracy is 100% sure. However, according to historical experience, tsndir is usually very face-saving, so it is not a last resort, and it is better to focus on communication first. What's more, the reason why Grindelwald appeared here is also so missing because Elena accidentally blown up the room of the original Dark Lord. The main reason is of course that Grindelwald did not elaborate in advance, and the existence of the tofu residue project in the castle. Elena thought for a moment and decided to make sense first and listen to how Grindelwald was going to explain. We have agreed before, a total of 6 hours of magic learning time per day. You are such a big man with a good head and face, so you can't say anything that doesn't count, right? Anyway, now she is taking the initiative to open the door, helping to make the bed, and being responsible for the elderly's 3 meals a day. The sincerity of apologizing has almost been expressed. If the great Gellert Grindelwald still doesn't appreciate it, maybe you can only try the persuasion method among the white robe wizards. Don't get me wrong, I am not malicious. As if perceiving the dangerous aura in the little Lilith's tone in front of him, the old wizard sat up a little bit, spreading his palms. In fact, since seeing your talent with my own eyes, I reorganized my knowledge about magic, and think that modern teaching methods of magic spells are not completely suitable for you, because their stability is too poor. So before learning them, you need to first learn to control magic accurately, and at the same time consolidate the basic theory of magic. Grindelwald did not lie. The current mainstream modern spells mostly come from the research results of the past 200 years. The main research direction of spells focuses on convenience, ease of learning, and strong pertinence. Compared with the powerful ancient mantras, although modern mantras have been improved in simplicity and accuracy, since they are modified on the basis of daily pronunciation, most of the mantras themselves are not too much. Stability, in other words, part of the idea of modern spells is to sacrifice stability in exchange for the difficulty of releasing the spells. Slightly wrong pronunciation, or wrong gestures. Failure to cast spells is just luck. In most cases, if you are unlucky, it is likely to unconsciously stimulate the magic in the wizard's body and produce an unknown magic riot. This is just the point of contact. Beginners of magic appear very frequently, and if the magic riot of an ordinary first-year freshman is nothing more than a little firecracker, once Elena has the consequences of a casting error, the smallest possibility is a human bomb that can be regarded as a terrorist attack. Oh, actually, I don't think it's a big problem. We can learn together. Isn't everyone at Hogwarts like this? I haven't seen anything wrong for so many years. Elena waved her hand indifferently. She thought Grindelwald was a little alarmist. She was not a 3-year-old kid anymore, but she just blasted a wall accidentally. So nervous. It's not the same, because you master the spell too fast, and the starting point of the magic power is too high. Under normal circumstances, The synchronous learning of magic knowledge can't keep up with the progress of your spell. Grindelwald put away the smile on his face and explained seriously, with your personality, the future will never be just about keeping yourself safe and using some daily magic spells. Once you start to try large-scale war magic and the foundation is unstable, you will only it's a result. Bang! Grindelwald opened his palm in the air and made an exploding gesture. He took a meaningful look at the white hair dumplings in front of him and added, and this is also for your stay in the next few days. After all, you seem to be extraordinarily passionate about destroying all kinds of things. I am not. I don't talk nonsense. Vaguely feeling the subtle gaze of Grindelwald in front of him as if looking at a demolition madman, Elena puffed up her cheeks unconvincedly. This title can't be carried on her back, otherwise it will be passed on in the future. Big sister head. This is where I live. No matter how much I toss, it is impossible to damage where I live. Right? I will definitely be very careful, very careful. In all fairness, Grindelwald must have cast only a lot more large-scale harm spells than her. Why did this first-generation Dark Lord dislike a harmless 10-year-old girl? Oh, won't destroy where I live? Grindelwald nodded non-committently, looked over Elena, and looked at the firewood piled up beside the fireplace. A nasty smile appeared on the old wizard's face. Following Grindelwald's gaze, Elena stayed for a while, then reacted quickly and coughed slightly. That was an accident. The door to the room was sealed by Professor Dumbledore with magic, except for blowing it up open. There is no other way for the time being. Then this oven was also thrown into the fireplace by Albus using magic. Grindelwald's eyes flashed a joke, and pointed to the poor oven he had rescued from the fireplace not long ago. Bake it in the oven? Elena glanced at the black-burned oven on the kitchen workbench. There were obvious dents on the right corner. It seemed to have experienced an impact, because it was left in the fire for an afternoon. The whole metal oven, there has been a slight deformation. Yeah, somehow, it appeared in the fireplace. It's amazing. The girl bit her head and nodded, smiling awkwardly and politely. What about my blanket? Grindelwald continued to ask unmovedly. Of course it was also an accident. Elena's eyes began to drift away. Elena, Grindelwald, ha ha. The first-generation black demon who had won a big victory in this contest shook his head, did not continue to play with the white-haired dumpling in front of him, rubbed his chin, and said thoughtfully, the common spells in Europe mainly come from the variants of Latin, Tamil, and Saxon. A few of them also involve Semitic and Egyptian. If you want to learn magic, you still have too many. There are so many things to learn. Wait, you don't intend to use this reason to replace the magic course that you said before with a foreign language course, do you? Hearing Grindelwald's words, Elena had an ominous premonition in her heart, threatening to ravage the pillow in her arms, showing two sharp little tiger teeth. Don't even think about it. I hate it the most. I'm taking a foreign language class. Of course not. Don't worry, I am not going to teach you ordinary mole language. Grindelwald raised his chin proudly, a hint of arrogance appeared on his face. I am going to teach you the Elder Futuk, a magic language belonging to wizards. While talking, Grindelwald raised his fingers and swiped out of thin air. He obviously didn't use any magic, but a faint glowing character appeared in the air. Although it was not real, he could feel a mysterious and ancient aura. Fozak. What is this? Elena blinked curiously. Her attention was instantly attracted by the mysterious magical imprint in the air. Rua make up yesterday's chapter. Chapter 173. The children are realistic now. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. The Elder Futuk, the most famous kind of ancient runes. The ancient runes, also known as magic texts, are the basis of most mainstream spells. Futuk. The pronunciation of Futuk also comes from the first 6 runes for Thorn, Anzur, Rad and Ken. Grindelwald waved his hand, and most of the magic characters in midair disappeared, leaving only the 6 clearest characters. According to the ancient literature in the magic world, the ancient rune characters were not as in the Norse myths and legends familiar to muggles. Odin, the king of the gods, hung himself upside down on the world tree. After thinking about 9 days and 9 nights, finally the mystery of the universe found. In fact, rune, the original meaning of the word, is secret whisper, representing the mysterious power that the wizards of ancient times listened to and perceived the sounds of nature. In that ancient dark period of raging blood and drinking blood, neither the magic spell nor the wand craftsmanship were as developed as they are today. The appearance of ancient runes greatly enhanced the direct use of spiritual power by wizards, allowing humans to be able to interact with other wisdom and magic. The ability of the species to compete head. However, today, after several major social changes, most of the ancient runes have disappeared. Modern wizards can only use the remaining magical items and ancient books to try to restore some fragmented pronunciation and original meaning. It is very difficult even to cast spells directly. Ancient rune characters, isn't that an extinct alphabet? No matter how brilliant it was, it's just a thing of the past. If it's as powerful as you say, why have I never heard of modern wizards are good at casting spells in runes? Elena raised her eyebrows, showing a lack of interest. Because, if Elena remembers correctly, by the 3rd grade, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry should also open the ancient runes as an elective course. However, judging from the original work, it seems that it is a marginal subject similar to magical archaeology. And there is nothing very special about it. Even according to what Grindelwald said, learning ancient Fuzak is helpful to the study of spells, but it should be quite limited. At best, it is used to show the sacredness in front of people. It is like writing a composition for college entrance examination in Oracle Bones in previous lives. The same as those people. No, although most of the ancient Fuzak language system has been cut off, there are still some sporadic letter meanings and pronunciations that have been recorded and passed down, and I happen to have the complete inheritance of a few of the ancient Fuzak texts. Grindelwald glanced at the silver-haired little witch with a disapproving face, and Grindelwald smiled triumphantly. As the first-generation Dark Lord who once ruled the entire magical world by just one step, Grindelwald's research and yearning for magic is much more comprehensive than Voldemort's system. When wealth, fame, and power are all at your fingertips, knowledge and ideals become an old man. Favorite thing of the year. In its heyday, Grindelwald didn't even need to personally explore the lost magic texts. It only needed to show a will, and countless fanatical saints Grindelwald's followers would take the initiative to take the leftovers around the world. The magic text knowledge was brought to the castle of Newmungard and presented to him respectfully. Think about it. You can learn the spells in the textbook at any time. However, as far as I can tell, leaving this castle, there is no second person who can fully teach you, because in the magic world today, you may never find a second wizard like me who is proficient in Old Fussac, not even Nicole LeMay and Albus Dumbledore. Grindelwald shook his index finger at Elena, with a strong sense of temptation in his tone. It sounds great, but you still haven't answered my previous question. Elena shrugged and went straight to the core point. After learning ancient Fuzak, in addition to having broader knowledge, what quantifiable improvements can I get, such as being able to master several a new spell, or the power of the spell can be increased by a few %, or something else? To be honest, Elena is not particularly interested in the long history of the rise of wizards in Grindelwald's mouth. As a thorough pragmatist, she cannot be transformed into a theory of actual results and power, no matter how precious and unique. It is just that's all. Master a few new spells? Hearing Elena's words, Grindelwald couldn't help grinning, as if he had heard something extraordinarily funny. Don't you understand? The ancient runes are the cornerstone of most modern spells. With them, you are equivalent to having the qualifications to create spells. I don't want to create a new curse, I just want to lie down on the great achievements of the predecessors and be a rice bug. Elena curled her lips. If she could lie down and win, why should she carry? Forget it, you can feel it directly. For example, Grindelwald sighed helplessly when looking at the girl in front of her who couldn't get in. After thinking about it, she stretched out her hand on the back of Elena's red and swollen hand, and whispered, As soon as the voice fell, a cloud of white light appeared quietly, gently wrapping the girl's hands. Elena felt her hands as if immersed in a cloud of warm water, which was previously caused by carrying the solid wood door panels. The soreness and fatigue quickly faded away. Not only that, while eliminating fatigue, Elena can feel that some small scratches and calluses on her fingers are quickly healed and disappeared in the misty white light. This small-scale reborn, slightly itchy sensation even made her almost unable to bear it. He let out a comfortable groan. After a while, the white light gradually dissipated. This is the second character of the ancient Physac language. In the superficial sense, it represents the bison, a beast with strength and courage, meaning untamed and uncontrollable free power. In the deep sense, it represents spiritual and inner strength, a strong physique, unwell. Anyway, you just need to know that it almost derives more than half of the healing spells. Grindelwald's old face showed a touch of fatigue, and he directly used his mental power to cast magic texts, which was much more tired than casting spells without a wand. Even the lowest level of ancient magic texts was at least equivalent to several modern spells. Compound spell. It is a pity that more comprehensive and complex does not mean more powerful. Generally speaking, it only means more waste and cumbersome. This is one of the reasons why ancient runes are gradually replaced by more targeted modern mantras. After all, when people are injured by accident, it is enough to heal the wound as soon as possible. There is no need for a full set of skin care, rapid tissue growth, and energy recovery at the same time. Wow, that's amazing. Elena looked at her baby white skin, and happy little stars appeared in her eyes unconsciously. Amai is an irresistible fatal temptation for girls of all ages. Although she has almost forgotten most of the things that Grindelwald said before, the all-round hand care in front of her is enough to make her unable to refuse. I did not expect the old man Grindelwald. There are quite a lot of things to do: washing dishes, skin care, baked potatoes. It is like a treasure in the family. What you said makes sense, but in fact, I have always been very interested in ancient magic. Without waiting for Grindelwald to continue organizing the language, I saw that the originally lazy Elena suddenly got a straight look, sat down well, looked up at Grindelwald with the correct attitude and said, "When will we start learning? I am ready." "Now, we will inherit the will of the ancient sages." Grindelwald looked at the silver-haired little Lorry, who was so different for an instant, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Now the child is really realistic. Well, the face is also very thick. Trying to write a chapter. Chapter 174. Please ask for monthly ticket. Magic is an art. With every slight tremor, different flowers may bloom. In order to explain this disorderly art that originated from nature and turn it into knowledge that can be passed on, wizards invented magic texts, invented spells, and formulated various magic languages and spellcasting gestures. Therefore, the older the writing, the more rigorous its pronunciation and grammar will be. Even if it is just a curved arc, or a light tone is missed, the meaning and form expressed will change dramatically. The inheritance of ancient rune characters is like a sound transmission game. Our letter will always correspond to a fixed pronunciation. Once a syllable appears to be wrong, then the magical light of this character is likely to be completely annihilated in the long river of history. At least, for a long time, both Grindelwald and the entire magical world have always believed this way. Until, Elena puffed up her cheeks with a serious face, raised her small paws in imitation of Grindelwald's previous posture, and let out a roar like a little monster that had just been weaned. It was extremely dim, and a glimmer of light that could hardly be seen without paying attention flashed quickly from the girl's fingertips. I repeat one last time, it's not true. Grindelwald resisted his anger, looked at the white-haired dumpling in front of him and said that he could not remember whether this was the 5th or 10th time to correct the girl's wrong pronunciation. Elena showed an amazing talent for learning, whether it was the ability to imitate characters or the understanding of the meaning of ancient Physac. But when they started to practice pronunciation, There was a major disagreement between the two. But according to the pronunciation you said, the fingers are not bright. Do you think it is too long, so you remember it wrong? Elena carefully glanced at Grindel, who was looking bad. Whoa, retorted rather unconvincingly. The easiest and most direct way to judge whether a magic works is to look at the magic light. Although I don't know which link went wrong, one thing is certain. Grindelwald's long-standing correct magic word pronunciation has not moved at all. Instead, it is her own whimsical route that can be sent out. A little faint light. Impossible. I can show it is the most favorable evidence. Grindelwald replied without hesitation, the dignity challenge in his eyes when he taught Elena for the first time, and he was still in his best field, which made the old wizard feel a little impetuous. As the magic text that derives countless medical spells, the most obvious effect is its powerful healing ability. However, Grindelwald did not feel any healing magic effects from the light emerging from Elena's fingertips. Based on this, he could deduce that there must be something wrong with Elena's magic. As for the light you showed, Grindelwald frowned, and after thinking about it carefully, he said confidently, it should be just because of the wrong pronunciation, and the magical riots that happen to occur. It has nothing to do with the ancient Fuzak language in your mouth. Let's skip this question for now, and learn the next one. Even today, no one has been able to fully crack the essential mystery of magic. It is quite normal to have some magical accidents due to various factors. Elena lifted her two small paws and shook her in front of Grindelwald in a demonstration, and a faint light flashed again. But do you see that it is bright again? 10 consecutive occurrences of the same causal relationship have initially met the most basic repeatability principle. In any case, it cannot be explained by a simple accident. Right? I said, it's not true. Don't bother me with such ridiculous animal sounds. Grindelwald frowned and repeated again impatiently, his dry index fingers twisted together, as if trying to restrain his emotions. Then you have to explain to me, and always deny my opinions like a repeater. Elena also hugged her arms a little angrily. If there is anything more annoying to her than this kind of muddy attitude, then it is the same way of answering as a repeater. Wait, repeater? The girl glanced at the overcast Grindelwald on her face, and suddenly realized something strange. According to Grindelwald's character and attitude towards magic, she didn't have any reason to face her reluctant questioning. Such a weak response. Unless. Have you tried it secretly? Elena's mouth curled slightly, and her little head suddenly leaned in front of the old man, showing a wicked smile. Just every time you repeat my pronunciation. In fact, you are not sure about it yourself, are you? Hearing Elena's words, Grindelwald's face couldn't help but froze, and then he slammed his face to the floor and denied. How is it possible that I wouldn't make such a shameful sound? Magic is a kind of rigor. Well, there are only two of us, so be honest. Looking at the arrogant old man in front of her, Elena shook her head quite amusingly, and hammered the old man's shoulder with a heavy hammer. It seemed that Grindelwald should also be very confused. Click, boom, kang dang. As the girl's small fist lightly fell on Grindelwald, the old man who was sitting in the soft armchair with his frowning brows suddenly changed his face. Accompanied by a crisp skeletal sound, he raised his head in anger. You! The next moment, I saw Grindelwald flying out with the chair, hitting the wall on the left heavily, smashing a small shallow hole. The chair rolled a few times, and there was no sound. Elena looked at her cute little fist blankly, then raised her head to look at the side of the fallen chair. Her arm bent into a strange shape. The first-generation Dark Lord who didn't know his life or death fake! She obviously didn't use much force at all! But in any case, Grindelwald's appearance is too bad now. The position of his left shoulder has almost completely sunk in. The most frightening thing is that he was severely injured. The old wizard didn't even make a sound again. Elena, who was almost frightened, ran over in a panic, and guarded in front of the unconscious Grindelwald with a deep cry in her tone. Mr. Gellert, don't scare me. Oh, don't die. Please don't die. I didn't mean to. Woo, who will help me? Help me. Woo. Chapter 175, Grindelwald's Dream. Newmangard Castle. There was a faint crackling sound in the swaying fireplace, pulling Elena back from a somewhat stunned state. No, calm, I have to do something. Seeing that Grindelwald's breathing in front of her gradually weakened, Elena patted her cheek, trying to calm her emotions again. In this deserted place, all she can rely on now is herself. Grindelwald's upper body clothes have been completely taken off by her, revealing a skinny and shriveled figure. A small black fist print is printed on the severely sunken left shoulder, and there is almost a terrible misalignment from the shoulder blade to the upper arm. And the breaking phenomenon, no wonder the old wizard just groaned, and fainted in pain cleanly. In fact, after the first generation of the Dark Lord was accidentally smashed out by her with a small fist, Elena had already vaguely guessed the reason. Gellert Grindelwald is not wrong. A pronunciation really only corresponds to a magical phenomenon, but as the second rune, is originally in existence with a dual meaning, untamed and difficult to control. The power of freedom, as well as the spiritual world that can nurture life and a strong physique. For details, please see the essence of the book review area. The manifestation of magic depends largely on the will of the wizard. Just like the reason for the failure of the unlocking curse, Elena, who has learned a certain amount of modern medical education, has been trying to fully analyze the healing details contained in the rune. Although theoretically, if Elena has a certain grasp, the level of medical knowledge reserves may be enhanced like an explosive spell. But for now, if you want to successfully perform healing magic, Elena must think like a firm idealist. Is it the idealistic idea of inversion of cause and effect? Taking a deep look at the unknown Grindelwald, Elena closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, clearing her mind. This time, don't think about the distribution of human bones, don't think about the healing of blood vessels, don't think about the structure of the stratum cornum and muscles. Just simply imagine the result of Grindelwald's restoration of health. Elena said softly, and the next moment, the girl opened her eyes in surprise. I saw a small group of warm and soft white light tremblingly appearing in her palm. Although it was much smaller than the light group previously displayed by Grindelwald, at least in terms of appearance and pronunciation, there is a high probability that it should be successful. Well, then what to do? Push this up? The silver horde witch lowered her head and looked at the pitiful little ball of light in her palm that was only the size of a fingernail, then looked at the miserable Grindelwald, gritted her teeth. In short, the situation will not get worse. Dead horse. When a living horse is healed. As Elena's palm touched Grindelwald's left shoulder, the old man in a coma shuddered unconsciously and let out a faint painful exhalation. His breath slightly thickened. Although Grindelwald still closed his eyes tightly, he was able to shake and speak, which was already the best news. As a small group of magical light submerged into the body, Grindelwald's breath finally gradually became steady and relaxed, and the iron-green face slowly recovered some blood. Effective. Elena's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as she is sure that she is displaying healing magic, as for the lack of a single treatment, it can be compensated by increasing the frequency. Dark. The boundless darkness. Grindelwald felt as if he had experienced an exceptionally long nightmare. In the dream, Albus stumbled or suddenly appeared. After saying some strange things, he threw a cute-looking silver-haired girl in the castle of Newmangard, and then disappeared. Then everything started to get worse. Uncertain fists and feet, broken door, broken house, burning blanket, and finally the fist with the breath of death. No, that's not a little girl, that's just a little devil that Albus exiled here to torture him. Fortunately, all of this is a dream, Grindelwald thought vaguely, and a faint light appeared before his eyes. Now, it's time to wake up from a nightmare. The old wizard's eyelids trembled, and slowly opened. What caught his eyes was a delicate little face that was a little tired. Mr. Gellert, you are finally awake. Welcome back. Elena's tight little face loosened, even if it was heavy fatigue. it couldn't erase the surprise expression that appeared on the girl's face. For an entire hour, she finally pulled the fragile grandfather in front of him from his near-death state. Grindelwald looked at the little girl in front of him in silence. His lips moaned slightly. Countless memories flooded back into his mind like a tide. The nightmare never ended, because it was reality. For a moment, for the first time in more than 40 years, the urge to escape from prison rose in Grindelwald's heart. "Hey, Mr. Gellert, your face is so bad." "Don't worry, I'm here for everything." Elena raised her hand, wiped the small beads of sweat on her forehead, chanting the mantra skillfully, and a group of white light emerged from the girl's palm. After nearly an hour of high-intensity cast, although the healing light group is still so small, it is no longer difficult for Elena from this magic alone. The only problem is that she is too tired. When Grindelwald recovers, she must go back to the room and have a good sleep. As Elena thought, she stretched her palm to Grindelwald's shoulder and said with a smile, "Your injury is not healed yet, you can't." Looking at the sweaty little hand that was gradually approaching him, the last scene I saw before the coma resurfaced in my heart. Without any hesitation, Grindelwald drew back abruptly, frowning and yelling, "Don't touch me!" Click, accompanied by Grindelwald's violent reaction, and a clear and crisp sound of bone dislocation. A strong pain instantly swept through the left half of Grindelwald's body, as if he had been hit by 4 or 5 heart-drilling curses at the same time. Slightly, Grindelwald rolled his throat, and before the expression on his face changed, he rolled his eyes and fainted again unconsciously. "Don't exercise vigorously, otherwise it will be easy to reposition." At this moment, Elena had just finished speaking. Taking a look at the first-generation Dark Lord who had fallen again, the girl sighed helplessly. "Come on," including the second injury caused by Grindelwald herself. This time, she had to postpone the rest time she originally planned. It's no wonder that in some hospitals in previous lives, for those patients who were suddenly unconscious, they usually used restraint belts after treatment. Was this the reason? Chapter 1. Ask for the monthly pass and safe feed. Chapter 176. The grace of saving and the grace of not killing. Seeking monthly pass. When Grindelwald opened his eyes again, the sky outside the castle had completely darkened. The clear night sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight like a tulle silently shrouded the corner of the living room, which seemed to be a little unspeakable and beautiful. Grindelwald sat up slowly and tried to move his left arm slightly. Except for a little pain, there was no tsunami-like crushing pain like before. The clothes on his upper body have been reworn. Everything that happened was like a dream. And under him, there was a neatly laid clean bedding. Just as Elena said, it was indeed exceptionally warm and soft, and it almost lifted a bit of it after he had slept on a hardwood bed for more than 40 years. The thought of lying down again. Obviously, the little witch named Elena Kaslana has successfully mastered the ancient runes he taught before. However, as an old man who has experienced the Wizarding War, Grindelwald is very aware of how badly he was injured before, and to be able to recover to this level, the magic and energy that Elena needs to pay should have already exceeded her upper limit. That kid, really? Grindelwald shook his head, but in the end he couldn't find a proper word to describe it. The look on his face was rather complicated. Looking around, he didn't see Elena this time when he woke up. The room was extraordinarily quiet, except for the occasional fire in the fireplace. There was no other sound. A thin piece of parchment was placed on the mahogany coffee table not far from Grindelwald. The old wizard curiously recruited it and looked at it. Not surprisingly, it was Elena's message to him. Supper has been prepared. Boiled potatoes and cabbage bacon soup with salt, all covered in a pot on the kitchen stove. If it feels a bit cold, you can put it on the fireplace to heat it up. For the sake of saving my life and not killing me, please don't disturb my sleep. Rua. The grace of life-saving and the grace of not killing? Taking a look at the graffiti on the parchment, Grindelwald couldn't help but twitch in the corners of his eyes, and the little Lili who had learned the roar of the little monster appeared in his mind. and his left shoulder began to faintly hurt again. The old man subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the closed wooden door of the master bedroom, and took a deep breath. Forget it. Don't be as knowledgeable as the little girl. However, a new direction of interpretation of ancient magic texts, and an enhanced magic spell for the weakness of wizards that has never appeared before. Is this one of the reasons that ancient wizards can be so powerful? Grindelwald shook his head and suppressed this confusion for the time being. After that, he still had a lot of time to study this problem slowly. Putting down the parchment in his hand, Grindelwald walked to the workbench in the open kitchen. Looking at the simple dinner that Elena had prepared for him before going to bed, as well as the neatly packed weeds and vines, the first-generation Dark Lord tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the counter. He suddenly understood why Dumbledore valued this little witch named Elena Caslana so much. Albus, you really have a problem for me. What should I teach tomorrow? Even the most rigorous and ancient Gufuzak magic text, and on the origin magic text of the mildest healing spell in his opinion, can have such a serious accident. Grindelwald really didn't know that there were any knowledge related to the spell is safe. However, after the room was blown up, he had to seriously start to think about teaching, otherwise Elena would play recklessly, and with Grindelwald's physical condition, he could not withstand the toss of a girl. As long as the situation like today is repeated a few more times, Dumbledore may not be able to wait for Dumbledore to pick Elena back to Hogwarts, and he will have to be buried outside Newmangud Castle first. According to Elena's previous statement, it seems that this little girl likes Newt Scamander very much like magical animals, although Grindelwald has always resisted this knowledge, but at present, perhaps only from this aspect. Think of a way. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, peeled off the skin of the potatoes, dipped the salt in the dipping saucer into his mouth, felt the taste of starch and coarse salt melted in his mouth, and sighed quite distressed. I knew that this kid was so terrible after learning magic. I shouldn't have said so many rejections and useless words to Albus. I directly suggested that Albus send this little guy directly to Newt Scamander. All right. Fortunately, even if you are not an experienced researcher in magical animals, some basic knowledge should be enough to deal with that difficult little girl. After all, no matter how evil you are, she is just a child after all. It's impossible to have any problems with your book knowledge. Thinking of this, Grindelwald felt a little more settled, and took a sip of some warm cabbage and bacon soup. I have to say that since he made comments, Elena has indeed spent a little more time on the preparation of ingredients. At least this time there is no earthy taste in the vegetable soup. Not only that, as the most common main soup for common European households, Elena's cabbage and bacon soup looks slightly different from normal ones. Almost half of the cabbage was cut into neat filaments and cooked with the same sliced bacon strips, showing an appetizing appearance. If Grindelwald is not mistaken, the Gulshadar little pepper is also added to enhance the flavor, so that it tastes warm. Huh? This soup, weird. Grindelwald frowned and took a closer look at the plain cabbage broth in his hand. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this bowl of soup was exceptionally delicious. After drinking a full bowl, the pain on his body was reduced a little. However, anyway, in the ingredient box that Dumbledore left for the two of them, there are only a few foods in total. The seasonings in the kitchen are mostly common seasonings. In such a desolate castle of Newmangud, except for some weeds and vines that can be seen everywhere, Elena can no longer find any other strange ingredients. Is it an illusion? Forget it. Let's think about the next courses first. Grindelwald shook his head in confusion, and couldn't help but fill a large bowl of cabbage soup. Since he didn't understand, he didn't need to go into it. This kind of boring question about the deliciousness of food, in his opinion, is of little importance. Maybe only Mulborn children and house elves will seriously consider it, right? Rue at Chapter 2 Fat Chicken, I'm really working hard! Exclamation mark. Please praise. Ask Jang to say. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 177 I made you not poisoned. Seeking monthly pass. Early the next morning, as soon as it was light, Grindelwald was awakened by the small noise from the open kitchen. In front of the workbench in the open kitchen not far away, the little silver-haired Lily, who had woken up not knowing when she was humming a weird melody softly, while cooking the ingredients at her side, was next to the little Lily. On the stove, the rolling iron pot exudes a strange fragrance that Grindelwald has never smelled. Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue, Chapter 177. I don't have to poison you. Look for a monthly pass we are hitting. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 178. The meaning of spicy soup and food. Seeking a monthly pass. What Grindelwald didn't know was that Elena had been busy in the kitchen for at least 2 or 3 hours in order to prepare this bowl of soup. You know, the long aftertaste of the soup is the most important for making Who spicy soup. Each handed down Who spicy soup shop has its own spice recipe, which is usually made from a variety of natural Chinese herbal medicines in proportion. Then pepper and chili are added, and the bone soup is used as the base material to make the basic soup base. With the advancement of science and technology, in previous lives, in addition to some old shops that insisted on brewing according to their own secret recipes, many hot and spicy soup shops and roadside mobile food stalls have begun to use ready-made hot and spicy soup powder for brewing. As a result, the difference in the flavors of hot and spicy soups is getting smaller and smaller. The flavor of hot and spicy soup that Elena will modulate is naturally the machine taste of this later generation. However, in the castle of Newmangad, where food resources are extremely scarce, insufficient basic ingredients are the biggest problem. Not to mention all kinds of natural spices, ginger, beef and sheep skeleton to make the broth. Even a little spicy soup powder is a luxury. Fortunately, the pot of cabbage and salted meat soup that she wanted to cook before going to bed last night broadened her mind. In order to verify some subsequent guesses, she specially increased the weight of the vegetable soup. Sure enough, when Elena got up in the morning, she found that the big pot of special cabbage and salted broth had been drunk cleanly, which completely relieved Elena, who was still a little worried. Because, in order to help Grindelwald relieve pain and calm the nerves, Elena deliberately found some poppy husks in the small pile of basic potions that Dumbledore left behind, compared to the textbook, and threw them in the vegetable soup system. Of course, after cooking, the corpses are taken out and destroyed. It was confirmed that Grindelwald was not a top potion master with God's tongue. The first thing Elena did after getting up was to once again seriously search for the treasures left by Dumbledore. After comparing the elementary potions textbook with the elementary herbal medicine textbook, she thought she had fully understood what Dumbledore was hiding. It was obvious that the additional elementary potion materials that appeared in the box were not used for Grindelwald to teach her the potions class. All the items that appear in this magic refrigerator with the functions of refrigeration, insurance, and capacity expansion must have only one label, that is, ingredients. Fortunately, most of the boxes of spices collected by Elena during the orphanage were sent to the castle by Dumbledore. Although there was no stone grinding, it was accompanied by an explosive curse that deliberately controlled the intensity. It is easy to mix more than 10 kinds of spices such as pepper, star anise, and cinnamon into fine powders. The strong taste and color of Who spicy soup are enough to further conceal the taste of the potion materials she will flexibly add in it. Elena has always believed in one principle: everything can only be zero or countless times, as long as Grindelwald eats it. For the first time, even if things are revealed afterwards, there will not be too much resistance to continue pushing. Theoretically, the base soup of Who spicy soup is usually made of whole lamb bones and boiled for more than 5 hours. After the bone marrow essence has penetrated into the broth, remove the skeleton and add the prepared spice powder to continue cooking. Sheep bones are definitely not available. The skeletons of slightly larger magical creatures will not be gradually involved until the potions class of the upper grades. Therefore, after studying the textbook carefully, Elena chose to use it for making healing classes. Lionfish spine of potion. At this time, The thick-backed kitchen knife produced by Zwilling came into use. In order to shorten the cooking time, Elena took a risk and tried to match a standard dose of roux with the hard lionfish spine. Under the sharp and heavy slash, it quickly turned into small pieces of white and delicious ribs. The ginger root in the primary potion material is undoubtedly an unexpected joy. It completely fills up the last link missing in the hot and spicy soup base, ensuring that this pot of hot and cold soup can be fully used for fighting the cold and warming the stomach. Expanded view. Note 1. What really consumed a lot of Elena's time and energy was actually the production of water gluten powder and gluten. Although Elena's suitcase contains a small amount of flour bought from the market by Benitez, it is only the most basic powder state, and all the preparations need to be done by her hand. Elena needs to continuously rub and wash the mixed water and good dough. Only in the continuous squeeze of external force, the wheat gluten molecules in the flour will interweave into a continuous network, and then the needed gluten is filtered and washed. The water that has been gluten-free is the so-called glutinous rice flour. At this time, continue to knead the gluten until the gluten becomes elastic and has a certain tenacity. Then pull off the gluten in small groups and stretch them into thin slices. At this time, you can slowly cook them one by one. Up. The holes of the gluten kneaded by hand can absorb the taste of the soup very well. It is juicy and full of toughness. It is picked up and cut into pieces when it is almost heated, and then re-added to the spicy soup at the end to take care of the people. Energy expenditure in the morning. After removing the gluten and cutting into pieces, according to the normal process, you should put in the right amount of cooked beef and mutton, daily, and sweet potato vermicelli for a long time. It is a pity that these things do not exist in the castle of Newmangard. For cooked beef and mutton, you can replace it with salty bacon, which is also red meat. For daylily, use cabbage and calming valerian instead. As for the sweet potato vermicelli, shred the vine twigs of Chateau Newmangard. Later, it is also a particularly good substitute. The most important thing is that in the last 10 minutes or so, add the water gorgon powder, soy sauce, salt, and message to harvest the soup into a juice. The veteran chef will adjust the fire power at this time and use the outer ring to boil, that is, do not let the center of the pot become the main receiver hotspots. Just add a piece of stuff to pad, so that the whole pot of spicy soup rolls and circulates from the outside to the inside. The soup is gradually introverted and merged, and there will be no leakage of soup and layering. Facts have proved that such a tedious and serious effort is completely worth it. With the help of patchwork, Elena forcibly worked out a big pot of at least 7,080% similar taste in the Newmangard Castle in Austria. Potion's version of who spicy soup. Grindelwald hesitated in the look of Elena's expectation, and couldn't help but pick up a spoon and scoop a small spoonful of it into his mouth. The sour, spicy, fragrant and delicious flavors instantly appeared in the first generation of the Dark Lord. An explosion exploded on his taste buds, and a warm current swallowed down the throat of the spicy soup quickly spread to every corner of the old man's body. Even the fingertips could feel warmth. How about it? Not bad, Elena said with a satisfied smile after seeing the involuntary exclamation and relief on Grindelwald's face. Very unique taste. But that's all. The precious time spent thinking about appetites is a huge waste. Simply cooking a few potatoes is enough. The extra time is used to practice magic. It makes more sense than that. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, and while sipping the hot spicy soup without hesitation, he looked at Elena with a smug expression and said, "I really don't understand why you are such a gifted little wizard, so persistent to bother with food. You don't understand. Only in this way can I know I is still alive." Elena shook her head slightly, and whispered as if talking to herself, holding her cheeks to look at the steaming bowl of hot spicy soup. "The eyes are extremely complicated." "Huh? What did you just say?" Grindelwald frowned. "It's nothing. I mean, since it's delicious, don't talk too much. The hot and spicy soup will not taste good when it's cold." Elena did not answer Grindelwald's question, stretched out her hand, pushed the bowl of spicy soup in front of Grindelwald, smiled slightly. "Hurry up and finish breakfast, but I am looking forward to the whole night today." "What about the content of the class? What magic texts shall we learn today?" Rua. Chapter 2. You accompany me to talk a little more. Woo woo woo. It's so boring to be alone. By the way, if everyone feels hungry after reading this chapter, please remember to feed the cute fat chicken some chapters and monthly tickets. Chapter 179. Knowledge hidden outside of books seeking a monthly pass. Magic? No, we won't learn new magical documents today. Grindelwald, who was drinking hot spicy soup, had a meal with his right hand, put down the spoon, and said solemnly, "Every ancient Fasak writing contains infinite mysteries, and being able to master one is more important than simply tasting without a point. Much more important. The ancient rune script itself is the manifestation of certain magical phenomena by the one's wizards, and the displayed effects are completely different from person to person. At the same time, it has a very low lower limit and an unimaginable upper limit in power. Even if I roughly searched the European magic world once, Grindelwald truly mastered the original pronunciation and meaning. There are actually only 4 Guvuzak characters that can produce magical effects. Most of the remaining characters are only fragmented characters and paraphrase. In addition to the original count taught to Elena yesterday, the other 3 that Grindelwald has mastered are the 3rd rune Torn, which symbolizes thorns, guardianship, and energy, which symbolizes prophecy, and the persuasive 4th runos, and the 6th rune symbolizing fire and flame. Not to mention that from the beginning, Grindelwald had no intention of teaching Elena all the runes. Ever since it was discovered that the healing runes can be turned into out-of-control power-enhancing magic in the hands of Elena, Grindelwald has no reason to continue to increase the lethality of the white hair dumplings derived from the remaining 3 runes. The curse is far more terrifying than the consequences of her original cow. Huh? If you don't learn magic texts, do you plan to continue teaching me new spells? Elena blinked in surprise. Then let you blow up this room? Don't even think about it. Grindelwald twitched his cheeks, shattering Elena's daydream without hesitation. Why is this white-haired dumpling able to be like a forgotten curse? She doesn't know anything about what she has done. If I remember correctly, Albus should have sent all your textbooks to the castle of Newmangard, right? He lowered his head and took another sip of the spicy soup. Grindelwald calmed down and looked at the little silver hoard witch sitting at the other end of the table and continued. Didn't you say that you like magical animals? Take out the Where Are Fantastic Beasts written by Scamander. Today we will learn about fantastic beasts. Facts have proved that when teaching children with divergent thinking, unless you are a professor who has been teaching for many years, it is best to follow a set of outline logic written in advance. Although in terms of personal emotions, Grindelwald does not like Newt Scamander and his annoying little animals, it is undeniable that as the greatest magical zoologist recognized in contemporary times, according to his supplementary explanation, is undoubtedly the safest mode. Huh? Pure cultural theory class. Hearing Grindelwald's arrangement, the dull hair on Elena's head drooped unhappily, and her whole body revealed a sense of resistance that couldn't be more obvious. If it's a magical animal, then don't bother you to teach it. It's the same for me to read and teach myself. Elena curled her lips, resisted the urge to confiscate the spicy soup in front of Grindelwald, and said glumly regarding Grindelwald's reaction today, in fact, it did not exceed Elena's expectations. No matter which professor had a major teaching accident on the previous day's course, the course of the next long period of time will inevitably change. It got to be particularly dull for Hagrid with cheerful personality, after the appearance of the eagle-headed horse and beast hurting people. Didn't he change the content of the course to how to feed caterpillars? You may have some misunderstandings. I don't want to read the textbook to you just as it was written. Grindelwald shook his head and stood up, walked to the workbench in the open kitchen and filled himself with a bowl of spicy soup. I have to say that although the taste is a bit strange, this kind of stimulating breakfast tastes really good, especially appetizing. Back at the dining table, Grindelwald shrugged and continued speaking after looking at the small mixed receiver with the words "I'm not happy" written all over her face. Because of the paper length and the related limitations of the Ministry of Magic, the content presented in the book is actually very limited. If you really want to learn more about magical animals, the only way besides feeding and touching them yourself is find a wizard with relevant experience and knowledge, such as Newt Scamander, such as While talking, Grindelwald pointed to himself proudly. I have said long ago that there are no more than 10 people in the magical world who are more proficient than me on the knowledge of magical animals. In fact, where are the Fantastic Beasts published as a designated textbook for the first-year wizards of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, strictly speaking, is just an incomplete catalogue overview. As far as Grindelwald knows, the truly complete version of Where Are Fantastic Beasts compiled from the manuscripts compiled and summarized by Newt Scamander over the years has always been it was not published for the general public in the magic world. In addition to Newt's family and close friends, only Albus Dumbledore and some high-level officials of the European Ministry of Magic have the honor to have seen the full version. Of course, for some reason, Grindelwald was in Newmangard. I have also seen most of them in the castle. This is one of the reasons why he has the confidence to take the initiative to teach Elena. After all, in Grindelwald's opinion, trying to ask how difficult it is that even Newt Scamander can't answer a question in a field related to magical beasts is almost as difficult as finding one that can defeat him and Albus at the same time. Dumbledore and the two. Really? Any question is fine? Elena glanced at Grindelwald suspiciously, turned around and took out the Fantastic Beasts that had been turned several times from the bedroom. She believes that there is a castrated version and a full version of Fantastic Beasts, because Elena can feel it when previewing and having fun. The content in the book is too rough and simple. At best, it can be used as an enlightenment storybook for children in ordinary wizard families, or a simple reference book. Use it most. Let most wizards know what to feed the children's favorite pet Puff Pastel, or why it is better not to leave milk outside for the Spurs to eat. Of course, you can find out any magical animal you are interested in and ask me. Grindelwald nodded nonchalantly. Well, then this, Aroan too. Elena hesitated, turned the first page, and pointed to the 8-eyed chicken at the top of the row. Home. 8-eyed spider. Grindelwald glanced at the position of Elena's finger and raised his chin confidently. The highest level dangerous animals in the magic part are huge and cruel. They are native to Calamantan Island. They live in dense jungles. They are rare magical animals that speak human language. They are covered with dense black hair. When the legs stretch to the sides of the body, they can span up to 15 feet. They have a pair of giant chelating limbs, which are used when eating live prey and dead species. Stop. In fact, I'm not very interested in these contents. Elena blinked and suddenly stretched out her palm to interrupt Grindelwald's science. The girl licked her lips and smiled shyly. What I want to know is, can these 8-eyed spiders be eaten? Are they delicious? And how should they be eaten? It has to be said that as a popular science book on magical animals, Where Are the Magical Animals is far less detailed than the Eastern Shanhaejing, obviously missing a lot of particularly important links. Gellert Grindelwald? Chapter 1. Yeah. Chapter 180. The Demon Kings reaching a consensus seeking a monthly pass. Excuse me, what did you say about the 8-eyed giant spider? After time seemed to have stagnated for 2 or 3 seconds, Grindelwald ascended and leaned forward slightly, asking awkwardly and politely. A familiar feeling reappeared in the old wizard's heart again. Since he started trying to teach Elena, this is not the first time that this kind of thinking has been interrupted. Can you eat it? Is it delicious? How to eat it? The girl replied crisply, her eyes full of desire for knowledge. As Elena learns more about magical animals through Where Are Fantastic Beasts, the more problems she has accumulated. But according to the theory of the great unification of the universe, the nature of most matter can be summarized into the above three sentence. Facing Elena's twinkling eyes, Grindelwald's expression froze on his face, and he opened his mouth helplessly, not knowing what to say for a while. The scene in front of him was the same as he had imagined before. The picture gap is a bit big. Even Newt's commander can't answer these questions, right? After another 5 or 6 seconds of silence, Grindelwald took a deep breath, tried to squeeze a smile and asked calmly, "I remember you said before that you really like magical animals." "You don't mean?" "Yes, it's not just magical animals. I like them as long as they are animals." Elena nodded quickly, and added extra earnestly, "You have to have the kind of pause." After getting the affirmative reply from Elena again and confirming again and again that the little mixed race didn't mean to joking, the shocked expression on Grindelwald's face slowly gathered, and his fingers wandered thoughtfully at Elena's booth. "Where are the fantastic beasts?" Opened on the desktop and knocked on it, and a faint sense of joy gradually emerged in his eyes, and a touch of joy. If Grindelwald is not wrong, even Dumbledore, for the time being, should not realize that Elena Castellana and Newt Scamander are actually two opposite types of people, although both seem to have the same point of interest. In this way, as long as the guidance is appropriate and some help is just right, even if it is in the Newmungard Castle in Austria, Grindelwald can find a way to add some extras to the lives of those old friends. Thinking of this, Grindelwald curled his mouth, cleared his throat, and replied very seriously, "I think it should be edible. As for the taste and cooking methods, this aspect is still in a relatively blank area in the magical world for the time being. You may need to find a way to explore it yourself." Grindelwald took a deep look at this cute white-haired dumpling. In a sense, the little girl in front of him might be more similar to Grindelwald himself in some respects. It's just that we still need to observe a little bit more about how much influence this mixed-race little can have, what she desires, what she lacks, and what kind of thoughts she has. Even if you and Mr. Newt Scamander have not studied it, Elena held her face with her hands, with a touch of obvious disappointment on her face. She originally thought that this part of the information was just set in an invisible state. After all, as the most dangerous magical creature, the 8-eyed giant spider is extremely dangerous even for wizards. What's more, it's a spider. I think many people just hear the word spider, but they don't know how. Have an appetite. Grindelwald shrugged and locked Elena's face inadvertently. This is actually his confusion. As far as he knows, apart from a small number of savage African wizards that still retain the habit of eating insects, most of the recipes of civilized societies do not contain spiders. The name is just the symbol named by the first discoverer, and it doesn't have much impact. Elena waved her hand with disapproval, and replied without hesitation, "Just as termites should actually be called white cockroaches, if you think the 8-eyed giant spider is not good, you can also call it a terrestrial 8-eyed hairy crab, or a dense forest giant softshell crab." "Okay." Grindelwald twitched the corners of his mouth and changed the name of an animal so skillfully. Obviously Elena was definitely not doing this for the first time, and let alone, after such a change. It seemed to sound a bit good. Even if the name has changed, the danger of the 8-eyed giant spider has not decreased at all. You must know that all the magical creatures defined by the International Ministry of Magic as the highest dangerous level must be species that have killed wizards. Grindelwald shook his head and quickly drove the strange thoughts out of his mind. He was only guiding Elena, not really wanting to taste the so-called spider. Hearing the words of the old wizard, Elena smiled triumphantly, took out her magic wand and poked it at the 8-eyed giant spider illustration in the book fiercely, without the slightest expression of fear on her face. "We are human wizards, using spells and tools to hunt dangerous creatures around. Isn't it the most basic instinct that has been flowing in our blood since ancient times? As long as sufficient medicinal and edible value can be confirmed, the degree of risk is not that important. After all, Even the most ferocious fire dragon species Hungarian hornet was not driven to the brink of extinction by poachers because of its high-value dragon blood and nerve fibers, and Chinese fireball has become the only thing in the East. The remaining fire dragon species, looking at Grindelwald who had just finished drinking the spicy soup, Elena smiled badly, licked her lips subconsciously, and added, "Not to mention, spider meat is pretty delicious in principle." "Wait, you haven't really eaten spiders, have you?" Grindelwald's face was a little blue, and he found that the topic seemed to start to develop in a strange direction again. "The eight-eyed giant spider hasn't eaten it yet, but I have tasted the ordinary spider taste." Elena pressed her index finger to her lips and looked up at the ceiling, recalling the fried spider she had eaten in her previous life, and swallowed. Swallowing said, "Spiders are generally fried more often. The taste is more like between chicken and cod. The belly, head, and legs of delicate white meat rich in high protein. After removing the poison glands and shell, they are coated with message, sugar, salt, and minced garlic. Put them in the oil and crisp them. The taste is distinct on the inside and outside, and the outside is crispy." Cough cough cough. "And here." Grindelwald put his right fist to his mouth and let out a heavy cough, interrupting Elena's description. Hell, he had just eaten breakfast, and he was still hungry when he heard the roast spider. "As for how to cook magical animals and how they taste, I can't help you with this, you can only study it by yourself in the future." But Grindelwald paused, glanced at the white-haired dumpling who was swallowing in front of him. His face hesitated. "But," Elena blinked, tilted her head and looked at Grindelwald in confusion, not understanding what the old man wanted to say. "Regardless, even if this girl goes out to harm the world in the future, it is better than to toss him in the castle now." Grindelwald gritted his teeth. His heart was twisted, his fingers stretched out, and he said seriously, "However, I can tell you the habits, weaknesses, and coping styles of most magical animals. And, if you can guarantee that you won't take the initiative to learn new spells these days, I can even think of a way to get Albus to spend the next holiday. At the time, I will bring you to Newt's commander to study further. Albus still won't refuse me for this small request." "Hey, I'm okay." "No problem, it's a deal." Hearing what Grindelwald said, Elena was taken aback for a moment, then came back to her senses, and nodded quickly with ecstasy. Sure enough, she woke up early in the morning to make spicy soup for the first generation of Meguro Demon King Grandpa. It was effective. Food really is the most powerful existence that pulls in the relationship between people. Rua. The second chapter has been updated. Please ask for monthly pass. Ask for chapter to talk about it. Tomorrow is a few days later. I suddenly feel a little bit reluctant. Chapter 181, Successive Accidents. Seeking monthly pass. Tomorrow is the last day. Grindelwald turned his head and glanced at the closed door of the master bedroom. After the girl's gentle sound asleep inside, he crept up from the bedding spread on the floor and waved his hand. Quietly, he removed the wooden board blocking the door of the room and walked towards the tower above. Under Elena's strong request, "I beg Inksy." The clothes that the old man wore before were finally forced to change, washed and hung by the fireplace to bake. Therefore, Grindelwald had to temporarily cover the wizard's robe of Elena Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Because of the girl's small stature, the original wide wizard robe was worn on the tall and thin Delindva, as if she was wearing a severely shrunken black half-length jacket. With the faint starlight, the old wizard returned to the former prison cell. A little bit of starlight reflected from the hole that was exploded by Elena with a spell, and the gravel on the ground was still the same as when the two left. There is no change. Grindelwald, who climbed to the top of the tower in one breath, shuddered and shivered, and subconsciously wrapped the wizard's robe inside his mind. And Grindelwald, who had climbed to the top of the tower in one breath, shuddered. The past few days can't help but appear all kinds of fragments of his getting along with that cute and irritating little mixed bloodva. Putting aside the chaotic and colorful first day without mentioning it, The time spent together after this is generally considered to be peaceful. Common enemies and coincident demands are always the easiest reasons to resolve disputes. Since the two generations of the old, one and the young reached a consensus on the field of magical animals, Grindelwald really did not have any secrets, and taught Elena all the habits and coping methods he knew about magical animals. And Elena also kept her promise and didn't take the initiative to learn new magic, except for a cleaning spell. After all, it was too much trouble to wash clothes and clean up the dishes. The magic traps that Dumbledore originally stayed in Elena's residence and planned to urge girls to learn were all reduced to props for girls to practice explosive spells. Under the guidance of experienced Gellert Grindelwald, they only used it was completely demolished in less than a day. Living under the same roof, the various sources of ingredients that Elena uses to prepare 3 meals a day can't hide from Grindelwald's eyes. However, in the face of the temptation of abundance and delicious food, Grindelwald, who was already somewhat deviant, did not show resistance for too long. After a brief thought change, once I accepted the new setting of the little monster Elena, the way Grindelwald gets along with the girl gradually became harmonious as long as it involves eating. Everything is up to AI. Elena is in charge. He only needs to make occasional taste requests. The sprouts of the vines coiling around the cracks in the walls and the windows were almost eaten up, and the snow primroses that were once all over the castle also lost their traces in the castle of Newmangard. After a taste of crispy termites, the termite kingdom in the closet on the 4th floor also provided a large amount of nutritious and high-protein rent for these large numbers of small creatures. Even if they want to escape, one is extravagant hope. As for the basic potion raw materials left in Albus Dumbledore's box, they have been used to the extreme. After all, since it can be used as the basic material for making primary potions, in theory, they must be edible after a certain amount of processing. And most of the raw materials are used by the first-grade little wizards who are exposed to magic for the first time. The processing is not too complicated. As the relationship between the two became more and more harmonious, Grindelwald sometimes even took the initiative to stand in front of the kitchen workbench, picking up a kitchen knife and teaching Elena about potions and herbalism. The body of some magical animals is naturally too one of the teaching props. With Grindelwald's inattuned teaching, coupled with Elena's own knife skills, and the high enthusiasm that made the first generation of the Dark Lord a bit creepy, the mixed blood little ver is in materials, herbology, fantastic zoology shows a talent far beyond magic learning. Lionfish spine bone noodles, spicy soup, roasted bat wings, snow primrose bacon soup, vine bud fried raven eggs, sweet and sour color changing giant snail meat, stir-fried bat liver, sprig berry scones, stir-fried wattle grass, castor oil crisp termites, potato salad with hocklap sauce, fried tuber warthog skin, steamed hairy crab, hot and sour salamander blood, poppy shell stewed cabbage and bacon soup. In just 5 days, Elena has almost mastered the content of the Hogwarts first-year Little Wizards on E course, and also divided all the plants and animals that may be involved in the learning process into categories. Labeled, it is perfectly integrated into a variety of imaginative dishes of course, except for the dungstone, which is the fuel put into the fireplace. Grindelwald had to admit that it was not so much he was helping Dumbledore with the children these days, but Elena took the initiative to take care of him more of the time. In addition to learning about magic knowledge, whether it is eating and living or searching for ingredients in the castle, Elena has shown tenacity and precocity that are inconsistent with that exquisite appearance. It is obvious that the girl's experience in an orphanage has played a particularly important role. After having a warm and soft bed and a rich and regular meal a day, Grindelwald can clearly feel that his old and dry body is rejuvenating. The original withered and yellowed face gradually appeared bloody. The whole person was obviously more energetic than before, and the strength of the limbs, reaction speed and magic ability were also restored. This conditioning time can last for half a year to a year, Grindelwald feels that he can at least recover to about 4% of his peak strength. Unfortunately, according to the pre-arranged agreement, it is estimated that at around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Albus should come to pick up this white-haired dumpling and return to Hogwarts Castle to continue school. Right? That's good. I can also take a leisurely rest every day. Grindelwald recovered and shook his head with a complicated expression. Naturally, his character would not show any ugly reluctance in front of Elena. At most it was just a slight sigh in his heart. Frankly speaking, the past few days have been quite happy. It is enough. Kneeling down, Grindelwald fumbled for a while beside the hardwood bed and took out a small iron box. Opening the tin box, covering the top layer was the small pile of colorful candies, which made Grindelwald stay for a few seconds. Then, the old man solemnly took out a small accessory from it and put it in his arms. Turning around and walking down the stairs without looking back. This thing should be treated as a parting gift for that little guy. When Albus comes to pick her up, it will be handed over to her, and it will be considered the money for the past few days. However, Dumbledore was late the next morning. Only one letter that didn't know when it appeared was quietly placed at the bedroom door. There are some conditions temporarily. I will pick you up later. Albus, of course, the deaf-mute elderly caretaker who should be returned has not appeared either. And worse, vomit. Elena put down the bowl in her hand and raised her head to look at Grindelwald, who was sitting across the table and holding his belly lightly, with a faintly painful expression on her face. What's wrong with you? Doesn't it matter? The girl frowned worriedly, and couldn't help but ask for the third time. This is the third retching sound made by the original Dark Lord this morning. She made it specially. The old man's favorite. Who the spicy soup has hardly moved. You know, it has never happened before. It's okay. Maybe it's just a little wow. Grindelwald smiled strongly and waved his hand to Elena. Before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly changed, and he vomited out all the breakfast he had eaten before. An unpleasant sour smell filled the room. Chapter 1. The end of the story of Newman Good is finally coming. Oh, I will try to write it well. Chapter 182. You are really poisoned. Seeking monthly pass. Clean up and Yusuf. Elena frowned, pulled out her wand and waved it lightly, and the pile of vomit on the table disappeared instantly. The principle of the cleaning spell is not difficult to understand, but it is not easy to cast, especially for Elena, who likes to be horny. A one-time success like this will definitely make her happy in normal times. For a while, however, Elena at this time has no mood and leisure to be happy for successfully releasing complex magic, and her attention has been all on the old wizard who is a little bit wrong. Vomiting is a stressful self-protection mechanism of the human body. Generally speaking, if it is food poisoning, cold stomach, or acute gastroenteritis, the body should be relieved for a short time after unconscious vomiting occurs. However, Grindelwald's current situation is obviously worse. The old man's face has begun to turn pale. His lips tremble slightly, his abdomen and throat twitch violently, and the focus in his eyes also occasionally loses. But fortunately, after experiencing a serious accident, facing this sudden situation again, Elena's mentality is much calmer and more rational than before, not to mention that Grindelwald herself is still awake now, accompanied by the sound of two similar magical runes chanting, two groups of white light, one large and one small, exuding soft warmth, light up almost at the same time. The powerful rune magic left by the ancient wizards is unreasonable and arrogant. The method directly produced a healing effect. What happened just now? Looking at Grindelwald, who seemed to have recovered, Elena frowned and asked in confusion. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had exactly the same 3 meals a day in the past few days, Elena even wondered if food poisoning had occurred. While talking, Elena reached out and probed Grindelwald's forehead. Without any fever, this almost ruled out most of the known acute diseases caused by gastrointestinal function. I don't know, but this is not the first time. It has happened before. It's just more serious this time. Grindelwald released his right hand on his lower abdomen, wiped the corners of his mouth, and shook his head. Time is one of the most powerful poisons. As he grows older, Grindelwald is clearly aware of his own changes. He begins to become more and more thirsty, irritable, and tired. The frequency also began to become more and more frequent. Really? Just fine. Elena raised her eyebrows, non-committal, thought for a while, stood up and took the bowl of spicy soup in front of Grindelwald, and walked to the kitchen counter with the bowl. Anyway, whose spicy soup is not suitable for eating anymore. I will cook some ginger sugar water for you to make your stomach easier. It was the last day, and the two hadn't planned any learning tasks. Generally speaking, they only needed to wait for Dumbledore, so there was still plenty of time. Grindelwald looked at the back of the little silver-haired wizard, smiled and nodded. It's okay, you can arrange it anyway. Moo. Before Grindelwald could finish speaking, another strong nausea spread in his body. Immediately afterwards, Grindelwald felt a burst of abdominal cramps that were more severe than a few seconds ago, and the old man unconsciously bent down deeply. His eyebrows became a ball, and his face was full of pain. Vomit. The old man had already vomited out all the food he had eaten before, but now he vomited out some yellowing water, and his mouth was full of bitter bile and gastric juice that was refluxed under strong stimulation. The sudden dizziness made Grindelwald unable to help shook his head. A small hand quickly pressed between Grindelwald's chest and abdomen, and as the magic light lit up, it quickly eased Grindelwald's pain. According to the weak vibration from her palm, Elena could feel when Grindelwald's heart rate was accelerating. His breathing became rapid and heavy, and at the same time, a smell of rotten apples came out of the old population. Wait, this won't be. Elena took a closer look at the thin first-generation Dark Lord, and recalled the details of the past few days with Grindelwald. She couldn't help frowning, and some bad guesses flashed in her heart. Oh, this time I have a stomach trouble. But it is much more powerful than what I have experienced before. Grindelwald wiped the corners of his mouth, raised his eyebrows, and said with a rather unexpected smile, but a hint of loneliness and dignity flashed across his face. Is he still old? With the disappearance of the healing magic, Grindelwald could feel the discomfort again, and the slight pain and dizziness were constantly rushing to him, so that he had to devote a large part of his energy to guiding the magic healing above himself, so he didn't notice the ugly face of the little silver-haired witch in front of him. This is not stomach trouble. Elena's expression has never been so serious. She took a deep look at Grindelwald's face, and smelled the ketone smell similar to rotten apple in the old man's breath. Her face became more and more ugly. If you read it correctly, you are acute diabetic ketoacidosis. Damn it. Didn't anyone ever tell you that you have diabetes? Because a relative had experienced exactly the same condition in the previous life. After a simple comparison of the symptoms, she was at least 70% sure that she could confirm her guess. Acute what? Suffering from the devil? What are you talking about? Grindelwald frowned, his expression a little confused. Although it seems that things are not very good from the tone and behavior of the silver-haired little witch, to be honest, in the passage that Elena just said, he didn't know at least 4 or 5 words. Diabetes lit, a disease caused by defective insulin secretion or impaired biological effects, is not a diablos. Acute diabetic ketoacidosis. Forget it. Let's talk about it. You don't understand either. Glancing at the first-generation Dark Lord whose face was getting more and more confused, Elena pulled her hair a little irritably, and waved her hand weakly. This kind of medical terminology, let alone a widow in the magic world like Grindelwald. Old people, especially in this era, even many people in the non-magical world may not understand it. Elena patted her cheek, took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, looked at Grindelwald, and said seriously, in short, you are sick and poisoned, understand? The kind with the possibility of death. Grindelwald nodded without understanding, then suddenly raised his head. His face was full of anger, and a trace of heartache and disbelief flashed in his eyes. "What? You actually poisoned the food?" Boom! Elena patted the table violently. "It's all said that it is a complication caused by diabetes. It is a kind of disease. Can you listen to people carefully? I'm so angry! Exclamation mark. Is it time to care about poisoning or disease? Exclamation mark. How backward is the popularization of medical knowledge in the magic world? Exclamation mark. Chapter 1. Today, try to see if you can write more. Haven't guessed it, ask Jang to say. Chapter 183. A different world seeking a monthly pass. The full name of diabetes is diabetes lit, which consists of the Greek word diabetes and the Latin word lit. The first application of this term in the non-magical world can be traced back to 250 BC. It's just that diabetes is a chronic disease, and the additional lethal factors usually come from complications. It was not until the beginning of the 20th century that people gradually began to face the dangers of diabetes, and various treatments for diabetes, but most of them basically nothing is useful. The real improvement in the treatment of diabetes was in 1982, when the body of Elena was born. Shortly after, there was biosynthetic human insulin that could be produced in large quantities. However, it is clear that such non-magical medicines and medical theories have not been introduced into the magical world simultaneously on a large scale. If Elena remembers correctly, even 20 years after the popularization of medical knowledge, the prevalence of diabetes has reached an 1/10 of the position, and as the age level increases, the prevalence of diabetes is more than 65 years old. The prevalence rate is increasing successively. Thinking about it carefully, Gellert Grindelwald is 108 years old and lacks daily medical care and basic medical knowledge. Diabetes does not seem to be a surprise. "Well, I don't know what you are talking about, but it sounds interesting." Grindelwald chanted the curse silently while pressing his belly, while looking at the white-haired dumpling with anxious face in front of him with interest. His mouth curled. "Bent. Interesting? This is acute diabetic ketoacidosis. Do you understand the importance of the situation? If you are not careful, you may die." Elena waved her hand after struggling to explain it for a long time. Exclaimed angrily. Diabetic ketoacidosis, referred to as TCA, is an acute diabetic complication and one of the several diabetic complications with the largest number of deaths. Since diabetic patients do not have enough insulin to use glucose, once the blood sugar rises significantly, uric acid excretion will increase. At this time, the body begins to use adipose tissue to produce energy, and the ketone bodies produced by lipolysis are not very good. If used, it will accumulate in the blood and cause ketoacidosis. Since Grindelwald did not know that Grindelwald had diabetes before, the 3 meals a day prepared by Elena were mainly proportioned according to her own body intake, which is rich in high sugar, high calcium and high calorie development. Children's meal. There is no doubt that the little butterfly, Elena, once again blew a new hurricane. According to the plot of the original, Grindelwald should have lived steadily to the end of the 7th, until he was forced to ask the old wand whereabouts. Voldemort was killed by the Avada's curse. If such a serious illness had occurred before, the old man imprisoned in the castle alone would have been cold. To be precise, if I were a mole, I might die. Now, it's just a pain in my stomach. Grindelwald shook his fingers and corrected calmly. Have you listened to me seriously? Hearing the words of the old wizard, Elena, who had explained painstakingly for a long time, couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Even now, she is still talking about moles and stomach aches. Is this old guy dementia? Why can't he even master the most basic new knowledge? And many more. Elena suddenly struck a flash of lightning in her mind, glanced at Grindelwald, who didn't seem to be too nervous, and asked softly, "You mean, there is actually a curse that can cure stomach pain, right? Birth, old age, sickness and death. This is something that all human beings will inevitably experience. As a metabolic disease that covers such a wide range, people living in the magic world have no reason to be spared. Magic is just a supernatural ability, not the aura of cutting hair and washing the marrow, at least for now. Even if it is, wizards can also catch colds, cough, and have diarrhea due to irregular diet. The science and technology tree of civilization, which has gradually developed based on various spells, obviously cannot be thought of in terms of non-magical science and technology trees, whether in common sense or in the way of solving problems, as a semi-closed loop world with a long history. Wizards must have a unique system of cognition of the world from the perspective of magic. Just like the unlocking spell, most of the spells are actually black box magic with first effect and second cause. There is no need to study the principles hidden under the flow of magical trajectories. Instead, what needs to be considered is the display form of the output result magic effect, and the input factors that may be involved: magic, gesture, pronunciation. The curse of the black box principle, which can exert its greatest effect in daily life, must first be in the medical field, which is full of inexplicable mysteries and is closely related to everyone. It should be understood that the body is an indispensable link for most humans to perceive the world. As the first need of a continuation of the individual, how to heal oneself and continue life is definitely countless times more important than destruction and convenience in life. In theory, even if you don't know the exact pathology, whether it is appendicitis or gastroenteritis, you may be able to use the same spell to solve it. In a sense, the unreasonable medical system of the magical world has completely embarked on a completely different path from the non-magical world. It uses the displayed phenomenon as the standard for generalized treatment and the treatment result as the standard. The classification of the curse branch, although in the long run, it is difficult to say which is better, but based on the current results, the average life expectancy of the magical world is significantly higher than that of the non-magical world. In all kinds of unreasonable demons under the protection of medicines and curses, most people can be rescued abruptly unless it is an instant death. Of course, little guy, magic is more mysterious than you think. As far as I know, there are at least 3 or 4 simple spells that can solve this small problem in an instant. Grindelwald grinned. I have to say that it is rare to see Elena, who has always been strong and willful, showing such an anxious and cute appearance. It is really not great as a memory of the last day before the separation. Wait, so say. Elena glanced at the previous questioning with an unkind expression. A pair of the first-generation black demon who listened carefully, glanced at the old man's hand that was still covering his abdomen and emitting a soft white glow, and took a deep breath. In the beginning, you just watched my jokes deliberately, even pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Not all right. On the one hand, I'm really curious about how people in the non-magical world think about this. Grindelwald shook his head, followed Elena's gaze, looked down at the healing magic that was still continuing, and continued. On the other hand, although I know that there are 3 or 4 spells that can solve my current problem, but all require the use of a magic wand to cast spells. But fortunately, now just wait for Albus to arrive. Although Elena is holding a magic wand in her hand at this time, Grindelwald does not have any intention to borrow it. Grindelwald understands the premise that the two can maintain such a harmonious atmosphere at present. For a little trivial, to break this tacit agreement with a small illness is too unworthy in his opinion. What if Dumbledore never comes? Elena frowned. For some reason, she has been a little restless ever since she saw the endless text message from Dumbledore in the morning. Then, when I can no longer maintain the demon, maybe, as you said, I may fall into a coma and die. If you don't know where to learn mole knowledge, there is nothing wrong. Grindelwald smiled slightly. His eyes and tone were extraordinarily calm, as if he was discussing with Elena about what to eat at noon today. Actually, I can. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Elena tightened the wand in her hand, muted her lips, swallowed the words behind, and looked down at the old wizard's words. Then, you can still. How long will it last? At least it will last till the evening. Noting the girl's small movements, Grindelwald smiled dismissively. Don't worry, since the summer of Godric's Valley in 19 Albus and I have known each other for 92 years. Although we have had differences and collisions in this, he is definitely not an unbelieving person. Since it is written in the note that I will come later today, then I will definitely not break my promise. As soon as the voice fell, there was a faint wave of magic from the letter spread out on the side of the desktop. The two stopped the conversation and subconsciously turned their heads and looked over. I saw the ink on the letter paper wiggling slowly, and the word today slowly elongated and gradually changed to the appearance of tomorrow. Through at chapter 2. It's not that simple to end next, but I've been thinking about this story for a long time. Whether it is a worldview, a new conflict, or a relationship between characters, as well as the changes in the world during this time, the hurricane that Elena blew has begun to take shape. Afterwards, there may be a lot of content involved. I need to check and think about a lot of things. I don't know if it will look good. Anyway, try to build a real and different world. Seek monthly ticket and Jang said to support. Hey, you can guess the follow-up plot. It's wonderful. I'm sorry, maybe it's going to be grumble tonight. Continued to update continuously for 120 days, that's it. Oh, my heart hurts so hard to breathe. Today I wrote 284 words. After I pressed the release button, I chose to cancel. I was not satisfied, deleted all of them, and pushed to rewrite. Sorry, please allow a fat chicken to be divided into obsessive-compulsive disorder and willfulness. This plot must not be fooled into the past. It can be written very well and classic plot. Since it is planned to write the Newman Good plot, then this place must not be appended at the last moment. Sorry. I will work hard on code words. Chapter 184. The cruelest calm. Very ingenious magic. It looks like the trick that fairies like to use is simple, concealed, and effective before the magic contract is fully popularized. Grindelwald picked up the letter paper and flicked it thoughtfully. Although he could vaguely guess that the enchantment Dumbledore cast on the letter paper was a variant of some kind of fairy magic, it was nothing more than that, not to mention the reproduction of magic effects. Even if it was cracked, it would take a little bit. Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue. Chapter 184. The cruelest piece is hitting. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 185. Sounds good. At least not embarrassed. After listening to Elena's description carefully, Grindelwald nodded slowly after a moment of silence. Birth, old age, sickness and death. This is a natural law that no creature can resist. Even Lily May I, who has mastered the Sorcerer's Stone and has a nearly eternal lifespan, cannot prevent himself from aging. In fact, Grindelwald is not afraid of death. During his long time alone, he has imagined many scenes of death visits. Now this kind of leisurely situation is undoubtedly one of the most ideal ways to say goodbye. I am sorry. Elena bit her lip vigorously, still lowering her head regardless of past and present. The girl felt the sound of death's footsteps sound so clear for the first time. There is nothing to be sorry about, as you said. This, Abbots, is not a disease overnight. This is a long process, even long before you were born. Grindelwald waved his hand indifferently. As a little open-minded wizard in the magical world, it is not so difficult for him to accept and understand some of the more medical theoretical results in Elena's mouth. Look up and look at me. I'm not yet vulnerable to the point where I will die when I look at it. Grindelwald took a look at the depressed Elena. Grindelwald raised her eyebrows and patted the girl's slightly trembling shoulder. Listen, in this world, people are dying at all times. Death is just one thing. The most common thing. As a wizard, it's not a bad thing to learn how to face death earlier. Actually, this is just a scene that you and Dumbledore played together. The purpose is to temper me. Actually, you won't really have anything to do, right? Dumbledore has actually been watching us from a certain corner, right? Elena raised her head, her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and she asked rather unwillingly, with a hint of hope in her tone. Unfortunately, Grindelwald looked at the little girl whose eyes were swollen like a rabbit in front of him. with unrealistic hopes in the eyes, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head calmly. Okay. Actually, I can also tell you that when you wake up tomorrow morning, you will find that everything is just a dream. The world is still beautiful and I am healthy. You will return to Hogwarts to continue studying, and all ordinary routines will come back. Beauty and I both know that it doesn't make much sense, does it? Actually, Elena's eyes darkened. My magic can last for about 11 hours, almost enough to spend a day completely. Grindelwald stretched out his big hand and rubbed the girl's hair, interrupted Elena's words before she had time to organize it, and looked at the girl's blue eyes. Seriously? But tonight, let me answer it alone. Sleep on the towery think for a while. I still sleep in the previous room. Be quiet when you leave tomorrow, and don't bother me anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? The room above is not. Hearing Grindelwald's voice, Elena frowned suddenly, and was about to point out the old man's excuse for making mistakes. Suddenly, she saw a look of request that she had never seen before from the smiling eyes of the old wizard, and the words she was about to export suddenly choked in the throat. Okay, I see. The expression on Elena's face changed a few times. Her lips moved and turned into a soft sigh in her heart. In the end she didn't say anything. She just nodded her head and agreed. Her chest seemed to be blocked suddenly, making her panicky. Okay, let's not talk about it. After receiving Elena's promise, the expression on Grindelwald's face relaxed, and he waved his hand and suddenly changed the subject and said, if I remember correctly, it will be your birthday in 10 days, right? Well, September 25th, Elena nodded, looking at the old man in confusion. I have a gift for you. I originally planned to give it to you when Albus came to pick you up, but it seems that I have to make it a little earlier. Grindelwald smiled slightly, and took out an exquisitely crafted necklace from the inner pocket of his robe with his right hand. The pattern of the pendant consisted of a triangle, a circle and a vertical line, which seemed to be made of some unknown metal. The flickering fire from the fireplace gleamed slightly. This is a small gadget I made when I was young to pass the time. It is a magic item, with a small iron armor curse fixed on it, which can automatically help you resist 1 or 2 simple curses if it is from your school, my child. It may take 5 to 10 times to break. Simultaneously, Grindelwald paused, rubbing his thumb on the pattern. His expression was a bit complicated. This is also the logo I used to, that is, the famous Dark Lord logo in the wizarding world. Therefore, it is best not to often show it in front of people. Well, I got it. Elena nodded, took the necklace from the old man with both hands and put it on her neck solemnly. The pendant attached to the skin did not have the kind of cold metal coolness as imagined, but a slightly rough feeling similar to wooden stone. A magical power hovering in the center of the pendant seemed to be waiting to be excited at any time. But you don't need to be too nervous. Probably not too many people still know this sign. Grindelwald glanced at Elena and grinned. After all, the time that belonged to me has passed too long. Too long. Even the youngest wizard at the time is now at least 60 years old. And compared to this symbol, I guess that Voldemort's aestheticless snake and bone mark seems more scary. Maybe I should add some bones or animals. While talking, Grindelwald shook his head in disgust. The wizards nowadays are far worse than his time. Ignoring the old man's not funny jokes, Elena touched the pendant on her chest and asked with a frown. Is there really no other way? Think about it again, such as contacting Dumbledore or even the European Ministry of Magic? Although the old wizard had promised not to discuss this issue again, Elena was still a little unwilling to give up after all. No way. In order to prevent outside wizards from entering, Newmungard Castle cut off all external communication channels. Jealous Grindelwald shook his head, looked around the surrounding castle walls and spread his hands. At the beginning of its establishment, the entire castle was imposing an unmarkable curse, a ban on apparition or apparition, a mala expulsion curse, etc. A series of profound curses completely removed it from most peoples. It is stripped of cognition. Even since a saint tried to break into the castle and was discovered, The true coordinates of the entire castle have been hidden in his heart by Dumbledore using the curse of courageous faith. Unless Albus takes the initiative to bring someone here and reveal the address himself, it will not be until death. No one in the entire magical world can find this castle built in the Alps. So no one will come. After speaking, Gellert Grindelwald stood up, took the initiative to end the topic, and smiled at Elena and stretched out his hand. Speaking of it, for so many days, I haven't taken you to visit this castle. Taking advantage of the early hours of today, you can accompany me in the castle and you can walk around it. Just so happens that I can also tell you something. The professors at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry won't tell you the secrets of the magic world. Since there is only the last day left, Grindelwald naturally does not want to continue sitting in the room in a daze. Except for helping Elena go to the 4th floor to catch termites a few days ago, he has forgotten when the last time he walked in New Montgadley. What's wrong? What are you doing in a daze? After a while, Grindelwald, who had not received any response, raised his head in confusion and shrugged helplessly. Could it be that you have a better idea? Not far from the old man, I saw Elena's brows tightened, her index finger placed in her mouth and gently biting. Her dim eyes gradually brightened, and she whispered unconsciously, Austria-Alps, Austria-Alps. Chapter 186. When the god of death visits, you should say Austria-Alps. Of course, Austria is located in the Alps, which is very common geographical knowledge. Diabetes first aid insulin. In the second half of the 19th century, 2 Austrian and German scholars discovered insulin. No, not this. It is already 1991. Newman Gardisolated Grindelwald falls Dumbledore. These messages were already too familiar to her, and were of no use. They were all stories from decades ago. Courageous loyalty curse. This is new information, but it doesn't seem to make much sense except to make things worse. Countless memories and images are intertwined, collided, and entangled in Elena's mind. All the scenes, sounds, and faces experienced by the two worlds constantly appear, dissipate, and then reappear like smoke. A strong sense of confusion and the huge flow of information made Elena a look of pain on her face. She felt dizzy and nauseous. Under the riverbed, deep in the memory of the girl's previous life, there seemed to be a small fragment that was emitting a faint light. What the hell is it? Come to think of it. Remember it again. Elena frowned in pain, raised her hand to press on her smooth forehead, trying hard to grasp the flash of light in her mind, trying to connect all the fragmented information in series, and find the only correct path from it. Don't be in a daze, just relax. Just when her fingertips were about to touch the fragment of the memory bed, Elena felt someone press her shoulder and sway. Gellert Grindelwald's voice came from her ear. Quietly the sand on the riverbed rolled, and the river suddenly became muddy to cover up the faint light. Don't. Elena stretched out her 5 fingers anxiously, trying helplessly to grasp the light, and then she felt her body start to float upward uncontrollably. Call. Huga. Elena suddenly opened her eyes, opened her mouth and gasped violently, as if she had just been pulled out of the deep water. Lost eyes slowly refocused, and Grindelwald's old face reappeared, filled with concern and confusion. Are you okay? How come your face looks worse than mine? Grindelwald asked softly, stretched out his hand and pressed it on Elena's forehead, and a layer of cold sweat was stained on the fingertips. It's Armosty can figure out how to save you. Elena violently avoided Grindelwald's fingers and shouted. She couldn't control herself, and the intense dizziness made her feel so uncomfortable that she almost vomited. So, haven't you given up thinking about this? It's not like you. Grindelwald sighed helplessly, his faint eyes fell on Elena's face, with some disappointment in his tone. Such an emotional waste of time. Those beautiful dreams in your mouth will never be realized. He thought that Elena Castellana could be more sensible and cold. After all, when we first met, this little girl once showed Grindelwald's amazing vision and indifferent chess player thinking in the war between magic and non-magic world with him. You are an idiot. What do you know? My dream is that you all don't die. Can it be the same thing as a choice that doesn't matter to you? If you can't find a way, you will be tonight dead. You know what? Elena retorted incoherently, clenching her fist and slamming it on Grindelwald's chest. Perhaps for Gellert Grindelwald, who has lived for more than 100 years, death is just like birth. It is just the only way in life. But for Elena, who has just started her entire life, facing death calmly, it really couldn't be done at all. Grindelwald frowned, his expression changed, and suddenly softened, silently stretched out his left hand to hug the girl in his arms, letting tears wet the clothes on his chest. Listen, you are only 10 years old now. No matter what, how, I, Albus, and most of the people you know, will inevitably go to death before you. Elena shook slightly, seeming to want to free the old man's arms, but her body softened. Frankly speaking, although you are very noisy and self-willed, the cooking skills are indeed the best I have ever seen. These 5 days have been my happiest for more than 40 years. Oh no, maybe the happiest in more than 100 years. The most relaxing time. To have the opportunity to arrange the last time calmly, for me, there is no better gift than this. Elena did not speak, and continued to sob silently on Grindelwald's chest. The tacit understanding between people is wonderful. Some people may not be able to become friends after decades of getting along with each other, while others may only need a few words and a few eyes to recognize each other. Elena and Grindelwald belong to the latter, even if one is the old Dark Lord wizard, and the other is the energetic mixed-blood little V. Grindelwald patted Elena on the back, loosened his arms, squatted down, carefully looked at the little witch's red and swollen eyes, and whispered, "Don't forget, as agreed, before Albus comes, you should obey my course schedule seriously. The requirement for today's course is, don't cry, don't think too much, and then quietly listen to me tell you a story." "Yeah?" Elena sniffed hard and nodded slightly. As for the content of the story, Grindelwald paused, glanced at the pendant with the vertical triangle eye symbol hanging around Elena's neck, thought about it, and said, "In this case, I will tell you a story about the Deathly Hallows. This is a legend that only a few wizards know about hidden behind this symbol. Although in Grindelwald's view, many of Dumbledore's views are not convincing, there is one thing he has some agree with: knowledge can only be continued before it has meaning. Bringing wisdom to the grave is a kind of the biggest waste. Of course, Grindelwald still insists that it is better to waste than to pass on knowledge to idiots. Wait, I actually know this. Elena shook her head, rubbed her eyes lightly, and replied in a low voice. The Deathly Hallows are recorded in the story about the 3 brothers in the collection of poetry and Piddu tales. The god of death made a deal with the 3 brothers. The boss got the old magic wand, the second got the resurrection stone, and the third obtained the invisibility cloak. According to legend, as long as these 3 things are collected, the owner will become the master of death. Is not entirely correct. No one can become the master of death. You have to learn to imagine the story behind the real history, that this is only for the rendering power of the 3 magic props. Metaphor performed it. Death is not the concrete image exists around everyone, but most people will realize this only after taking that step. Grindelwald smiled and shook his head. He was no stranger to Elena's occasional erudition. No one has ever really conquered death. Even the oldest of the 3 brothers, just like me. Like an old friend, greet the god of death as an equal, and then calmly say to him, "Not to do it's not the time today." Elena suddenly interrupted. The light in the girl's eyes gradually brightened again, and she owed her body. "Sorry, I may not have time to listen to your story slowly." "Yes, it has always existed, but it has been hidden. Why can't I see any signs of human activity around?" Grindelwald doesn't like moles. How simple is this, huh? Grindelwald frowned. While talking, Elena turned sideways and looked at the highest snow-capped mountain outside the window. On the towering white snow-capped mountains, the lush vegetation presents a clear sparse distribution difference. which is the most effective position and weather indicator naturally formed by nature over a long period of time. I've been thinking about why there is still such a strong wind outside the castle of Newmungad surrounded by snow-capped mountains. Since then, I've been very curious about the true geographical location of the Newmungad castle. If this happens, it means that behind the invisible castle, there is probably an open plain without barriers. But Austria, which is located in the Alps, does not have such a terrain, unless it is another country. Newmungad Castle was built before you lost power. Both the decoration and the structure are pure and traditional Bavarian style. Besides, you don't need to establish a base camp in an unfamiliar country unless, before that, it was originally here. It belongs to your hometown, and in the whole of Austria, there is only one that meets this condition. That is the Gate Court of the Alps located on the border between Germany and Austria. From 1810 until 1945, it has always belonged to Salzburg, Bavaria, Germany. Thinking about it, it seems to happen. It's also the time frame you've grown in. Pause for a while. Grindelwald rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, looked at Elena without knowing why, and spread his hands. So, what do you want to say? Even if you know where the castle of Newmungad is built, what's the use? It was useless. However, I happened to remember the name of the snow-capped mountain opposite, Untersberg. Fortunately, this snow-capped mountain is only about 5 kilometers from the center of Salzburg. The light in Elena's eyes became brighter and brighter. She walked to the window and took a deep breath. She spread her fingers and compared it. In Salzburg, the actual distance will never exceed 20 kilometers. Once they arrived in Salzburg, the problems that bothered them would no longer be terrible. Salzburg, the oldest city in Austria and the fourth largest city in the country, is not too easy to find a hospital with medicinal insulin that can treat diabetic ketoacidosis. Not to mention, there is magic that can help restrain and heal. Maybe you are used to welcoming death peacefully, but for me, there is always only one sentence when facing death: today is not the time. The Silver Horde Witch turned around and smiled at Grindelwald. So, in order to survive, let's escape together. Chapter 1 Super Big. Chapter 187, Taking the Grandpa to Survive in the Wilderness. Prison Break. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows non-committably and snorted, then go to a mole therapist. Yes, whether it's magic or science, it's just a way for humans to solve problems. We just need to go to the nearest Salzburg city center, and find a hospital there for treatment. Sure. If you don't like the term jailbreak, you can also choose to go to a doctor on parole or an autumn trip. Elena clapped her two small hands together, tilted her head cutely, squinted her eyes and added, of course, depending on the development of the situation, it may become a robbery. After all, as we all know, the first step in rescuing a drowning person is usually to stun the rescued person. At this time, Elena won't have the slightest tenderness, not to mention that she has tried it once in advance. Facing the threatening remarks made by the little Silver Horde Witch almost in the open, Grindelwald's eyes twitched, and the little Nizai was really rude. Don't worry, although I chose to exile myself because of some things, I didn't have any intention to seek death. But Grindelwald shrugged, looked up at Elena, paused and then said, however, you may have overlooked a very important place. The castle of Newmungad is not a mole tourist attraction, and there will be no road to Mole City. Before you get your result, this process, have you thought about it? Of course I thought about it. There are two solutions to this. Speaking of this, Elena nodded seriously and raised her index finger. First is the simplest one. As far as I know, Professor Dumbledore can perform short-range apparitions without a wand. Should you be able to do it too? Just leave the magic of Newmungad Castle a restricted area. Even if the road is divided into several times, it is still very easy to reach Salzburg. The magical world is far ahead of the non-magical world in the exploration of time and space. The intelligent and natural beauty of ice and snow, Elena will naturally not ignore the sorcerer's iconic phantom-shifting magic. Although according to common sense, a magic wand is required to perform apparition, But a powerful wizard is obviously not subject to this restriction after all. This is a basic ability of a wizard. Many little wizards unconsciously show similar magical effects during magic riots, such as suddenly appearing a few meters away in order to avoid wild dogs or other people. Apparition? This won't work. Let's talk about the next plan. Grindelwald glanced at Elena, hesitated for a few seconds, and shook his head. Why? Elena asked subconsciously. You need to understand that apparition follows the thread principle, that is, Goldie station, determination deterration, and calm deliberation. In other words, my consciousness and thoughts must remain clear throughout the process of magic. If it is normal, of course, no problem. But now, as Grindelwald said, he reluctantly pointed his finger between his chest and abdomen, exuding a hazy white right hand. No one can cast other spells while apparating, but once I stop using magic, suppress the blood ketone concentration, bad physical condition will definitely affect my consciousness. Not to mention, I have to take you, right? Grindelwald grinned, shrugged and continued, if the apparition fails, the body may separate. There won't be any around here. Reverse the incident team to help deal with it. Click to expand the comment. So, what is the other plan? If there are flu fans or flying broomsticks, then there is no need to say. Grindelwald shook his head slowly. There are no such things in Newmungard Castle. No, the second option is that we go to Salzburg on foot. Elena replied, wait. I remember I said before that the castle of Newmungard was not built. Grindelwald frowned. Did you know that there is a famous saying in the non-magical world, actually there is no road in this world. If there are more people walking, it will become a road. It is not important that no road was built before. After we have walked, there will be a road naturally. Elena waved her hand indifferently, stood up and looked out the window. When Professor Dumbledore brought me here, I had observed the surroundings. The mountain on which Newmungard Castle is located is not steep. The surrounding area is mainly a traditional European forest area, so it's not too troublesome to cross it on foot. Compared to tropical rain forests overgrown with weeds and muddy ground, the surrounding area of Salzburg, located in the gates of the Alps, is simply a holiday resort. It was early autumn, and the ground was mostly covered with soft soil of pine needles and fallen leaves. Trees and weeds were generally not too high. With a simple blast spell, it couldn't be easier to blast a road. Hiking. Grindelwald stood beside Elena, looking at the snow-capped Untersberg outside the window. His cheeks twitched. You wouldn't mean that we walked to that seat purely on our legs. Shall we go to the mountain? Of course, you should exercise. After all, one of the reasons for your illness may be a long-term lack of exercise. And our destination is Salzburg below the Unterpeak. The main road should be downhill, according to in my experience. It can be reached within 6 or 7 hours at most. While talking, Elena glanced at the thin, obviously lacking movement of the first-generation Dark Lord. Don't worry, if you really can't walk, I will walk with you. I'm not so weak that I need a 10-year-old girl to carry it. Grindelwald frowned, his face full of displeasure. That's the best. We need to carry a lot of things. I also expect you to help me share some pressure a little bit. Elena glanced at the old wizard who looked like a cat stepping on its tail, raised her eyebrows non-committal, and started to pack up while muttering softly, Altdorf. She said it lightly. The trekking has never been developed. The virgin forest has passed for nearly 10 hours, and some basic configurations are still prepared as far as possible. Besides, everyone else traveled with Bay, and she took her grandfather to survive in the wilderness. This is still a big difference. Fresh water and food. Put them in Dumbledore's grey suitcase. Warm clothes are definitely needed. I am naturally a wear-resistant denim. As for Grandpa Grindelwald, he will wear my Hogwarts gown first, and I have already worn it once anyway. Then, the most important thing remains. The girl blinked, then suddenly raised her head and looked at Grindelwald, who stood silently on the side and couldn't help at all. By the way, sir, how do you feel about the direction? Can you tell the basics of north, south, east and west. Huh? What do you mean? I just got older, and I didn't become an idiot who couldn't tell the direction. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, snorted, and made a clear intention of not wanting to answer such stupid questions. In his opinion, the white-haired ball in front of him should have begun his daily provocation again. Stupid, stupid. Elena, who was inexplicably hit by an arrow, twitched the corners of her mouth, and roared in her heart to apologize to the idiots of the world. Isn't it normal to be confused about the direction? After a pause or two, Elena nodded calmly, without seeing any waves on her face, and said in a normal tone, "Very good, then wait for me to describe a bit distribution for you, and then leave the task of identifying the direction to you. After all, I won't let me finish everything. It's fair, right?" "No problem at all." Grindelwald nodded rather silently. He was really a naive little guy, but he was able to cover it up even though he was showing kindness. But it was also the cutest little girl he had ever met. Grindelwald looked at Elena, who was busy, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "There should be more at night, right?" Chapter 188 Race Against Time. Newmangard Castle, the main entrance hall. It turns out that it's been so long. Grindelwald stood in the middle of the hall, looking around a scene of disintegration and ruin, before his eyes unconsciously stealed out the once luxurious scene and the grandeur of people coming and going. His tone was quite touching. In his memory, everything seems to have stayed 46 years ago. The phoenix revolves around the bronze-carved chandelier on the roof. The ground is carved with simple and elegant magic lines. The sunlight is reflected in the floor-tossling windows studded with stained glass. At that time, he liked to stand and talk with the wizards in the hall most. "Now is not the time to lament the past, you know. We have already delayed a lot of time." Elena's voice came from the door, interrupting Grindelwald's memory. "How do you open the gate of your castle?" "I didn't find the door bolt on it and the handle locked it." While talking, Elena tried to push the door again, and there was no movement, as if it were a well-lit brick wall. "The castle gate? By the way, I almost forgot about it. Newmangard Castle is a castle made by magic. Of course, the gate needs to be opened by magic." Grindelwald retracted his thoughts, pulled the grey suitcase and walked to Elena, smiling and swaying. "Although there is no magic wand, I can open it in a few minutes. But in the meantime, it may take help me maintain the magic." "Magic? I understand. Don't be so troublesome. Your magic will stay and heal yourself." Elena nodded, raised her wand, and signaled Grindelwald to step back a little. "Wait, you won't be." Grindelwald's expression froze. "It's not a big problem. Just leave it to me." Elena smiled confidently, pointed her magic wand forward, and said in a calm tone, "Bobaduaxia powerful blast." Boom! With a loud noise, the closed castle gate of Newmangard Castle exploded, and the broken door panels were thrown up by the giants and fell into the pile of rocks outside the castle. Just as Grindelwald and Dumbledore said, there is no guard outside the entire Newmangard Castle, and all the protective spells are external. Even if the main entrance of the castle is blown open, nothing appears. Magic reaction. "I suddenly felt that you don't need to learn any unlocking spells." Grindelwald twitched the corners of his mouth. "Thank you for the compliment. I actually think so too." Elena squinted happily. Facing the vast and wide Alps outside Newmangard Castle, Elena took a deep breath and turned to Grindelwald with the same complicated expression and stretched out her hand. Let's go. Austria time, A9:41. Before Grindelwald's magic was exhausted, there were still 11 angles less than that. The most common species in the Alps is larch. The forest below Newmangard Castle is mainly composed of such tall trees. Thick pine needles cover the ground, like a natural carpet of nature. For Grindelwald and Elena's trekking reduced a lot of difficulty. With the passage of time and the decrease in altitude, the oxygen concentration in the forest gradually increased, and the temperature gradually began to warm up. At a temperature of about 17 octaves, even if you walk 1 or 2 consecutive slopes, you can barely hold on. This kind of pine needle is actually edible. It is rich in vitamin C and carotene, which can regulate blood pressure and increase resistance. It is very suitable to be added to the daily diet of the elderly. I thought about it when I was in the castle. Yes, it would be nice to collect a little if you have time. After leaving the castle of Newmengard and entering the primeval forest of Yauzen, Elena was obviously a little uncomfortable, so that the girl had to turn her head and say a few words to the old man from time to relieve her pressure. Pine needles. Well, I feel that there is nothing left to eat in your mouth. Grindelwald looked around the fragrant larch, and smiled nonchalantly. After getting along these days, he will no longer be surprised to ask questions such as, can you eat this thing, or would you like to eat that thing? Grindelwald has no doubt that even if Elena is left alone in the depths of the isolated primitive jungle, she can easily find a way to live and find a way out. After all, Bobada blasts the spell, along with Elena's increasingly proficient spells. A dead wood blocking the direction of the two men broke into two, revealing a passage for the two to walk through. Are you sure it's here? Right? The first Dark Lord. Elena looked at the left and right carefully. The short legs and the double disadvantage of Lukai make her completely unclear in the dense forest. Even with the scars of the explosive curse as a guide, it is still difficult for her to distinguish the north, south, east and west. Fortunately, before that, she had found a reliable elder. Don't just put the ridiculous title of Voldemort on my head. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and said with some disapproval. While looking around, he took out from his arms the extraordinarily abstract map painted by Elena and took a closer look. If you draw on the castle, if the map is not wrong, we have already walked a third of the distance. Has it been nearly a third of the journey? It's much smoother than I thought. Elena raised her head and looked at the sunlight blocked by the woods, then turned her head and glanced at Grindelwald, who was obviously a little tired. It seems that we can reach Salzburg quite a bit earlier. By the way, your magic, can it still support 9 oblique angles, right? Should we take a break first? Magic? Grindelwald was taken aback for a moment, looked at Elena, who was already soaked in sweat behind her, thought about it, and replied, well, that's right, it can probably support 7 to 9 tilts. Let's rest for a while. If the mana consumption does not continue to increase, Grindelwald frowned slightly undetectable. He found that he might have made a mistake in his previous estimation. With the passage of time and physical exertion, the magic consumption he needs to spend in the body is gradually increasing. Maybe there is no 11 slope in the time left for him. Austria time, A12:09. Before Grindelwald's magic was exhausted, there were actually less than 7 skews. The call is finally here. Elena stood on the edge of the asphalt road with the suitcase, looked at the sign on the blue road sign, Salzburg 300, couldn't help sighing for a long time, pointed to the road sign and turned happily, looking at Grindelwald. Look. What happened to you when we arrived? Behind the girl, the magical brilliance Grindelwald pressed on her lower abdomen was unknowingly dimmed and almost invisible. His old face was swayed from pain, and his eyes full of wisdom seemed to be covered with a layer of grey matter. Sorry, I may have miscalculated a little bit more when calculating the magic power. Grindelwald raised his head and smiled helplessly. Thank you. But it's not your fault. Austria time, I16:34. Grindelwald's magic is completely exhausted, but there are still 300 meters away from downtown Salzburg. Take a leave. Chapter 189 Chaos and Explosion. Salzburg can be broken down into Salz and Berg. The former means salt in German and the latter means highland. Starting in 755 AD, the place became prosperous because of the discovery of salt mines. The entire city is located in the northern foothills of the Alps, directly built between a number of primitive hills. It is an out-and-out mountain town known as the Alps. The main mode of transportation in the city is walking. Due to historical reasons, Salzburg, the fourth largest city in Austria, has a strong Bavarian style in terms of food, clothing, and language habits. while the architectural style is all exquisite Baroque buildings. Once the residence of successive archbishops, bishops in purple, Salzburg is an ancient city with a particularly strong religious atmosphere. Although the city area is small, there are a large number of historic monasteries, churches and archbishops' gardens. The first Baroque church on the north side of the Alps, the Salzburg Cathedral, the first monastery in the German-speaking area, St. Peter's Abbey, and the oldest surviving convent in the world, the Nunberg Sisters. The courtyard Benedictine and Freienstift Nunberg are all built here. In addition to religious significance, this small city with a population of less than 100,000 today, even when Elena went to travel in the previous life, is a small city of less than 200,000 people. It is also famous for the celebrities born in it. World. Whether it's Mozart, the music genius who made the city the music capital, Karajan, the conducting emperor, or Hermann Goering and Albert Speer, who once made the city the focus of the world, Otto I, even the famous physicist Christian Doppler. People can always be surprised to hear the name of this city from all fields. However, this is not the era of advanced information and relatively good social welfare. In a few decades before the huge bear that straddled Eurasia in the north crashed and collapsed, the economic development and social conditions of the entire European people, to be precise, the entire capitalist country, were mired in quagmire, with reduced welfare and lower wages, skyrocketing prices, dark clouds of war under a series of bad news and life pressure. Almost no one would be in the mood to travel. This has also led to the fact that Salzburg, the capital of art and religion, is now exceptionally deserted. Many young people choose to go out to work. The residents who still remain in this city, except for the elderly, children, clergy, and big dogs. In addition, there are only a small number of workers in basic industries such as catering, education, medical care, and municipal administration. Salk Hospital, the full name of Salzburger Landesklinik and Federal State Hospital, is the oldest hospital in downtown Salzburg, and it can also be said to be the only large hospital in the entire city. The global economic downturn caused the tourism industry to be sluggish, coupled with the stable and comfortable urban atmosphere of Salzburg. The traffic of Salk Hospital is extremely scarce, and the entire hospital environment is very quiet and comfortable, usually all day long. The number of patients received will not exceed 50. Therefore, the doctors at Salk Hospital in Salzburg usually only need to think about two things: how to treat patients effectively, and how to enjoy life, and the latter can sometimes even account for more than half of a day. Is it already 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Unknowingly, Johannes, the chief physician of the emergency department at Salk Hospital, raised his head and glanced at the wall clock on the wall. According to the normal working hours of the hospital, most of the doctors in other departments were either cleaning the office or were already going home. On the way, however, for emergency doctors who need a 7x 24-hour rotation, the normal commuting hours of the hospital does not make much sense to them. They use a set of independent shift schedules. I'm a little hungry. Johannes patted his stomach and looked out the window somewhat helplessly. Although for Joe, his day's work has just begun less than half of the time, but this does not affect his stomach to protest when the meal comes, especially when he did not eat too much at noon today. Hey, dear Betty, can I trouble you with one thing? Joe thought for a while, picked up the landline on the desk and connected to the nurse Elson Bedrui on duty at the front desk, and said in a slightly flattering tone, "It's the same, 2 beef patties, yes. I cannot leave the hospital on duty today." Compared with the chief physicians who are clearly required to be on duty 24 hours a day, the nurses with relatively sufficient staff are obviously more flexible. In addition to assisting in the treatment of patients, they also occasionally help doctors who cannot walk away with some trivial matters. How many times have I said, "Don't call me Betty during work hours"? Elson Bedru's sullen voice came from the other end of the phone. "But I'm sorry, I guess it won't work for the time being." Something happened here. Across the phone line, Johannes vaguely heard the noise from the other end, as if a violent argument was taking place. One of them seemed to be the voice of a foreign little girl, and the most important thing on the other was the iconic thick voice of security guard Hans, and then the voices of other nurses were mixed. What happened? Johannes frowned, his tone serious unconsciously. It's still not clear. I only know that one old and one young and two strange foreign tourists came in at the hospital. The old man has been in a coma. Now we are mainly communicating with the little girl, but she doesn't seem to understand German, and she doesn't have any. I don't even have the identity information or even the basic consultation fee. Hans is trying to contact the consulate. My goodness. Olsen Bedrui was halfway through, and he suddenly exclaimed. The next second, Johannes heard a loud noise from the earpiece in his ear, as if it had exploded in the hall. The bomb. And at the same time he felt the entire hospital building seemed to tremble slightly. Boom. Then there was a series of sounds of sliding walls, accompanied by the panicked screams of the woman, and the fearful roar of the man, and the phone became extremely chaotic for a while. Betty, Betty, what's the matter? Johannes stood up abruptly and shouted into the microphone, but the only answer to him was the blind tone of the interruption of the call. At the last moment before the call was hung up, Joe felt like he heard a little crying voice, the voice of the little girl. Save him. Please. Damn it. What happened? Johannes' face changed without hesitation. He picked up the emergency surgery box on the table and rushed out of the office. I knew I should eat more at noon today. The fat chicken accidentally cut its paws again today. And now the right paw is wrapped like a bear paw. Oh, it hurts. This chapter is about voice and left-hand tapping dididium so amazing. I hate to say foreigners' names and place names, but I can't understand the voice of a fool. Chapter 190 The Universal Language of the World. Art. As the chief physician of the emergency room, although Johannes' office is arranged closer to the operating room and ward, it is not too far away from the patient's entry into the hospital's emergency hall. After all, in an emergency, a distance of as little as 10 meters may be a line of life and death. When Johannes ran to the emergency lobby, the chaos in the lobby had not subsided. On the way he arrived, he heard the same explosion twice, louder and more violent. There was a thin layer of dust in the air, and the display wall on the left side of the entrance that was used to display the background of the hospital and the information of the doctors only left a small fragment of debris. It's the same after a bomb attack. The security guard Hans, who was still showing off his 8-pack abs to Johannes yesterday, was already covered with a layer of grey, sluggishly stuck in place as if it were a vivid sculpture. As for Johannes' most worried nurse girlfriend, Olsen Bedrui, of course, he was also okay. At this time, he was hiding behind the information desk with a few nurses on duty, shaking constantly. Johannes looked around the entire hall. Everyone squatted and stopped in place. There were no wounds on their bodies, nor did he hear the sound of painful wailing after injury, and there was no pungent smell of gunpowder in the air. This can't help but relax his mood a bit. Fortunately, there are no wounded. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Has anyone got hurt? I brought a first aid kit. Facing the deadly silent hall, Johannes, who had just arrived at the scene, frowned in confusion. Oh no, there is still a person in the hall that needs treatment. Located in the middle of the hall surrounded by people, squatting down a little girl with silver hair and blue eyes, a delicate face, and no more than 12 years old by visual inspection. The little cowboy jacket on the girl obviously has a hint of British style, which is obviously not. It is a resident living nearby, who is now holding a small inconspicuous stick and looking around with a face of fear. And beside the girl's feet, there was an thin old man lying quietly, with a slightly strange dress. If Johannes reads it correctly, he seems to be wrapped up in an improper women's robe. In terms of size, it should be the clothes of the little girl standing next to them. Obviously, these two people should be the strange foreign tourists that Olsen Bedrui had called on the phone. Just a cursory glance, Johannes could also see that the old man's condition was obviously already exceptionally bad. His lips and cheeks had appeared abnormally pale, his breathing was rapid and heavy, but his chest and abdomen were unusually undulating. Faint, not to mention that vertigo is already a serious pathological condition, I think. Johannes frowned, and hurried forward carrying the first aid kit, about to say something. Joe, stand back, don't go, that little girl is dangerous. Oh my lord, she is the devil. Seeing Johannes in a white lab coat seemed to be about to step forward, Elson Bedruid, who was hiding behind the information desk, stood up suddenly, waving his hands and screaming towards the chief physician. You didn't see, she just waved her hand and blew up a wall. And Elson Bedruid did not fully experience the whole process. She just suddenly felt that the air in the whole hall seemed to be stagnant, as if it was the suffocation that she had experienced in school. And then she looked up and saw the girl. The wooden stick in his hand sent a red glow and hit the display wall, and then it exploded. Moreover, as if to show that it was not an accident, the little girl in front of her repeated the same action 3 times, until she completely blasted the entire wall to pieces. Calm down, Betty. But all I saw was a little girl and a patient in need of treatment. Hearing the words of the little girlfriend behind him, Johannes paused for a while, looked at the little girl not far away through the flying dust, and met those clear Lake Blue eyes as a doctor. He could clearly see the familiar look of helplessness and prayer from inside. Well, English, British, I am emergency medicine. Well, English, British, I am an emergency doctor. Johannes swallowed. In fact, after getting closer, he had already begun to feel the weirdness of the little girl in front of him. He had never seen a white light in the hands of a normal human being. Obviously, the little girl in front of him was treating the old man in a way he couldn't understand. There is no doubt that the cry for help he heard on the phone before was from this girl, so he boldly approached forward. As long as he confirmed that the other party is a patient in need of treatment, then for Joe Foranis, the problem is much simpler. Doctors will never be afraid of patients. Finally, there is a doctor who can speak English. Hearing the voice of the man in the white coat opposite, Elena couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The terrible part of the language barrier was something she hadn't thought about before. To be precise, the low English penetration rate and usage rate of Salzburg in 1991 completely exceeded her expectations. This was very different from the well-known tourist city she had remembered more than 20 years later. The security guards and nurses in the entire hospital are all irritating pure German, even a few English words. The accent sounds heavier than the Japanese and Indians, and they don't understand what they are talking about. But even if they don't understand the language, Elena can vaguely understand what they want to express from the gestures and expressions of the security guards and nurses. There is no doubt that Austria is one of the countries with the best medical insurance in the world. But the prerequisite for this kind of good medical service is based on the identity of the country's resident. Elena and Grindelwald, who are black accounts, are essentially the same as those who stowaways. Oh no, there is a little difference. In general, stowaways usually carry at least some local currency with them. However, the two wizards who just walked across from Newmungard Castle to the center of Salzburg are poorer than beggars, not to mention mole currency. Even a copper nat is not carried. Of course, although Elena has already thought about it when she is on the road, art should be a universal way of communication in the world. Although it may be a little unfriendly, if it fails to sell cute, this is the final solution. England, Scotland. Diabetic ketoacidosis, is very serious. Elena nodded as she watched Johannes walking in front of her. Most medical nouns are common, which undoubtedly made her explain a lot easier, and the girl's tone showed a trace of pleading. Save him, wait until our people come over, no matter how much the consultation fee is. The voice code word is so fast, especially when it's not Kevin. Fortunately, I have a detailed outline for this plot. Pain in the hands and hands can be refreshing, especially in the afternoon. I went to the hospital to collect materials, and it was smooth and finished. Seek encouragement, please praise. The food writer is so hard, crying and going to bed. There is no code to come out. Although I really want to put the cause to the top of the hand pain, but in fact I didn't write it out, and the hand pain is not the main reason. because this plot is not easy to write. I don't want water, I work hard and the plot is tight, I finished it in one go. Woo woo woo. After all, logically speaking, the story of Newmangate should be the end of the second volume, and now the first and second volumes have been changed a bit. Make it up tomorrow. Sorry, greater than people less than. Chapter 191. I don't want to hurt anyone. Diabetic ketoacidosis. Unexpectedly, he heard a series of professional medical terms from a foreign silver-haired little lorry. Johannes couldn't help but was stunned, and the set of coaxing children that had slipped to his mouth was stunned back in a very uncomfortable manner. As far as he knows, there are no more than 5 people in the entire Salzburg area except doctors and medical school students who can spell the word accurately. Since graduating, he has rarely heard the pronunciation of such scribbled terms, which made the tension in his heart disappear in half. Simply speaking, it is a complication caused by diabetes. At least I guess it is that. I don't need me to explain to you what diabetes is. While talking, Elena glanced at the doctor, who was a little distracted in front of her, and there was a hint of suspicion on her face. Isn't this a patient who sneaked out of the doctor's clothes? Logically speaking, as the birthplace of insulin research, Austrian hospitals should have already popularized the corresponding knowledge. Sorry, of course I knowed it's just a little surprised. After all, you are so young. Feeling the questioning gaze of the little girl in front of him, Johannes quickly recovered and walked quickly to squat down in Grindelwald. Anyway, let me take a look at the situation first. Diabetic ketoacidosis, referred to as DKA, is one of the most common complications of high-risk acute diabetes. As the chief physician of the emergency department of Sack Hospital, if Johannes didn't even know about diabetes and DKA, let alone serving as the chief physician of the emergency department known as the hospital epitome, his school instructor might first rush come and break his leg. After briefly checking the state of the old man lying on the ground, Johannes' face instantly became serious. Chilling limbs, heavy breathing, a clear smell of ketones in the breath, and a deep coma. He had only seen such severe symptoms in medical cases before. There is no doubt that the silver-haired girl is not wrong. From the external symptoms, there is more than 90% possibility of diabetic ketoacidosis, and it has entered a high-risk late stage that may lead to systemic circulation failure at any time. Betty, come and help. This patient needs to be rescued immediately. Without hesitation, Johannes directly reached out and picked up Grindelwald, who was lying on the ground, and placed it on the emergency surgical cart in the hall. At the same time, he turned his head abruptly and habitually yelled behind him. However, this time his little nurse girlfriend did not respond to him as quickly as usual. Elson Bedrui looked at Elena and Grindelwald, who was lying on the hospital bed, then looked at the collapsed wall, and put his feet back together, with a hesitant expression on his face. Wait, Joe, this is not in line with the hospital's procedures. We don't even know who they are now. In her opinion, this kind of penniless and dangerous foreigners who don't even have basic identity information should be handled by the police and embassies. The hospital is not a charity, and she temporarily don't want to lose this job yet. There is no time to manage the process. It is important to save people. Johannes waved his hand impatiently. His face was a little ugly, and he subconsciously raised the decibels. Nurse Elson, please cooperate with my treatment. Don't forget, this is your duty. I'm sorry, doctor. I respect your noble choice, but I don't intend to accompany you to break the rules. Elson Bedruid hesitated, but instead took a small step back and shook his head slowly. Austria does have a very good medical security system, with the world's top level of medical care and fairly user-friendly medical service. However, all of the above are only applicable to Austrian residents. In fact, if it weren't for the strange communication interruption in the entire hall, it stands to reason that the Salzburg City Police, not far from here, should have arrived at the hospital at this time. What needs to be done? I'm coming, Elena said quickly. Although she didn't understand what the two of them were talking about, She could vaguely guess some of them through the tone of a man and a woman. You? No way. Johannes glanced at the volunteering little girl and shook her head. Even if you have some medical knowledge, maybe you can try it in your country. But here, you don't even know medicine, and I need an assistant. After speaking, the young emergency doctor turned his head to the little girlfriend who suddenly became stranger, took a deep breath, and was about to try to persuade one last time. Betty. Is that so? I understand. Elena glanced at Grindelwald with her eyes closed on the surgical cart, and nodded silently. It seems that when communication is deadlocked, the best solution is to use the most common language in the world. Bobada. Johannes vaguely heard the little girl next to him say a word softly. The next moment, a crimson light beam flew past his side and plunged right into the front of the information desk where Elsa Bedrui was, on the smooth, hard white tile. Boom! With an explosive roar, the hard tiles were lifted up like foam, exposing the grey concrete floor under the tiles, and the entire emergency building seemed to tremble. Watching the floor tiles close at hand suddenly explode, feeling the airwave hitting his face, Elsa Bedruid stayed for a second, then backed away in panic, his mouth pierced. Call. Boom. Before she retreated, a hot beam of light rubbed her cheek and hit the flower bed behind her, and the mud exploded with a bang, splashing the entire hall, blocking the way for the female nurse to retreat. Guru. Johannes rolled his throat hard, and turned his neck stiffly, staring blankly at the little silver-haired girl who was standing not far from him. After witnessing it with his own eyes, he finally understood why Elsa Bedrui would call this little girl who looked less than 10 years old a devil. Sorry, please translate it for me. Elena shrugged helplessly, pointed her magic wand at the female nurse standing in the middle of the information desk, glanced at the scared doctor beside her, and said calmly, I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to seek normal medical assistance. I only need to help prepare the equipment and medicines needed for treatment, and this lady can leave safely. Chapter 192. Thank you for your cooperation. Under Elena's incomparably clear threat, Elsa Bedrui, who realized that he had no other choice, walked out reluctantly, and his sight was filled with fear and a hint of resentment. Elena frowned, which was not a good sign. Although Elena knew from the moment the curse was released that resistance was inevitable, but since the fangs have been exposed, it would be better to speak more clearly. After all, there are no idiots in this world. Not less. By the way, some things may need to be emphasized again. Please translate it. Elena glanced at the doctor, nodded politely, turned her face to Elsa Bedruid with a devilish smile, and whispered, if you take the wrong medicine, you will die. If you delay deliberately, you will die. If you interfere with the treatment, you will die. All in all, this is a deal, and the treatment will go smoothly. No one will be injured, otherwise. The girl pointed with her magic wand. In a messy hall, he raised his eyebrows. Do I understand enough? This is just a very simple DKA first aid. Don't worry too much. We are all well trained. Feeling the coldness in the girl's tone, Johannes pressed his hands down, trying to ease the atmosphere. Joe, what is she talking about? Facing the inconspicuous little stick in Elena's hand, and thinking of the series of explosions in the hall, Elsa Bedrui trembled and screamed out of control. Translated. Elena raised her wand, pointed it at the front, and said word by word, please. I understand. Johannes sighed, translated the girl's words intact, and then looked at the nurse who was almost frightened, tried to squeeze a smile, and added, relax, Betty. Just and as always, it's just a very uncomplicated first aid. You only need to prepare the equipment and medicine, and leave the rest to me. Okay, Joe, what do I need to do now? Seeing the familiar smile on the face of his new boyfriend, Elsa Bedruid calmed down a bit, nodded stiffly, tried to control his gaze not to look at the little devil, with a trembling tone, asked. It doesn't need to be too complicated. Just follow the previous emergency treatment process. Johannes quickly gathered his mind. His right hand probed Grindelwald, His face became serious, and he began to issue instructions proficiently as usual. As for whether it is dangerous and illegal, wait until the medical treatment is over before thinking about it. The patient has breathing problems. Betty, prepare the oxygen machine and continue to inhale oxygen at low flow. Open 2 venous channels. Input physiological saline for rehydration. Add a little insulin therapy to the left channel, and add antibiotics to the right channel to adjust the electrolyte imbalance. On ECG monitoring, immediately measure body temperature, pulse, respiration, blood pressure, blood sugar. Prepare a sputum suction device, mouthpiece, tongue forceps. Time slowly passed in the orderly first aid process. With professional treatment, coupled with Elena's assisted healing magic, Grindelwald's illness finally did not continue to worsen. With the continuous replenishment of insulin and saline, the old man's frowning brows gradually eased. His face is not as scary as it was at the beginning. After leaving the rest of the medicine, Elson Bedruid glanced worriedly at Johannes, who was still in the ward, moved his lips, said nothing, and quickly opened the door and fled. Get out. I have understood the specific situation. Don't worry, I will deal with it. In a room near the entrance to the emergency department building of the hospital, a man in a dark grey trench coat closed his laptop and smiled gently at Elson Bedruid, who was sitting in front of him. Feel at ease. I'll confirm again. The people in Salk Hospital who witnessed the whole incident are you, security guard Hans, Nurse Gray, and Dr. Johannes, who is still in the ward. Right? That's right. Elson Bedruid nodded, holding the hot water glass in both hands, and took a sip, still with obvious horror remaining in his eyes. Dear Mr. Max, who the hell is that girl? I have never seen such devilish power. It's terrible. Did you know that she just pointed it casually and exploded a whole wall up? Soon after Elson Bedruid left the ward, she met the government official named George Max at the door. At that time, he was learning about the situation from Hans and Gray, who were also in shock. After seeing her running out, he asked her to calm down in the room on the side, and wait a while to ask her more about the situation alone. Obviously, if Elson Bedruid is right, they should have been accidentally involved in a particularly serious national security incident at least before that. She had never seen a government official more than a police officer. Go to the scene first. I'm sorry, it involves state secrets. No comment. George Max shook his head, stood up, put the bowler hat on the table again, and knocked on the sign hanging on his chest. Republic of Austria, Department of Homeland Security, Reversal Incident Team, Level 1 Employee. George Max took a meaningful look at Elson Bedruid. Sometimes the more you know, it's not a good thing. Oh, of course, I understand that you sometimes have to cover up some of the truth, so as not to cause panic. Elson Bedruid nodded with a clear face. It was the first time I saw this legendary state secret service. For the young female nurse, the secrets rumored in countless magazines and stories were constantly rolling, and she felt as if there were more than a dozen cats in her heart. Same. Finally, I need to trouble you one more thing. Ignoring the look of the nurse in front of him who was hesitant to speak, Maxton paused and said apologetically, "Can you take me to the ward where the woman girl, the old man, and the doctor are? I think it's better to solve this problem as soon as possible." When saying this, George Max seemed to accidentally bite when it comes to the tongue. It sounds a little weird. Of course. Elson Bedruid nodded without hesitation, and said with relief, "Thank God, you don't know how happy I was when I saw you. When this matter is over, I will complain about the inefficiency of the government again." Following the guidance of Elson Bedruid, George Max successfully found the ward with the lights still on. The door of the ward was not completely closed, and the situation in the room could be vaguely seen through the open crack of the door. At this time, a little silver-haired girl and a doctor in a white lab coat seemed to be talking quietly. There seemed to be a person lying on the bed, but because of the angle, Max couldn't see the person clearly. "That's it. Sir, you must be careful. There is something strange in the hands of that little devil." Elson Bedruid turned his head with lingering fears, and his pupils dilated suddenly. I don't know when the government official behind him also appeared in the hands of a small wooden stick that looked familiar, and he was touching her gently at this time. The position behind the heart. You, don't worry. It's just a little wizard who has not graduated from the magic school. I have dealt with more complicated situations than this many times. George Max nodded politely, and before the female nurse screamed, his wand quickly pointed forward. Obliviate. I forget it all. A white light flashed. Elson Bedru's eyes suddenly lost focus, and his face was blank. All in all, thank you for your guidance and understanding. The man raised the bowler hat on his head with his left hand, smiled and expressed his gratitude, walked sideways around the female nurse standing in the aisle, and pushed aside the vacant ward. The door went in. Chapter 1. Chapter 193. Uninvited guest and response seeking monthly pass. Who? Hearing the noise from the door, Elena, who was still chatting with the attending doctor, instantly stopped the conversation and turned around vigilantly. His eyes fell on the man in the dark grey trench coat who suddenly appeared at the door. His eyes rested on the wand in the man's hand, and his pupils shrank suddenly. At the next moment, Elena had pulled the wand out of her pocket, held it in her hand with a vigilant face, and pressed her left hand on the necklace on her chest, ready to fight back at any time. Relax, child. Control your magic. You see, I have no malice, otherwise, you might have been lying on the ground listening to me by this time. George Max raised his eyebrows, and the wand in his hand took the initiative to move away from Elena, spread his hands, and said with ease, "Introduce myself, I am George Max, a first-level employee of the Austrian Ministry of Magic, and I am responsible for handling magical accidents that moles shouldn't be aware of." While talking, the man waved his magic wand casually, and the work card on his chest was restored to its original state. Austrian Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, Reversal Incident Team Level 1 Employee George Max. It's not a trivial matter to blow up a wall with a spell in front of 4 moles. Do you have anything to explain about this matter? Although it is a strange thing for a minor wizard to appear during this time period, for Max, it is obviously much simpler to deal with a magic accident caused by a child than to deal with a lonely, gloomy and dangerous adult wizard. Elena glanced at the wizard of unknown origin who suddenly appeared in the room, holding a magic wand, and after a long silence to make sure that the other party was not showing hostility, the magic wand in her hand also drooped and blinked in confusion. "Excuse me, can you speak English, foreigner?" George Max was taken aback for a moment. As far as he knew, Austria and the countries around Austria should belong to the German-speaking area. The little girl who speaks English in front of him is obviously not a nearby resident. Fortunately, as a wizard, I still know a little bit of basic English. After all, many magic textbooks are written in English. The wizard frowned and looked at Elena with a little headache, and asked in some crappy English, "Well, what is your name and where are you from?" "Elena, Elena Caslana, Scotland, Hogwarts," Elena answered calmly. After that, Elena thought for a while, and turned her head to the emergency doctor standing aside. "Perhaps we should find a quiet place later. Are you sure it's a good idea to chat directly here?" "Oh, yes, you are right." George Max blinked, turned his head to look at the young doctor in a white coat in the ward, and smiled politely. "Excuse me, can you let us be alone for a few minutes first?" "You can be outside the door. Wait for the seat for a while. Some things are estimated to require your cooperation. If it is confirmed that a foreign wizard is involved, and it is a minor wizard in the school, this is no longer a category that he can directly deal with. What he can do is to erase the memory of the related moles, and then wait for the people from the International Magic Cooperation Department to solve it. But before that, George Max still needs to confirm carefully. After all, he has also encountered the kind of wizard who mastered a foreign language before deliberately pretending to be a foreigner in an attempt to avoid punishment. "Of course, I understand. The legendary dialogue in another world." Johannes shrugged and hovered his eyes on the wands in the hands of Elena and Max. After a moment of silence, he said with a serious expression. "This is the ward. So, please put away that horrible little wood stick. I need to remind you that the patient's condition has just started to improve and has not been completely out of danger. He needs to rest well. I'm just outside the door and wait. Call me if necessary." After speaking, the doctor nodded towards the two people in the room and walked out of the ward. Click. There was a slight closing sound from the door. "Okay, now there is no one else. Let's continue with the previous topic." George Max turned his head and looked at the little girl in front of him again. Then, the person in the hospital bed. "He looks terrible. You just used magic to threaten the poor moles just to save him?" While talking, George Max poked his neck out and looked forward. A wrinkled old man was lying there quietly with plastic pipes in his hands. If he remembered correctly, it should be called infusion. Moles seemed to like this treatment. Seeing George Max's movements, Elena's body tensed subconsciously, and the wand in her hand lifted slightly. Fortunately, the wizard took his gaze back after just taking a look, and put his gaze back on Elena, and asked curiously, "So, Ms. Caslana, who is he?" "You, Grandpa, a wizard or mole?" Obviously, more than 40 years have passed. Grindelwald has completely changed his appearance. Maybe even the wizards who participated in the arrest of him in the past could not compare the old man in front of him with that handsome man. The uninhibited Dark Lord is connected. What Elena needs to do now is to cover this matter as lightly as possible. Elena shook her head slightly, and corrected her face seriously. "No, to be precise, he is my great-grandfather. His name is Otto Apocalypse. He is a mole, and my great-grandmother is a witch." The best lie technique is not to just follow the other party's guess, but to correct some details from time to time. Sure enough, after listening to Elena's words, the suspicion in George Max's eyes suddenly became less. The grandfather he just mentioned was just casual, and after speaking, he realized that the little girl in front of him, his age, if it is really 3 generations, the old man looks a bit too old. If it is a great-grandfather, it is normal. As for whether it is a lie, Max is not very worried about this. After all, according to normal thinking, there will be someone who instantly reacts to the remote relatives of the great-grandfather. The wizard shrugged, and when he learned that there was an elderly mole lying on the hospital bed, he completely lost interest. "Well, then there is one last question. As far as I know, the students at Hogwarts should still be studying in a distant Scottish castle at this time, and your clothes." George Max turned around and looked at Elena up and down, focusing on the girl's light blue mole cowboy suit. Couldn't help being careless. After all, the matter involved 4 moles, and extremely he had to ask a few more questions about the destructive explosive curse anyway. "Because of an accident, after I finished breakfast, I showed up at my great-grandfather's house, and then he suddenly fell ill, which frightened me." Elena curled her lips aggrievedly, and replied confidently, "This is a fact." As for the Hogwarts wizard robes, the girl's small chin gently tapped in the direction of Grindelwald. "Well, because my great-grandfather suddenly became cold, I took it off and wrapped it around him." "May I ask you, are there any questions?" "Can your Austrian Ministry of Magic help contact Principal Dumbledore?" Following the direction the girl signaled, George Max walked to Grindelwald, who was lying on the hospital bed, and took a closer look. That's right, judging from the size and style of the black wizard robe, it is obviously worn by the girl in front of her. On the right chest of the wizard robe is a yellow and black pattern with a silly little badger painted inside. Below it is written Hufflepuff in swash English. Most wizards in the magical world have heard of the 4 colleges of Hogwarts, especially this one with the largest number of people. Hufflepuff. Okay, I'm fine. Chapter 2 Rue Seek Chapter and Say Acridine. Chapter 194 Battle between wizards seeking monthly ticket. "Well, Miss Elena Caslana, I will contact the British Ministry of Magic as soon as possible to verify your situation. During this period, you and the old gentleman Otto may still need to stay in Salzburg for the time being. Glancing at the Academy emblem on the old man's clothes, George Max's last doubt was removed. Not only the British Magic Circle, but the entire magic circle knows that wizards from the Hogwarts Academy rarely leave. The evildoers, after all, they are friendly Hufflepuffs. Thinking about it carefully, the starting point of this child was only to save people, and it did not cause Muggle injuries from beginning to end. This is quite rare in the common conflicts between wizards and Muggles. So, is it really just a misunderstanding? George Max, who had no other doubts, relaxed, put his wand away, and said with a smile, "Although, no matter which country you are in, casting magic in front of so many Muggles is an extremely bad behavior. However, there is also an article in the regulations: when there is a crisis in the life of the wizard and the life of the wizard's family, it is appropriate. Magic should be allowed. For the International Federation of Wizards, only confidentiality is the most important thing." After such a magical disaster occurred, the final confirmation result was mainly based on the handling report submitted by the first investigator who arrived at the scene. Therefore, George Max only needs to pay a little attention to the description. This matter does not actually cause much attention. As an experienced employee of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, George Max is naturally familiar with the relevant magical regulations. Don't worry, except for the doctor, I have dealt with the corresponding memories of the other Muggle witnesses. For them, it was just a strange wall collapse accident. Wait for me and that doctor talking after that. No one except you and me will know what happened. After speaking, George Max winked at Elena and was about to open the door and leave. However, as a member of a wizard's family, it is really shameful to go to the Muggle hospital for help. When passing by the end of the bed, George Max curiously stretched out his hand and picked up the medical record board hanging at the end of the bed, wondering what strange disease the Otto Apocalypse had suffered. After all, generally speaking, a normal magic family will prepare some emergency potions, no matter how bad they are. At least they will choose to use flu powder to go to the nearby magic hospital for treatment, similar to the Muggle hospital. Quite rare. Wait, don't look at that. Elena's face suddenly changed. Okay. George Max raised his eyebrows in confusion, lowered his head and glanced. Attending physician, Joannis. Patient name, Gellert Grindelwald. Age, 108 years old. Cause, diabetic ketoacidosis. Medication, Gellert Grindelwald. Shouldn't it be Otto Apocalypse? But speaking of it, where did this name seem to have been heard? And many more. Gellert Grindelwald? Exclamation mark. The name wrong. Max's eyes condensed, and he suddenly raised his head, drew his wand and pointed it at Elena, who was standing by the bed in Grindelwald. Sure enough, at the same time, the silver-haired little witch who looked pink and lovely had already drawn out her wand and pointed it at him, and the tip of the wand lit up with a little red light. Except for your weapons. Before Elena's spell was cast, George Max chanted the spell aloud. The light of the disarming curse accurately hit Elena. The impact of the curse caused the girl's body to stagger backward for several steps, and then sat down on the ground. The wand in the hands of the little witch flew high and fell with a snap. In the corner of the ward, I should have thought about how a little witch of your age could use the explosive spell so skillfully. Even if you are a student of Hogwarts, you are too genius. George Max cautiously kicked Elena's wand away from the ground. The wand in his hand was firmly pointed at the small figure sitting on the ground. His face was full of tension and excitement. Because of the impact of the curse, the necklace that the girl had hidden on her chest shook out. The deathly hallows pendant that looked like triangular eyes flashed under the bright light of the ward with the ups and downs of Elena's chest. George Max, who graduated from Durmstrand School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. He knew exactly what this sign meant 50 years ago. The sign of the Dark Lord who had set off the entire wizarding world. With that said, the old man lying on the hospital bed at this time, George Max couldn't help but cast his gaze forward. After confirming that the old wizard was still in a coma, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's no wonder that as a wizard, you have to hide in a Muggle hospital for treatment. Obviously, for the murderous Gellert Grindelwald, The wizard's hospital is too dangerous. You almost lied to it. Helping the notorious dark wizard escape from prison is more serious than misusing magic. Let me think about it. Maybe I can consider applying for a Merlin medal. While Azkaban is maybe the youngest wizard ever to usher in. Over the past few decades, countless saints have tried to break into the Numungard castle, rescue Grindelwald held there, and continue their unfinished business. However, the former Demon King's lair seemed to have evaporated from this world. No one could find this castle again, only that it should have been hidden somewhere in Austria by Dumbledore. Obviously, after more than 40 years, the group of saints finally succeeded. But at the beginning of the whole plan, they were discovered and stopped by the great George Max. As the third person to catch Grindelwald, his name will be tied with Albus Dumbledore and Newt Scamander. George Max glanced at Elena, who had lost her wand. The wand swayed back and forth between Elena and Grindelwald lying on the hospital bed, his tone trembling with excitement. Of course, for safety reasons, maybe I should give him another coma spell. Of course, the treatment must not continue. I am not going to save a dark wizard. Don't even think about it. Don't touch him. Before he could finish his words, I saw that an identical wand suddenly appeared in Elena's hand, pointing at the Ministry of Magic employee standing at the end of the bed. Explosion. Along with the girl's angry drink, a scorching red light shot from Elena's hand and was flying towards George Max. Armor bodyguard. George Max's wand shook quickly, and a transparent light curtain was dangerously blocked in front of him. Boom! Elena's curse hit Max's body with a deafening noise. Even if the anti-curse was released in time, the impact of the airwave made the wizard's body unconsciously leaned back. Except for your weapons. Before Elena cast the spell again, another spell hit the girl's petite body and knocked her wand into the air. I don't know why you have two magic wands, but I'm sorry. An adult wizard can never be defeated by this naive little spell. George Max swallowed with lingering fear, pretending to be relaxed, but his eyes were full of solemnity. The amazing magic power and the speed at which the spell is released is almost comparable to the power displayed by Samaras. If it weren't for work, you would often encounter sneak attacks by wizards who retaliated against the society and arrested. Another wizard might have been defeated just now. Elena, who had lost her wand, stomped on the ground with her right foot, and lunged at George Max with her teeth and claws. A needless struggle. It seems that you don't understand the most basic truth. The battle between wizards starts when one party loses the wand and is over. George Max shook his head dumbly, his wand moved forward a little, and a flash of red light shot out. Fainted. At this moment, the necklace hung on the girl's chest suddenly flashed with brilliance, and a curtain of light identical to the curse that George Max had previously cast appeared in front of Elena, helping her block the curse. Attack. Magic props. George Max raised his eyebrows and shook his head in disdain. You really think that this mole-like shrew can hurt fists and feet? Elena's white and delicate little hand was pressed on the wizard's belly, and the next moment, an unstoppable infinite force passed from the girl's hand to Max. George Max's body seemed to have lost its weight, and rose into the air like a fluttering piece of paper, and slammed into the closed door with a loud noise. What are you? For some reason, George Max struggled to raise his head, and suddenly the face of the female nurse not long ago appeared in his mind. Devil, that little girl is a devil. Elena did not speak with a tight face, and stepped forward and quickly made up a straight punch that was not fancy. This was the last voice that Mags heard before falling into darkness. Third. It's still a big chapter. Just ask for a monthly pass and ask for a chapter. Chapter 195. Don't panic. This is the daily situation super big chapter. Ask for monthly pass. Enough. Stop. This is the ward. Hearing the roar and impact from the ward, Johannes, who was guarding the door, hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and pulled the door open, biting his scalp and yelling inside, I said before. Besides, she just a you. Before opening the door, Johannes had anticipated many scenes in advance. The two were facing each other or the girl was knocked down by the man. The room was chaotic, and terrible light was flying around, but he didn't think about the scene in front of him. I saw that the employee of the Austrian Ministry of Magic who claimed to be George Max had collapsed against the wall unconsciously, and the little silver-haired girl was cautiously reaching out under her nostril, as if she was trying something. "Doctor, come and take a look." Hearing the sound coming from the door, Elena turned her head. Her delicate little face was covered with bewilderment and panic, and her tone was unconsciously crying. "Why is it out of breath? Did I accidentally? Was he killed?" Hearing Elena's words, Johannes' eyes shrank sharply, and he didn't ask much, and hurriedly ran to the dark grey windbreaker man who was unconscious in 3 steps and 2 steps to check it out. Multiple rib fractures, misalignment of the sternum, severe damage to the soft tissues of the upper abdomen horn. Just a simple touch and observation. The young doctor's face instantly became ugly, and his tone was particularly solemn. "It's not dead, it's just that the breathing is very weak. But it's not far from death if you don't hurry to rescue it." However, what puzzled Johannes was that after hearing his judgment, the face of the little silver-haired girl in front of him improved a lot. "It's much easier without dying." After the doctor's on-site diagnosis, Elena couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You know, this time is different from the accident that happened in the castle of Newmangard." With the fighting skills taught by Benitez, she almost completely beat the power strengthened by the spell. Because she wasn't sure whether the power was enough, she made a special roar when she fell to the ground and pursued. It wasn't until a series of crackling bones rang from her men that she suddenly realized the question of whether she would accidentally beat people to death with too much force. After all, it was a magic text that represented uncontrollable wild power. "Have you listened to me? This is a very serious closed fracture, much more difficult to deal with than that of Mr. Grindelwald. Hell, we need to do it right away." "Stop. You are here. What are you doing?" Johannes was still thinking about how to do first aid, but suddenly his face changed and he shouted at Elena. The girl stood up, patted the ashes on her body, stretched out her hand to grab the back collar of George Max, and dragged it towards the open space. An adult man who was visually at least 180 pounds in the girl's hand. "It's like a rag doll." "Save him. What else?" "Don't worry. This kind of bruise can be saved as long as there is a breath." Elena raised her eyebrows with ease, stretched out her hand and carefully placed it on George Max's chest and abdomen, and whispered, The next moment, a soft white light appeared under the girl's palm. In Johannes' unbelievable gaze, the poor Ministry of Magic employee's deformed rib cage, which was obviously deformed due to multiple fractures of ribs, began to return to its original state, a little bit like a step back in time. "This is? How did you do it?" Johannes's eyes were rounded. As an emergency doctor, compared to some explosions, Elena's completely unreasonable healing ability can be said to be the dream of every doctor. Ability. Oh no, it can even be regarded as a miracle. Just relying on the girl's demonstrated ability, Johannes has no doubt that any hospital will treat this girl as the cutest angel to offer it after seeing it. Well, it's actually just a way of using magic texts handed down from ancient times, mainly to enhance activity and assist the body in self-repair. The girl shrugged, glanced at the doctor standing beside her, and tilted her head towards Grindelwald on the bed. "The people who taught me this magic are still lying there. So it's not completely magical. It's already very remarkable. Is this the ability of your world? Is there a way to teach me, even if the effect is not so good?" Joe Dennis came over and fumbled with his hands on the unconscious wizard, his eyes exuding a strong surprise. "Impossible, uncle. First of all, you have to have magical powers. And mine is just the most clumsy way to use it. The really powerful therapists in the magic hospital are." Elena raised her head and glanced at the emergency doctor, whose original worldview was rapidly subverting and updating, shook her head and replied casually. Johannes was not surprised by Elena's answer. After thinking about it, he suddenly frowned and raised his head to ask, "Wait, magic hospital? So, you have always mastered this kind of technology higher than the current medical level, and have formed a system, but, at this moment, George Max on the floor let out a faint groan. Elena lowered her head and glanced at George Max, and saw the man's eyelids tremble a few times, and then suddenly opened, making a violent inhalation sound like a drowning person waking up. "What are you?" George Max opened his eyes and looked at the exquisite face above with trembling lips, and there was still severe pain between his chest and abdomen. He almost thought he was going to die before. "Okay, by the way, this is really a headache." "Wait a minute, I may need to use a little magic to let this gentleman continue to rest." Elena raised her eyebrows and smiled at the doctor. "Well, I saved you, no thanks." Elena sighed helplessly, looked at the poor Ministry of Magic employee with a faint smile, and gently hugged their man's head. "But I'm sorry, I guess you have to sleep a little longer. Wait, what do you want to do?" "In the Austrian Ministry of Magic." A bad foreboding came to my heart, and the girl's gentle and lovely smile was no less than the devil's grin in Max's eyes. George Max struggled violently, trying to push Elena away. As soon as he raised his hand, there was a pain in his chest, which made his strength uncontrollably vent. Duang! Under the girl's weird force, the back of the man's head collided with the hard ground, making a loud noise. Are you dizzy?" Sure enough, the TV series are all deceptive. Elena blinked, and before George Max could finish speaking, she hugged the man's head and smashed it on the ground a few more times. Duang, duang, duang. At the third hit, George Max finally rolled his eyes and fainted again. Finish. Elena clapped her hands contentedly, turned her head to look at the doctor on the side, and blinked. "By the way, what did the doctor just say?" "No, nothing more." Johannes looked at the Ministry of Magic employee who was easily stunned by Elena using unknown magic, and a trace of dark red blood appeared on the back of the man's head. The emergency doctor, who was deceived by the girl's harmless appearance, finally realized his situation and swallowed. "I want to ask, is there anything else I can help?" "Okay." Elena always felt that Johannes' expression was a little strange. She vaguely remembered that the doctor seemed to be trying to say that was not the right thing. "Oh, is it because of this?" Why did she not learn any spells other than the explosion spell and the lighting spell for the time being? This was also a last resort. "I'm sorry, because I haven't mastered the coma spell. This is also something that can't be helped." Elena followed Joe's eyes and looked at the back of Max's bloody head, and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. "It seems that I have tried too hard again. After all, I am not very proficient in that magic, but you can rest assured, I will heal him." This kind of accident is very common in the magic world. The fights in our school in the morning are more than this. Serious. Very common. Johannes glanced at Mr. Ministry of Magic employee, who was full of horror and anger. The expression on his face was a little horrified. What kind of patient's family did he receive? Oh yes, is that so? Then your world is really dangerous. Your school teachers must be very hard. Joe Dennis couldn't help but twitched his eyes and said insincerely, "You do not say." Elena gave a dry smile, looked at the unconscious Ministry of Magic employee, and turned the subject away. "Speaking of it, there is indeed a small request. Do you have tranquilizers and anesthetics? I think this gentleman may need to be used for subsequent treatment." While talking, Elena once again emitted a small white soft light ball, pressing on the back of George Max's head, quickly stopping the man's wound. Seeing that the man no longer bleeds, Elena turned her head, looked at the young doctor with a shy smile, and added something seriously. "The dosage should be controlled so that he can sleep until tomorrow morning." "Well, of course, it is best if there is a restraint belt. Of course, maybe I need to add some analgesics." At the same time, the Austrian Ministry of Magic, a storm has just begun. To be precise, it is the office of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters where George Max is in a mess. Because, a few minutes ago, just after George Max was injured and unconscious, a sharp warning rang from his desk. As employees of the Ministry of Magic who go out to work, especially wizards dealing with dangerous magical disasters, after obtaining consent, The Austrian Ministry of Magic has set up early warning magic for the errors and the field staff of the disaster department. Everyone stopped talking and what was in their hands almost at the same time, and looked at a metal employee badge placed on George Max's desk. The brass-colored metal badge turned into a terrible crimson almost instantly, and everyone present knew what it meant. Deering. My God, something big happened. A burly wizard stood up quickly and looked around anxiously. Does anyone know where Max was on the mission before? Someone needs to save him. Become a super big chapter. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask Jang to say. Chapter 196. Secondary warning events. Wait, Kruger, don't panic. Maybe things are not as bad as you think. You see, George seems to be fine. At the Austrian Ministry of Magic, a witch with short golden white hair and a particularly capable look patted the sturdy wizard, Kruger's shoulder, and pointed to the warning sign on George Max's desk. Said the metal employee badge. I saw the palpitation scarlet red on the metal nameplate gradually began to fade, and the sharp warning sound stopped abruptly, quickly revealing the brass color that indicated that everything was normal. Well, gentlemen of course, and girls. Although, the capable short-haired witch turned around and clapped her hands, motioning everyone to look at her. From the day you came to the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, you should know that this is not a safe and secure job sitting in the office. In fact, in my opinion, the dangers we may encounter it may not be less than the error office. Therefore, the ministry has specially set up corresponding early warning measures for you. But the golden and white short-haired witch is named Poprosha. She is the director of the Austrian Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters. The standardization process is to improve our work efficiency and safety. It does not mean that every time an alarm occurs, the entire department needs to be dispatched to solve the problem. First of all, we should believe in your own magical qualities and resilience. As an indispensable and important part of the Ministry of Magic in every country, the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters is mainly responsible for handling magical accidents and repairing accidental magical injuries. After entering the peaceful era, many people even believed that this was the most important department of the Ministry of Magic. In fact, according to people's surveys, this department was indeed the department that produced the most ministers of magic in recent years. Among the Magic Accidents and Disasters Department, the most important core component is undoubtedly the Reversal of Incidental Magic Incident Team, where George Max is. The function of the Reversal of Incident Magic Event Team is very simple: to deal with all magical accidents, and to return everything to a peaceful routine. This means that their scope of responsibility is to correct the effects of wrong potions or spell errors, to prevent large-scale magical disasters, from restoring glass accidentally broken by the magic riot of the Little Wizard, to participating in frontal confrontation, the Black Wizard who tried to destroy in the non-magical world. Therefore, all wizards who can enter the Reversal of Incidental Magic Event Team have a fairly good and comprehensive knowledge of magic. As a first-level employee, the highest level, George Max is naturally the same. Even in terms of fighting skills and strength, he is not weaker than most others. From the current situation, although Mr. George Max encountered some unforeseen dangers during the mission, since he can slowly heal himself, it means that he has begun to regain control of the situation. In this case, only one is needed. 2 wizards can follow up and monitor them. The short-haired witch looked around because of the warning sound and gathered around George Max's desk. The anxious wizards shrugged helplessly. Since this set of magic warning mechanism was introduced from France 2 years ago, from now on, she will know that sooner or later she will face this day, but fortunately, from the current point of view, the situation is undoubtedly the best kind. Kruger, please check George's mission record. I will try to contact George first. When she said the last sentence, the witch turned around and glanced at the burly man who was standing still, shook her head helplessly, and raised her volume. Kruger, oh, The strong wizard came back to his senses and nodded hurriedly. Of course it's okay, Director Rosil. Anyway, let me check the content of the task Max received. Well, It's hard work. Miss Poprohill, the director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, nodded and looked around, spreading her hands with ease. What are you still doing? Today is a rare weekend. You should get off work when you are off work. I won't pay you overtime pay. I and Kruger will pay attention to the follow-up of George's affairs. We will notify you if we have the situation. Hours. Hearing the witch's words, the surrounding wizards looked at the stop warning, and gradually began to return to normal metal cards and nodded, and the tension lingering in the office began to dissipate. There is no overtime pay, it's gone. Okay, Miss Rohill. The director has worked hard. Goodbye, director. When George comes back, we have to let him treat him. After reconfirming that George Max's condition seems to be improving, and the director Rosil is sitting in person, the wizards of the Reversal Incident Magic Event team glanced at each other, packed up their things in 2s and 3s and left the office. A few minutes later, Kruger returned to the office, holding a copy of the delegation report retrieved from the archives. According to the records, George was supposed to deal with a spell explosion accident in a mole hospital in Salzburg. Because the trace record was triggered, he was judged to be a minor wizard's unauthorized use of spells. Kruger frowned, glanced at George Max's empty desk, then looked down at the report in his hand, his tone a little uncertain. If you just look at it from the report, it is just a very simple accident handling, let alone a risk of serious injury and death. As an adult wizard, especially a senior employee of the Reversal of Incidental Magic Incident team, even if it is slightly injured, Max may become a joke for the division in the next month. But, after all, this accident happened in Salzburg. Could it be because of those people? Miss Rosil, you should have heard that rumor before. Well, Salzburg is just an ordinary, beautiful mole city. Mr. Kruger, as an official of the Ministry of Magic, I suggest that you should not listen to some messy and unreliable rumors. Poprosia frowned, shook his head, raised his right hand to stop Kruger's follow-up words, and looked at the man with dark brown eyes and said seriously, I believe in George Max's ability and experience. Similarly, I hope you can trust your colleagues more and don't let your personal emotions affect your work. Maybe George is on his way back now. While talking, the witch pointed to the metal employee badge that had completely restored the brass color on the table. She was about to say something, but her expression suddenly stagnated. Just as the two of them were talking, the metal nameplate that had returned to its normal state trembled suddenly, and a dazzling red suddenly flashed across the surface. Immediately, 2 or 3 red lights flashed in succession. In less than 5 seconds, the metal employee badge belonging to George Max once again issued a stern warning sound, and the surface turned into a terrible red, dying. Then, as if just making a joke with the two of them, within a few seconds, the red color began to fade again. In the next 10 minutes, George Max's metal employee badge looked like a chameleon. Every time it was completely faded and returned to normal, it shivered a few times and turned into a near-death state again. Director O'Hill, what do you mean? What should we do now? Kruger's eyes widened subconsciously, and he hurriedly looked at the witch beside him, a little anxious and at a loss. This situation was a bit surprising and unreasonable at all. Second-level early warning event. Urgently summon all hands. I think, if possible, we'd better apply for Summerer's support. Poprosia's face became stern. He looked around the empty office and frowned. Kruger, the situation is urgent. You may need to go to Salzburg to investigate the situation first. Note that you are not completely sure. Don't approach George Max easily. I doubt there are eggs here. The clever little wizard may be able to guess some of the plot behind it. Zhang said it was toxic, and some people had guessed something about my self-confident brain. That's it. Collect the name of the dragon sleeve. Will be used later. Mole Witcher female, gather here. Mole Witcher male, gather here. Pets food, gather here. The 197th chapter is gradually out of control. Confrontation seeking a monthly pass. Super big chapter. Austria time, 7:55 p.m. Salzburg. Did Max disappear here? Standing in front of the emergency department building of Salk Hospital, Kruger raised his head and glanced at the bright red word emergency at the entrance, with a solemn expression on his face. There are no moving figures in the empty building, most of the floors have been dimmed, and the open door is like a monster with a huge mouth open. Be sure to hold on, man. We're here to save you. Kruger murmured in a low voice, pulled the windbreaker to block the right hand that had already drawn out the wand, and walked cautiously towards the gate, reminiscing about Miss Poprosia's guess before departure 10 minutes ago. The Austrian Ministry of Magic. This is definitely not an ordinary disaster. Looking at the fading metal card, Poprosia narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth tucked tightly. Bruns Kruger swore to God that he had never seen Miss Poprosia's face so ugly in so many years. Mr. Kruger, under what circumstances do you think you can put a well-trained member of the Reversal of Incidental Magic Incident Team into dying within 5 seconds? Accidental attack? Kruger replied hesitantly. Then what if it is twice, or even 3 times in a row, and each time it is near death at the next instant after recovery? The witch's brown eyes seemed to have an angry flame burning. There is no doubt that George was caught. Without waiting for Kruger to respond, the youngest female director in Austria in hundreds of years waved vigorously. Her tone was heavy and full of anger. This happens only when a wizard completely loses the ability to resist. George Max may be experiencing a heinously cruel torture at this time. Torture? But what does George need? Kruger's eyes shrank suddenly. This is what we need to find out later. But the first thing is to find a way to rescue George Max. The witch with short golden and white hair turned her head abruptly to look at Kruger, with an unprecedented seriousness in her tone. I need you to go to Salzburg immediately to provide follow-up personnel with an accurate coordinate guide and a safe support assembly point. Then, depending on the situation at the scene, Kruger, you can try to rescue George or wait for the support to arrive. But in any case, you must be extra careful and always vigilant. Slowly stepping into the emergency building, the first thing that greeted Kruger was a messy interrogation hall, as if there had been a fierce battle here. On the left-hand side of the doorway, a wall has been completely blown up by the curse. The floor was lifted to one side by a huge force, exposing the concrete foundation below, and the mud in the flower bed behind the information desk was blown up everywhere. And the strangest thing is that even though the hall has become this look, neither the security guard standing at the door nor the nurse snapping in the information desk seem to have any strange expressions. Has the corresponding memory been revised and erased? Did Max do it, or is there another wizard trying to hide something? Kruger glanced at his eyes without focusing, just like security guards and nurses who had just woken up. Obviously, there was no way to get any useful information from these mole staff. This is a typical forgetting curse and the sequelae of the confusion spell. It will take at least 1 or 2 hours to gradually return to normal logical thinking. It seemed that he had to figure it out. Kruger shook his head and carefully observed the hospital hall from side to side. After confirming that there were no other dangers in the hall, he walked to the corner and took out his wand and read it softly. Looking for a trace. Puffing his cheeks, the wizard held the bottom of the wand with both hands and blew around like a balloon. A large swath of golden mist that only Kruger could see instantly poured out from the tip of his wand, silently covering it. The space of the entire hall. George Max. Kruger cleared his throat and read clearly, and at the same time waved his wand. The golden mist dissipated, and a series of footprints appeared in the hall, showing the trajectory of George Max's movement here a few hours ago. Strange, there is no sign of fighting. Kruger looked at the golden footprints in the hall. They were continuous and orderly, without any panic. Everything seems to be very common. At this time George Max should still be dealing with the accident in accordance with the normal process. Under the leadership of a female nurse, the golden footprints belonging to George Max spread to a room next to the information desk and stayed for a while, then stretched towards the ward area inside the hospital and never came back. George, what exactly did you meet? Kruger frowned, looked forward, and walked into the room where George Max had talked with the nurse before, and placed a metal emblem engraved with the Austrian Ministry of Magic logo on the table. There is no doubt that, at least from the current situation, This place should be safe. Mentos. The strong man tapped the surface of the metal emblem with the wand in his hand, and a faint blue light appeared on the surface of the metal emblem. The next moment, the metal emblem disappeared on the desktop. That should be enough. Anyway, it better go and see the situation first. After arranging the door key coordinates to guide the follow-up support staff of the Ministry of Magic to arrive, Kruger cast a temporary expulsion spell on the door of the room, swallowed, raised his wand and clicked toward him, armor bodyguard. Then, the wizard walked cautiously towards the ward area ahead. However, contrary to Kruger's expectation, there were no magic traps along the way, and until he reached the ward where George Max's footprint disappeared, the imaginary enemy did not appear. Is it just a false alarm? Kruger frowned and stretched out his hand to gently push open the concealed door of the ward. What greeted him was a very ordinary mole ward. After entering the door, on the first hospital bed on the right side lies an old man with closed eyes and a face full of vicissitudes. A little silver-haired girl in a mole costume is sitting on the side of the bed, looking up and watching the liquid in the infusion bottle drip down. It seems to be the family of the elderly. For this pair of ordinary mole patients, Kruger just glanced indifferently, and after confirming that there was nothing worth noting, he skipped it, and then fixed his eyes firmly on the position of the second hospital bed on the right-hand side after entering the door. There, the missing George Max was fastened to the hospital bed with dark restraints all over his body, and a man in a white coat was injecting some strange liquid into poor Max. Let go of him, bastard. What did you do to George? Kruger looked around and saw no other danger, then quickly raised his wand and roared. Fainted. Dishes dash. Before the man in the white coat turned around, a red spell beam shot out instantly, hitting the man's back, and the powerful magic power knocked the man out and hit the bedside table aside heavily. Okay. Looking at George Max, who had no wounds on his body, and then at the work card on the chest of the man in the white coat lying next to the cabinet, Kruger couldn't help frowning. It seems to be just a mole doctor. What is this? What's going on? Doctor, who are you? What did you do? Help, help. Is anyone going to call the police? At this moment, the little silver-haired girl who was sitting on the bed next door ran to the fainted man in a panic, then turned her face and looked at Kruger with horror, trembling in the middle of the aisle. A series of English came out quickly. Seeing the panic in the eyes of the mole kid in front of him, Kruger frowned with a headache. How could he be a foreign kid? Obviously, due to his previous actions, the little silver-haired girl in front of her was very emotionally unstable, waving her two small hands wildly, unable to communicate effectively at all. Kruger originally thought it would be a fierce battle, but he still hasn't figured out what happened until now. But fortunately, George has been found. As long as George Max is awakened, everything will be clear by asking a little. Sorry, little guy, I don't have the time to comfort you slowly now. The burly adult wizard shook his head, stretched out his hand and effortlessly pushed the little girl in front of him aside, walked to George Max's bed, and raised his wand. Recover quickly. With the help of magic, George Max's eyelids trembled, and then his body shook suddenly. His eyes were closed tightly, making him look as though he was still in a coma. Hey, man, don't be afraid. It's me. I'm here to save you. Kruger raised his eyebrows amusedly and said with a smile, Kruger, why are you here? Hearing the familiar voice, George Max slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar face that appeared in front of him. The next moment, a trace of fear appeared on the wizard's face, and he tried to raise his head and looked around. Where is that little devil? Of course I saw your metal nameplate warning. By the way, what little devil? Man, what are you talking about? Looking at George Max, who was panicked in front of him, a confused look appeared on Kruger's face. I didn't see any enemies along the way, Max. How could you make yourself so embarrassed? Kruger, behind. No. At this moment, George Max suddenly shrank his pupils and shouted, behind? Nothing behind. Kruger turned around suspiciously. A pair of familiar LKWAs came into view. A small white hand quickly cut to his arm holding the wand. and the other hand he pinched a metal tray and patted his forehead. Click, bang. The moment he touched the girl's palm, Kruger's arm bends into a strange shape for an instant, and an unprecedented pain instantly made him unconsciously loosen the wand in his hand. The next moment, with the drop of the metal tray, the world of men quickly dimmed. Elena squatted down and smashed a few more times with the deformed metal tray. After confirming that the burly man on the ground had fallen into a deep coma, she stood up and looked at George Max on the hospital bed with a slight smile. "Sorry, you shouldn't wake up. It's just that he will relax his vigilance only in this way." "Wait, you are also a wizard?" "I can't resist now. A simple coma spell is enough. I demand the most basic dignity." George Max glanced at Kruger, who fell on the ground, swallowed, said quickly, "Basic dignity?" Irene raised her eyebrows, shrugged after thinking about it. "Well, I promise you. But in exchange, you need to tell me why someone will find you, and how many people will come next in general. How high is the level roughly?" George Max nodded hurriedly. He didn't want to try the terrible and brutal attack of the little devil in front of him again. He wondered if he would never wake up one by accident. Moreover, the questions the girl asked are not any special secrets. 2 minutes later. "Thank you for your explanation. I understand." Elena nodded politely, picked up the metal tray on the ground and walked to George Max, smiling slightly. "The process of releasing the coma spell may be a bit painful. Please bear with me a little bit." "Wait." George Max's eyes suddenly dilated. Ruh, boom. 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 Already alarmed the Austrian Ministry of Magic. The problem has become tricky. Elena frowned and looked down at the back of her left hand. Constrained by the unbreakable oath, she cannot actively attack others before she is attacked. This is undoubtedly a rather unfavorable situation. Otherwise, with her rich experience in eating chickens, she can try to use the advantages of the terrain to ambush a nearby sneak attacks. Raising her head and looking at Grindelwald, who was still unconscious on the next hospital bed, Elena stood up, tore off the medical record board at the end of the old man's bed and stuffed it into her arms. Then picked up the 2 wands on the ground, her eyes flickering in thought. At the same time, as far away as the Austrian Ministry of Magic, the 2 metal plates belonging to Kruger and Max quickly dyed a layer of red, and the harsh sirens echoed back and forth throughout the office. Damn it. Kruger was caught too. This is a trap. A terrible conspiracy and provocation. Poppy Rosie let out a low growl, and looked around at the dozen or so wizards who had gathered around her temporarily. Reversal Incident Magic Team, a rare office, Magic Executive Division, Memory Cancellation Command. The witch's expression became extra serious. In just one afternoon, 2 wizards lost contact one after another. Since the fall of Grindelwald more than 40 years ago and the end of the Total Wizarding War, the Austrian Ministry of Magic has never seen such a situation again. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to fight. The enemy is extremely dangerous. The current intelligence is that both Kruger and Max were knocked down by each other almost instantly, and even a single message could not be transmitted. Although Mr. Kruger delivered a copy of the positioning coordinates in advance before then, considering that Kruger has also lost contact, I do not recommend using the door key to send it directly. The safest way is to all people move to the outside of Salzburg first, and then go to the location of the door key together after meeting. Everyone, start in groups, and at least keep the 3 people working together. Don't stand alone. Set off. A super big chapter. Ask for a monthly pass. Seek Jang to say. New activity. Guess the brain hole. Answer the question with a prize. In each issue, the lovely round-faced fat chicken will ask a question related to the storyline. With the development of the plot, the first little wizard who completely succeeds in guessing the important plot foreshadowing will receive a set of genuine HP physical surroundings worth 500 yuan, or a reward of 200 yuan. If the answer is incomplete, you will get a set of genuine were fantastic beasts. The answers to the questions are prepared in advance and belong to an important mainline brain hole, which is absolutely impossible to modify. Question in this issue. Salzburg, located in Austria, not only has a huge reputation in the non-magical world, In fact, the city also has an extraordinary significance in the magical world. It is like a mirror that straddles two worlds, where the great men and legends of the two worlds have met. Excuse me, what wonderful rumors and significance Salzburg has in the magic world? This question needs to answer 2 points at the same time. Keyword reminder. The chapter says more than 300, unlock the first keyword. More than 1000, unlock the second keyword. Hiding. Deadline, chapter 200. The answer and the list of winners will be announced at the end of the first volume. Chapter 198. The Traces of the Demon King Super Chapter. Ask for monthly pass. Wow! Johannes, who was cast on his face by the cold water, roused his spirit and woke up abruptly. Oh, what's wrong with me? Johannes only remembered a man who looked as strong as a bear broke into the ward, pulled out a small wooden stick and roared at him suddenly. Then a red light hit him, and then he completely lost the follow-up memory. Elena dissipated the white light in her hand, and she discovered a limitation of her Una-derived magic. The pure healing ability could not be used to wake people stunned by the spell. Sorry, Doctor, you may need to leave here immediately. Without answering Johannes's question, Elena kicked the strong wizard who was still lying on the ground. A large-scale curse conflict may break out next. For safety's sake, you'd better find another place to hide. Damn it, can't you guys fight in another place? Johannes stood up on the bedside table, couldn't help complaining, and took a breath of air with a grin. The left ribs that had been hit by the curse were still a little painful. Rubbing his left ribs, the young doctor glanced at the burly man who had fallen, then glanced at the little girl with a delicate face and a dim light on her skin, and shrugged. Well, I have no interest in the struggle in your world. But since you also saved me once, is there any simple thing I can help? On the one hand, it looks ugly and the first greeting is a magic spell, a strange organization that has never heard of a name. On the other hand, it can communicate peacefully to a certain extent, has a superb appearance, and will wake up the evacuated group of young and old in advance. Joe Anis knows which side needs help more without thinking. High concentration anesthetics, syringes, liquid oxygen, and I want to check the hospital monitoring if possible. Please help me transfer my great-grandfather to another ward. Elena thought for a while, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, a strange light flashed in the Lake Blue eyes. She looked at Joanna's eyes, and added another sentence. By the way, if there is an explosion, please report to the police immediately, saying that a large number of unidentified terrorists wearing strange costumes are besieging the municipal hospital. The other party is extremely dangerous and is suspected of carrying a self-made range-killing weapon. Seeing the girl's innocent face, Johannes's mind became blank, only feeling a kind of extreme comfort and joy. It seems that everything in this world is not important, as long as he can let the little angel in front of him just be happy. Okay. Johannes opened his pupils slightly, a soothing expression appeared on his face, and nodded obediently. Seeing the back of the doctor leaving the room, the mixed-race little Vic couldn't help her face collapsed. She wanted to protect the old man Grindelwald from being captured, and she had to be careful not to kill her. She was really tired. In short, let's save people first because the wizard who broke in suddenly looks bigger. To be on the safe side, Elena made another roo-ah sound twice before the sneak attack. Then, whether to use hostages to threaten to deal with, or to use defensive counterattacks to grab more bargaining chips in hand, we still need to plan according to the actual situation. At the same time Elena was preparing to think. On the outskirts of Salzburg, beside an uninhabited asphalt road, a group of wizards are emerging from the air. According to Pope Rosia's suggestion, and there are already 2 wizards missing, all of them are in groups of 3, apparitioning in batches, so as to be able to deal with possible ambushes at any time. Among the 3 who appeared first, apart from one senior employee of the Reversal of Incident Magic Incident Team, the other 2 were all Auras on duty from the Magic Law Enforcement Division. Standing in the forefront was a middle-aged wizard with a grim face and slightly pale temples. The middle-aged wizard raised his wand and nodded towards the city ahead. His lips moved, and he glanced at the brightly lit downtown of Salzburg not far away, and said softly, "No enemies were found, no magic fluctuations were sensed, no traces of magic were found in the city. We have been secretly discovered, but the probability is very low. The location is safe. Mr. Ordris, you can send coordinates now. Guide the follow-up personnel to arrive." Behind the middle-aged wizard, a younger wizard nodded and drew out his wand, mimicking what Kruger had done before, setting a small Austrian Ministry of Magic metal emblem as a door key and sending it back to the headquarters. After doing all this, the young Ordris turned his head and asked softly at the middle-aged man, "Then, Cruiser, are we now waiting for the follow-up personnel, or continue to move towards the city?" Cruz Blake is good at transforming spells. The 43-year-old has a good magical power and richer experience, so this Salzburg accident rescue operation specially selected him as the leader of the group processing staff. Of course, continue to move forward, if possible, directly start rescue. The middle-aged wizard said in a deep voice, without hesitation, "Until now, we don't know what happened. If there is an encounter, as long as the advantage is not obvious, Rodris, you must evacuate immediately. It is up to me and Joseph. Come to pester the opponent. Simeon has to bring the information back." As Anara, who was specially trained to conduct black magic crime investigations and arrest or detain the Black Wizard, after receiving an emergency call from Beauprocher, Cruz Blake made an agreement with him, which like Judgment the other party is likely to be a group of organized, premeditated, and cruel dark wizards. At least Cruz has evaluated his own combat effectiveness. Even if he is replaced, there is no guarantee that he will be able to knock down an experienced member of the Reversal Incident Magic Event team in an instant. As for the optimistic assumption that they were captured twice in a row by accident, it will not exist in the mind of a qualified for them. Think of the situation as bad as possible and arrange more in advance is the wisest choice. There are only 3 of them, in theory. The opponent holding the 2 hostages should not choose to escape or hide first, but will try to defeat them from the front. In order to achieve this goal, no matter how the opponent responds, it will inevitably reveal some whole cards and information. Since the disaster that took place in Paris more than 60 years ago, 1927, and was privately referred to as the Era's sorrow by the Era community, large-scale wizards have become cautious. The so-called number of wizards. The advantage is a joke in the face of war magic traps preset in advance. Salzburg, in the monitoring room of Salk Hospital. Has the 3rd batch finally arrived? It's a lot slower than expected, so it's the only good news. Placed in the surveillance field of view at the entrance of the gate, 3 men wearing the same windbreaker as Max appeared. The most troublesome situation anticipated appeared. The Austrian Ministry of Magic did not use the legendary God Baby Save Grandpa operation plan. What's more troublesome is that the 3 wizards who came to the hospital to investigate the situation this time held a group action, completely eliminating her plan to break through separately, and Elena had to consider how to face the attack of the 3 wizards at the same time. Elena glanced at the 3 wizards on the screen, took a deep breath, and couldn't help cursing in her heart. Do you want to make such a fuss? She is just an ordinary little wizard, and she has less than a week to learn magic when she is full of calculations. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic employees who came to the hospital to deal with the incident were well taken care of. There were no injuries on both of them. You only need to wait until the anesthesia effect is over before you can go back to work alive and well. Is there still half an hour? I hope the doctor's judgment does not deviate too much. Looking up at the time, according to Joannes, it may take another hour or so for Grindelwald's blood ketone concentration to return to its normal state. Even after the infusion, there will be no recurrence in a short period of time. At that time, she only needed to take Grindelwald out of danger to find a place to hide, and wait quietly for Dumbledore. You only need to survive this wave of attacks, and you should be able to gain enough time. Since Grindelwald's identity has been exposed, once George Max tells the truth, It is difficult to imagine how the Austrian Ministry of Magic will respond to the former Dark Lord. The girl stood up, walked to the ward and dragged out the fainted wizard Kruger, and placed it face down in front of the door leading to Max's ward. Then Elena took a deep breath, shattered her long silver hair, stopped her breathing, and lay quietly on the wizard. Ruh. 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 Feeling the uncontrollable primordial power awakened by the ancient magic text gathered on the limbs, Elena held her breath and patiently lay on Kruger's body like a corpse, waiting for the sound of footsteps to get closer and closer. Regardless of the future and potential, Elena is just a little witch who is less than 11 years old and has not really learned magic in a systematic way. The attack methods in the skill bar are also magic texts and explosive spells. And expecting to rely on an explosive spell to confront 3 experienced adult wizards hidden is undoubtedly an idiotic dream. I am afraid that the protagonists of Long Elton in the previous life would not dare to write like this. She has only one chance to attack, and at most 2 attacks. Fortunately, although the strength of the incoming person cannot be judged for the time being, it will definitely not be the kind of existence at the top of the wizarding world similar to Grindelwald in its heyday, otherwise the opponent will not be so cautious. Since it is not the top-notch existence, as long as it is not a thick-skinned half-blood wizard like Hagrid, Elena is confident that she can completely lose combat effectiveness within a single blow. The footsteps gradually approached. Kruger, what happened? Rodris looked at the burly wizard who fell forward to the ground and closed his eyes. His heart was slightly relaxed, and he was about to step forward quickly to check the situation of his colleagues. Although he didn't endure any attack along the way, the invisible pressure is getting heavier in his heart, and he intends to figure out what happened as soon as possible. And many more. A powerful hand grabbed Rodris' arm. Cruz Blake shook his head with a serious face, and gently tapped his chin toward the ward door that was hidden in front of him. I'll do it. You cover me. The enemy may be hiding behind the door. The middle-aged Aura held his magic wand and walked carefully in front of Kruger, then pushed away the mole girl who was lying on the wizard's body, knelt down to check Kruger's state, and then gently swiped it with the wand. Opened the door and quickly glanced inside. Except for a wizard who was tied to a hospital bed and was unconscious, no other people were seen in the room. Obviously, if Cruz didn't guess wrong, the man in the room should be the first mysterious wizard George Max to lose contact. There is no danger. The enemy may know that we are here and have left early. After confirming that everything was safe, Cruz Blake couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, although the sense of crisis in his heart still existed. Judging from the current situation, there should be nothing to worry about. In short, you can tell the ministry that there is no need for support for the time being. Let's wake up George Max and Bruns Kruger, and they will tell us everything. While talking, the middle-aged wizard moved his wand down and was about to cast the revival spell. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis pricked the sideburns of the middle-aged Aura slightly like the tip of a needle. He lowered his head subconsciously, and his gaze happened to meet a pair of Carmelite WAs that made people a little daunting. Okay, Rue. Hearing the sound of footsteps getting closer, Elena, who was pretending to be dizzy, did not hesitate and jumped up suddenly. Although she couldn't understand what the wizard beside her was saying, she obviously couldn't wait any longer. A pair of white palms accurately slapped on the unguarded middle-aged wizard, and then a whip leg swept across the man's right arm holding the wand, and a touch like dry firewood broke from the instep. The middle-aged wizard who realized something was wrong. His face suddenly turned pale when he felt his body lose control and the pain of tearing his heart and bones came to his body, and he turned his head and shouted at the approaching two people. Don't come here, it's dangerous. Before the voice fell, a rampant brute force directly knocked him back and knocked him back. Boom. The next moment, the muffled sound of the fist bumping on the body came out. In the face of Elena's full-stroke sneak attack, the experienced Cruz Blake hardly made any decent resistance and fell directly into a deep coma. There are so many obstacles. As soon as Elena violently attacked, following Cruz Blake, Aura Joseph, who had not let down his vigilance, quickly raised his wand, and a dazzling magical beam hit Elena almost at the same time. Body of puff. A layer of transparent air ripples appeared on the surface of the girl's body, which dangerously resisted Joseph's curse, and failed to affect the girl's behavior at all. Without any hesitation, Elena shrank and hid behind the body of the middle-aged Ara who flew upside down. She swiftly moved forward with a small stabbing step and quickly moved closer to the wizard who had cast the spell. Faint, seeing the fierce light in the eyes of the little silver-haired girl who appeared in front of him, Joseph felt as if he was suddenly being stared at by some extremely terrifying beast, and his tone couldn't help but stagnate. Faint. At this moment, Rodris, who was standing at the end, also reacted, drew out his wand and shouted forward. The highly concentrated Elena's upper body leaned back subconsciously, avoiding the oncoming red spell beam, but her right foot was raised high and her toes were tight, and she kicked Joe, who was already in front of her, on Surf's chin. Click. With the sound of a dislocated jaw, two blood-stained teeth flew out of the wizard's mouth. The petite size and flexible body made Elena's flexibility in short distances so high that it was almost terrifying. Without waiting for Rodris to cast a second spell, taking advantage of the situation, a girl who was rolling away from the curse track sank her knees and her shoulders horizontally. Like a small cannonball, she slammed into the arms of the young wizard in front of her. Under close contact, Elena could clearly feel the man. The bones on the body sank inward like foam. Worse signed, German, who are you? Rodris glanced at Joseph, who was lying softly on the ground, bleeding foam in his mouth, and a deep terror appeared in his eyes. The figure flashed, and a phantom shifted quickly to avoid the girl who lunged at him. In less than 5 seconds, the two Aras fell to the ground one after another. Seeing that they could not survive, he began to regret responding to this urgent mission. Glancing at the girl who was at least 5 meters away from him, the only remaining wizard shook the magic wand in the handshake, trying to calm down. Fortunately, the little monster in front of him is just a strange mole with no brute force. If he stretched so far away, as a wizard, before the thoughts in his mind were over, the little girl dressed up as a mole suddenly took out her wand from her arms and pointed it towards him, and a little red light quickly lit up. Explosion. Rodris's face changed, and he put his wand away and rolled aside without any image. Boom. You? Elena frowned and hurried forward. Explosion. Boom. Don't run. I have to go back to rescue your companions. Quickly give up resistance. Explosion. Boom. Escape. No. He has to escape. It must be some Eon takes the information out. There was only this thought left in Rodris's mind. Under the fierce spell attack, he had no free time to cast a long-range apparition and escape from the hospital. Explosion Maxima. Boom. An unprecedented loud noise came from the hospital. The strong vibration caused terrible cracks in all the glass around this floor. Rodris, who was half of his body buried in the collapsed bricks, coughed violently. Although he avoided the frontal impact of the curse in time, the collapsed wall behind his back caused him more damage, and blood flowed from his forehead, covering most of Rodris' vision. Don't move. Give up resistance. As long as you faint, I will heal you. In the dimness, he felt the silver-haired witch holding the magic wand approaching quickly. A pure English accent came from the front, and he felt the girl raised her fist again. Rodris tried to concentrate, shaking his right hand and holding the wand lying aside. Apparition destination, Salzburg suburbs. Snapped. With a burst of firecrackers, the man's figure disappeared in the ruins, leaving only a small pool of blood. Seeing the wizard who suddenly disappeared without a trace with a martyr expression, Elena raised her head and glanced at the time. Half an hour has passed, and she can take the old man Grindelwald to run away. The next step is peekaboo. Fortunately, under her control, no substantial personnel have been killed, and it was easier for Professor Dumbledore to help out at the end. After the injuries of the two wizards were treated for a while, and then each had 2 injections of anesthetic, they should be able to support the arrival of the Ministry of Magic personnel. However, It seems that the noise is getting bigger and bigger. I hope Professor Dumbledore has no heart disease. Elena shook her head and walked back comfortably. But speaking of it, a fight is really comfortable. On the outskirts of Salzburg, a wizard covered in dust and blood suddenly appeared on the side of the road. Rodriguez, what's the matter with you? Where's Cruz and Josephera? Feeling the wave of magical power, the follow-up wizards who arrived following the location coordinates previously sent by Rodriguez turned their heads and looked at the embarrassed wizard. Their expressions changed drastically. Quickly hurry up and rescue them right in that mill hospital in Salzburg. Who is the enemy? How many of them are there? I don't know, but the three of us only met a little girl who looked less than 10 years old. As he spoke, a touch of horror and confusion appeared on Rodriguez's face, and he shook his head. He still hasn't figured out what kind of existence they encountered. 10 minutes later, in the corridor where the fighting took place in the Salk Hospital in Salzburg, do you want to tell me that our most elite and capable first-level employees in Austria were all knocked down by a witch who was less than 10 years old? Pope Rosia, who arrived at the scene, looked at the 4 Ministry of Magic employees neatly lying in front of her with a sullen face. Around her were a dozen wizards with equally ugly faces. A wizard glanced at Pope Rosil, who was looking like water in fear, and said cautiously, "Sorry, Director O'Hill." Judging from the magic traces at the scene, apart from these 4 wizards, there is indeed only one trace of the magic activity of a little girl from beginning to end. However, the other party does not seem to be very malicious. Before leaving, all 4 wizards were treated to a certain degree. Then why haven't they woken up yet? Poppy Rosia frowned. Could it be that you don't even use a small resuscitation spell? We tried to awaken them directly with magic spells, but we found that besides the Milan aesthetic, they all seemed to have been hit by an extremely powerful oblivion spell with a very complicated magic attached to them. The wizard swallowed carefully. Forced awakening may trigger unknowable things, so we came to the conclusion that we should wait for the effects of the mole potion to dissipate. At this moment, 2 more wizards appeared in the corridor. Sorry, Lord Rohill, we searched the entire building and we didn't find the little girl described by Rodriguez. All the magical images and traces were completely cut off. There is no doubt that there is a very powerful wizard on the opposite side. And the 2 wizards glanced at each other, took out a blank medical record board, and placed it in Pope Rosia's hands. Also, we found this. We think you have to take a look. What is this for? This is just a blank medical record board. Pope Rosia frowned and shook the board in confusion. This is the medical record board next to the bed where Mr. George Max is located. Although the medical record on it has been torn away, we can still restore some of the writing on the top based on the dent. What handwriting? Poppy Rosia raised her eyebrows, and thoughtfully slid her fingers across the board, knowing that her employees would not provide some meaningless information. The witch's eyes widened suddenly. She turned her head violently, and looked at the 2 wizards in front of her incredulously. Who else knows about this besides you? No more. The 2 wizards shook their heads, their faces particularly serious. I understand. Pope Rosia nodded, took a deep look at Salzburg outside the window at night, and put the medical record board in his arms. This mission is over. We withdraw from the Ministry of Magic. I will explain. But, Director Rosil, don't we just forget it? Our office was injured because of you. A wizard standing next to Pope Rosil frowned uncomfortably. At least you need to give us a reason. At this moment, a shrill alarm sounded outside the window. The red and blue police lights, as well as the dazzling headlights, shot in from all directions. Accompanied by the loud shout of the loudspeaker, several red light spots appeared on the wizards near the window. Listen to the people inside. This is the Austrian Federal Police Agency. You are already surrounded. Don't try to resist. Raise your hands where we can see, and walk out slowly. A super big chapter. Exhausted. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for chapters to say Acridine. I finished the battle in one breath, so tired, maybe not so good looking. I tried my best. Woo-oo. Chapter 199. The Devil's Coming. Time goes back a little bit. Kaigas Street. Kaigas, downtown Salzburg. Except for the food alley that tourists love to go to, this can be regarded as the most prosperous commercial district in Salzburg. As the Oktoberfest, the traditional Bavarian national festival Oktoberfest in a few days, many shops on both sides of the street have already started decorating the pendants corresponding to the festival in advance, and the air of the whole city is full of festive joy. Atmosphere. A silver-haired little Lily who looks about 10 years old is standing on the side of the road with an energetic old man in hand, looking eagerly at the schnitzel shop on the side of the street that exudes the aroma of steaming barbecue. As an ancient city with a long history that can apply for World Cultural Heritage, most of the shops and buildings in the old town of Salzburg have hundreds of thousands of years of history. The appearance of the schnitzel shop familiar to the girl is a strong proof. One thing: when Irina came here to travel in the previous life, the tour guide did not brag. This is indeed a century-old shop. If you want to choose a dish as the representative of Austria, then there is no doubt that it must be Viennese schnitzel. Unlike cutlets in other countries, the boring European Union even specifically stipulates that only cutlets made with tender and juicy veal can be called Viennese cutlets. A piece of authentic Viennese schnitzel needs to be fully smashed to make the meat more tender. Then drag in flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs in turn to make the outer skin golden and crispy, and lock the gravy. Finally, it is slowly fried with butter, so the aroma of the barbecue is particularly strong, and you can smell the satisfaction almost from a long distance. The taste of. You don't want to say, "Are you hungry again?" Feeling the girl next to her suddenly stopped, she followed the girl Baba's gaze and glanced at the kebab shop across the street. Grindelwald, who had changed into a casual outfit, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If you remember wrong, you just finished a hot dog burger. Before that, you also ate a Turkish kebab, pocket pie and a whole box of Mozart chocolate balls. I saved your life. Oh, Elena curled her lips aggrievedly. Halfway through the conversation, the girl suddenly yawned, which caused the original cute behavior to not show perfectly. All right. As if being stuck in a dead hole, Grindelwald sighed helplessly and walked across the street. Frankly speaking, for Grindelwald, the visual impact of finding 4 magic wands neatly arranged next to the bed after waking up is much more than the joy of dying. Although Elena said it easily, Grindelwald knew exactly how difficult and dangerous it is for a girl under 11 to defeat 4 adult wizards. He had already noticed when he woke up. The number of iron armor curses stored in the necklace on the girl's neck has been completely consumed. A messy hospital corridor, broken door panels of the ward, and medicines, syringes, blood in one place. One does not show the fierceness of the previous battle. More importantly, even under these circumstances, no one was injured in the entire conflict. Well, at least in terms of results. As for the simple follow-up and concealment work, and the memory modification of the 4 Austrian ministry wizards, for Gellert Grindelwald, who regained his wand, it was as easy as a snap of his fingers. The only flaw in it seemed that a wizard who had seen Elena ran away. "Hello, sir. Here are the 2 Viennese schnitzels you ordered. I have already packed them for you. The total price is..." The voice of the big manager of the kebab shop interrupted the old man's thoughts and brought him back to reality. It was time to pay. Even after decades of self-imposed exile in the castle of Luminous, Gellert Grindelwald is still one of the top wizards in the entire magical world, and his control of magic has not regressed too much. For example, Confundo, the tip of Grindelwald's wand hidden in his arms, quietly protruded. Tapping it skillfully, a daze appeared on the face of the big shop manager. Shaking his head, handed the plastic bag in his hand to Grindelwald, and smiled skillfully. "Thank you for your patronage. Please go slowly. I hope this is the last time to feed today." Grindelwald overturned the plastic bag in his hand, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. A noble and elegant knowledgeable wizard, a wizard leader who almost ruled most of the magic world, actually used a spell to cheat in the mole's snack shop, which made the always proud Grindelwald somewhat uncomfortable. "Here, the Viennese kebab you want. Be careful, wait. What's wrong with you? Struggling through the crowded crowd at the entrance of the store, and walking to the white-haired dumpling who was waiting on the side of the road, Grindelwald handed the plastic bag in his hand forward, and was about to say a few words. Suddenly, his face suddenly slammed. Change. What's wrong with me? What am I doing? So surprised. Elena blinked in confusion, couldn't help but yawned, stretched out her hand to grab the plastic bag in the old man's hand. Patter, patter. A few cool drops fell on the back of the girl's hand, and then on the plastic bag, making a nice sound. Is it raining? Elena looked down at the back of her hand. Under the illumination of the street lamp, the water droplets that kept falling on the smooth back of her hand slid down, leaving red traces. This is. The girl felt a little dizzy in her head, subconsciously raised her hand and wiped it on her face. There was a bright red in the white and tender palm of her hand. Blood? Strange. When did I get hurt? But don't panic, it's not a big problem. You forgot, Emma whispered, lifting her head and glanced at Grindelwald, who was sometimes vague. Elena waved her hand nonchalantly, and said softly and skillfully. A dim white light appeared on the girl's fingertips, and after less than half a second it went out. Huh? Strange. As if drunk, the girl's lovely face was covered with a bright pink, and she frowned in confusion. This time, nothing happened. An unprecedented intensity of sleepiness struck Elena. The girl couldn't help but yawned again, her eyelids couldn't help but sink. So sleepy. I want to sleep for a while first. Don't steal my share cutlet. While talking, the girl's right hand dropped weakly, and the plastic pocket she was holding slammed to the ground. Wait, no sleep. Grindelwald's face changed, and he quickly reached out to catch the silver-haired little witch who was slumped in an instant. Elena, who was lying in the arms of the old man, closed her eyes tightly. Except for a few uncoagulated blood stains on her delicate face, there is no anger. Under Grindelwald's perception, Elena, who seemed to have no wounds on the outside, could no longer be simply described as terrible in her body. Numerous small muscle cracks spread all over the girl's body, and most of the organs, including the heart, showed an extremely abnormal state of excitement. Several uncontrollable forces rushed across the girl's body, but it was restricted by Elena's strengthened body and did not cause direct injuries for the time being. The girl's once overflowing magic power was almost exhausted, leaving only a little glimmer. What exactly is going on? How many times did this white-haired dumpling cast magic from her runes in this half-day? Regardless of the eyes of others, Grindelwald picked up the girl with both hands, and the two disappeared directly into the noisy street. Salzburg, location unknown. Don't worry, this child has just released too many spells, which has exceeded his physical load. Just need a good night's rest, and it should be fine. An old man who was as thin as a skeleton turned tremblingly and said, with some doubts in his eyes, the traces of the rune of Rune, Gelat. I have never heard of you having a student in these years. My student is not so stupid that he can't even protect himself. That's Alba's student. I'm just taking care of him temporarily, and she will pack things up tomorrow. Behind him, Grindelwald was leaning down to observe a huge crystal ball on the tabletop. Hearing the old man's words, Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and quickly turned around and said unceremoniously, although he said so, his eyes showed warmth unconsciously. After a pause, Grindelwald looked around. You are safe here, right? I mean, you know, after all, more than 40 years have passed. Except for you, Dumbledore, and LeMay, the entire magical world thought I was already dead. As long as you don't involve me, this place will always be safe. The old man shrugged and gave Grindelwald angrily. And, you know, time doesn't make much sense to me. Otherwise, you won't find me the first time. No, the reason why I found you in the first time is just because you used to have a name called Paracelsus. Time may make the wizard's strength decline, but for a healer, it will only make you stronger. Grindelwald smiled, glanced at Elena, turned her head and glanced at the little silver-haired witch who was lying quietly on the bed. After a simple treatment, The girl's face gradually eased, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if she was having a dream. Obviously, the facts proved that his idea was not wrong. At the same time, it is easy to be frightened. Paracelsus' face couldn't help but murmured dissatisfiedly, "I'm not like you young people. Can you forgive the 498-year-old man this year?" "What is this, prophecy?" Ignoring Paracelsus' complaint, Grindelwald turned around again, pointed to the big crystal ball on the table and asked. The crystal ball reflected the scene of downtown Salzburg, on the other side of the high wall away from the city. Dozens of police cars were driving towards Salk Hospital where he and Elena had just left. "I don't believe in prophecies like you do. I am a doctor, and I have spent most of my life fighting so-called prophecies." Paracelsus shook his head with disdain and grinned. "This is just a small window I set up specifically to observe the moles with short lives. In other words, this is what is happening." While talking, Grindelwald reached out and touched the crystal ball. After a period of fog, the picture inside the crystal ball turned, showing the scene inside Salk Hospital. A large group of officials from the Austrian Ministry of Magic were gathering together. "Search what has been discussed." "That's right." Paracelsus looked into the crystal ball. A sigh appeared on his face. "One thing you said earlier is correct. Over time, moles are becoming more and more sensitive to the presence of wizards. This is the fastest time I've seen moles launch police in response to abnormal situations." "Oh, because we called the police this time." Grindelwald waved his hand and said casually, "Okay." The expression on Paracelsus' face froze, and he immediately laughed. "I didn't expect you to do such boring things. You know, for the wizards who can apparat, they rely on these moles. We have no threat at all." "Well, you are right. So maybe I need to give them some little help." Grindelwald took a deep look at Elena lying on the bed. The smile on her face suddenly converged, and a trace of indifference flashed through his eyes. "Come if you want, and leave if you want. Isn't this Salzburg, the way of hospitality? And there is another kid who needs to deal with it." "Wait, Gellert. You don't want to do it again?" Paracelsus looked at the indifference in Grindelwald's eyes, frowned, and subconsciously fumbled towards the pair of wands beside the bed with his right hand. "My time has passed, and I understand this better than you." Grindelwald patted Paracelsus on the shoulder and smiled calmly. "I just want someone to know what the real Dark Lord should be like." True Dark Lord." Paracelsus' face became more and more frightened. "Don't worry. No one will get hurt this time, I assure you." Gellert Grindelwald shrugged, and when he walked to the door, he suddenly turned his head, pointed at Paracelsus who was about to reach out to touch Elena's wand, and said in a very serious tone, "Also, if you still think about your 500th birthday, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't touch that girl's baby wand, it will die." Salzburg, inside Salk Hospital. Facing the shouts of the mole police outside, most wizards just frowned a little irritably, as if they were just annoying mosquitoes outside the window. "Anyway, let's go back to the ministry first. We will investigate the follow-up matters slowly." Pope Rosier glanced at the Austrian Federal Police Agency, where the hospital is waiting, and waved his hand disapprovingly. "Don't worry about these moles. They will naturally be dealt with by members of the Mole Problem Regulation Committee later." Boom! A warning shot was fired from the enclosure outside the hospital. "Repeat it again. Please immediately put down your weapons, give up resistance, raise your hands where we can see, and walk out of the hospital slowly." "What are you doing in a daze? Let's go." Poppy Rosier frowned, and the wand in his hand turned. He was about to apparat and leave. Suddenly his expression stiffened. "Huh?" Under her magical perception, a familiar magic ban suddenly emerged in this area, with only one effect prohibiting apparition. "Damn it, this is an ambush." A wizard with a somewhat ugly face gritted his teeth bitterly and roared in a low voice, "Who is it that dares to target the Austrian Ministry of Magic again and again? Are they not afraid of being jointly hunted down by the International Ministry of Magic?" "Director O'Hill, what shall we do now?" "Should I use the last resort?" "Damn, I don't want to be hit by mole weapons." After being unable to apparat, Unless they disregard the prohibition to perform magic breakouts, all the wizards present will be trapped in this hospital. Wait, look outside. Oh my god, what is that? At this moment, a wizard suddenly shouted. All the lights in the city outside were extinguished, and every building was shrouded in black translucent fabric. However, the mole police officers surrounding the Salk hospital seemed completely unaffected. Obviously, only the wizards in the hospital could see the black translucent fabrics that fell from the sky. The successive accidents caused the wizards to draw out their wands and clothe their faces. Full of tension, Pope Rosier raised his head, watching the translucent black fabric falling from the sky with complex eyes, shrouding the entire hospital in darkness, touching the medical record board in his arms with a solemn tone. That's Grindelwald, Gellert Grindelwald. That's how he summoned his followers more than 60 years ago. It's another big chapter. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a chapter to say Acridine. Chapter 200 Saints and Legends. Saint Acolyte. This is what people call the followers of Grindelwald. It comes from the classical Latin, the original meaning is to serve and follower. Just like its meaning in religion, anyone who upholds and agrees with the ideas of Grindelwald can be called a saint. Unlike after Voldemort's fall, he almost instantly became a Death Eater like a rat crossing the street. In the history of modern magic, the followers of Gellert Grindelwald have always been in a very delicate position. After Grindelwald was knocked down by Dumbledore in 1945, his followers hardly received any liquidation or accountability. Over time, some of them were even entrusted by the Ministry of Magic of various countries. They had followed the experience of the first generation of the Dark Lord, and they were tacitly concealed in confidential files. This is actually not difficult to understand. Regardless of Gellert Grindelwald's goals and original intentions, how the entire magical world evaluates him, at least the wizards who gathered around him at the beginning, most of them are indeed for freedom, truth and love to fight. We must know that the power gathered based on these three beliefs is much stronger than an empty sentence to maintain peace and stability between the magical and non-magical worlds. This is why Grindelwald almost succeeded in overturning the entire magical world's reason. In fact, in a sense, Gellert Grindelwald has succeeded. As the final victor, the entire international magical world has become the party with the most compromises. In order to quell disputes and wars, they had to revise a large number of legal regulations and social systems. For example, the previous marriage between the wizard and mole was protected and recognized for the first time, such as the tragedy of McGonagall Minerva and her mother will not be repeated under the new law. The magic world of various countries has invested a lot of resources to ensure that children from non-wizard families can also receive due magic education. Tragedies similar to Aurelius Dumbledore will not happen again. The status of half-blood wizards is recognized, even if it is only obvious. Human beings are easily satisfied and forgetful. As Grindelwald chose to imprison himself and all the reasons for confrontation ceased to exist, the disputes that once swept the world quickly disappeared in less than a year. Since then, the title of the saint has disappeared from everyone's sight along with the name Gellert Grindelwald, just like the castle of Numungard that disappeared from everyone's sight. Even so, there is still such a legend in the magic world. The most loyal saints have never disappeared. They have been gathered in a place called the Holy City, quietly waiting for Gellert Grindelwald to call again to complete what they have not yet completely completed. Great ideal. However, with the passage of time, no one is sure whether Grindelwald is still alive, and this illusory legend is naturally regarded by more and more people as a story that has never existed. Until this day, the entire Salzburg was covered by black fabric falling from the sky. The old town of Salzburg, the Grain Alley. This is the busiest street in the city. The whole street still retains the 16th century medieval European architectural style. The shops on the street range from cafes and chocolate shops to gold and silver jewelry, luggage, shoes and hats, everything you need. Among them, the ordinary Harner's Bistro is undoubtedly a rather inconspicuous shop. After all, Compared to those old brand stores that have been around for hundreds of thousands of years, this small store run by an old couple is really not very attractive to tourists. Because of this, many locals tend to hide here in their spare time to order a drink and read the newspaper comfortably, and the tavern owner Kurt Mayer is not like other shops. Remind guests to pay and leave from time to time. Of course, no matter where there will be shadows. Even in Salzburg, where the public security environment is first-rate, it is still inevitable to encounter unemployed young people who are idle or foreign tourists with bad attitudes. But basically the local residents know that all the people who came to the Harness Tavern to make trouble in the end were unsuccessful, as if some magical power was secretly protecting this old couple. No matter what happens outside, it will not affect this tavern like a paradise. Until this day, Mrs. Mayer, who was wiping the desktop by the windowsill, suddenly raised her head and looked out the window blankly. After a full half a minute, she turned her head to look at her husband who was mixing in the bar. Her voice was a bit dry. "Kurt, look out the window." "Okay." The old man turned his head in doubt and looked out the window following his wife's guidance. Wow! For decades, the big hands that had never shook suddenly shook, and the glass in his hands slipped silently, crashing hard and breaking into several pieces on the ground. "Yes, of course. I knew that he would be back," Kurt Meyer murmured, got up and walked quickly to his wife, shaking his hands on the window, looking into the sky. An old customer sitting in the bar looked up at the sky in a pretentious manner, but there was nothing. Looking at the two elderly people who were agitated, the man frowned somewhat worried. "Father, what's the matter?" "Sorry, I guess it will close ahead of schedule today." "Don't worry, I will ask you all for your orders." The old man waved his hand emotionally, and said apologetically to the customers in the store, "Thanks, then call me if something is going on." The man glanced at the old man, shrugged, and left the room. Most of the shop was old customers. Hearing the old Kurt's request, they didn't ask much. They all smiled understandingly, and after a simple greeting, they left the Harness Bistro in twos and threes. Not long after, only the mayor and his wife were left in the entire shop. "Today is really a good day. Would you like to accompany me out for a walk?" Kurt Meyer's somewhat rickety back suddenly straightened, a strange glow of joy on his face, and he glanced deeply at his wife. "Of course." The old woman grinned, her eyes flashing the same light. "You know, for this invitation, we have waited for 46 years. Kurt Meyer, a German, is good at alchemy. He and his wife are both former followers of Grindelwald. Since the disappearance of the Newmungard castle, the two who could not find any news have been living in seclusion in the mole city closest to the original location of the castle. While continuing to inquire about the news, they quietly waited for the day when Grindelwald summoned again. And they are not the only saints in this city. At the three-way intersection on the corner of the street, a wandering artist suddenly stopped playing and raised his head excitedly to look towards the sky. At the end of the grain alley, the door of the shop selling Bavarian folk costumes suddenly opened. A well-dressed middle-aged man, trembling hands, stroking the black fabric covering the outer wall of the shop. In a flower shop next to Mozart Square, the woman took out the magic wand inserted in the flower bed and carefully wiped it clean. The streets of the Bishop's Palace, Karajan Square, Kells Street. At the same time, similar scenes were staged in various places throughout the city. Countless middle-aged and old people who have lived in this city for decades have walked out of the room, gradually converging into a silent flow of people, and walking towards the Salk Hospital located halfway up the mountain. Gellert Grindelwald's message is simple, and as always, it's hard to refuse. Protect the policemen of Salzburg who are now deployed outside the Salk Hospital and belong to the Austrian Federal Police Agency. The young people who have grown up under their noses and often meet in daily life. Snapped, snapped. Unhurried footsteps sounded in the square outside the emergency building of the Salk Hospital. An old man in casual clothes, dressed as an ordinary foreign tourist, suddenly appeared in the sight of everyone at the Ministry of Magic and the Austrian Federal Police Agency. "Damn it, how did you deploy the cordon?" And why are civilians still entering this area? The commander of the Austrian Federal Police Agency, who was in charge of this anti-terrorism operation, turned his head and roared loudly, spattering and spraying the face of the police officer in front of him. This can be regarded as a very serious negligence. No, I don't know. The poor police officer shook his head helplessly, turned his head and glanced at the old man's trajectory, showing a touch of confusion, shrinking his head, and said cautiously, "But it looks like he just walked in from our side with such a big swing. It stands to reason that you should have seen it too. Fart. If such a big living person passes by me, I won't see it." The middle-aged policeman opened his eyes wide and glared at the young man in front of him. His voice increased by 2 decibels. "Anyway, quickly arrange for someone to rush up and bring back the old guy who was walking." Glancing at the old man walking in front of him, the middle-aged policeman showed a sense of anxiety. The unidentified group of terrorists entrenched in the hospital has not responded yet, which made him a little worried. According to the data, there are at least a dozen medical staff on duty in the building. However, until now, the other party has not shown any intention to negotiate, and no information about the safety of the hostages has been sent. The young police officer nodded, was about to rush forward, and suddenly stopped. Wait. The group of suspected terrorists seems to have started to act. Are they talking to the old man? Gellert Grindelwald? Pope Rosier glanced at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of the building. Although he spoke in a questioning tone, the expression on his face had already become quite determined. Such a clever phantom spell and an understatement of a large-scale confusion spell. It is estimated that only people at the top of the magic world like Gellert Grindelwald can do it. The answer is correct. It seems that I am not old enough to be forgotten by everyone. Grindelwald smiled and nodded, carelessly playing with the magic wand in his hand, and continued to walk unhurriedly in the direction of the hospital building, seemingly not worried about the group of wizards in front of him who raised their wands at him. It's really Grindelwald. Oh my god, why does Grindelwald appear here? It's over. I don't want to die yet. Hearing the conversation between the two in front of him, there was a clear commotion among the wizard group that had gathered in the hospital lobby. Compared with Voldemort, who is on the other side of creating horror, whether it is in Austria, Germany, or France, the most widely circulated stories in the magical world of these countries are always about Gellert. Those legends of Grindelwald, not to mention, for these young wizards who have not personally experienced the era of Grindelwald's reign, the personally processed stories from their parents are more deterrent and oppressive. Because of this, when they realized that they were going to face Grindelwald, the morale of most of the wizards on the scene had been reduced to freezing point, plus the phantom shift lock that they had never encountered before, and only existed in legends. The large-scale city-level magic in the story. If it weren't for being surrounded by mole police in the hospital, at least half of the wizards present might have sneaked away. No, most of them are not professionals, and they deal with the most situations. A few restless shamans. No, something must be done. Looking around for the wizards who were around him, who had already begun to fall into panic, the witch with short platinum hair settled down, glanced at the extremely old Grindelwald with complicated eyes, pulled out her wand, gritted her teeth and walked to the door of the building. Whatever you want to do, stop it as soon as possible. Although you were able to fight more than 50 arrows alone when you were young, it does not mean that you can easily defeat the more than 20 wizards we are present today. Yes, you are very accurate in using words. It is not so easy. It may take at least a few more minutes. Right? Grindelwald glanced at the composure which in front of him with quite amusement, and shook his head helplessly. These young people sitting in the office were far worse than those eras back then. Damn it, what am I talking about? As soon as he said the words, Pope Rosier felt that the surrounding atmosphere became more and more mournful. He couldn't beat and beat, and he couldn't escape. An atmosphere of despair began to spread among the crowd. Seeing the joke in Gellert Grindelwald's eyes, the witch took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Such a big movement. Mr. Albus Dumbledore must have heard the news at this moment. I think maybe he is on his way now. instead of being here. Well, I hope so. Grindelwald nodded candidly, showing a confident smile in Rosier's view, spreading his hands. Sorry, in fact, one of my main purposes is to inform Albus to come here as soon as possible. The more I have known friends for many years, the less I should condone lateness and temporary release of pigeons. As for the other thing, Grindelwald paused, and took a few steps closer without hurriedly. A coldness flashed in his eyes, and he slowly swept past the wizards who were facing enemies in front of him, and smiled slightly. Does anyone know where the lucky little guy named Rodris is now? Don't think about it. We won't betray a wizard standing behind Pope Rosius said angrily. In this increasingly depressing atmosphere, he can only be a little bit through such a shout. Give vent to the emotions in your heart. Huh? Was it in the suburbs outside the city? Before the wizard could finish, Grindelwald raised an eyebrow and nodded thoughtfully. Thank you. After getting the information he wanted, the old man didn't hesitate anymore, turned around and was about to leave directly. Stop. Don't even want to run, the wizard shouted, raising his wand. In front of Grindelwald, a wall of white light blocked his way. After Grindelwald thought for a moment, a sneer and irritable expression flashed across his face, and he turned around and waved his magic wand gently. Without any spell light or sound, the wizard seemed to be hit by a huge force suddenly and flew out in amazement. All the wizards subconsciously hid to the side, and Grindelwald's enchantment counterattack did not appear. Grindelwald raised his wand, glanced at the stern wizards ahead, and shook his head disappointedly. Listen, little guys, I'm not in a good mood right now. If you feel that you can't vent your energy, I suggest you choose some opponents that are prepared for you in advance. Opponent? Pope Rosier frowned and pointed disdainfully to the Austrian Federal Police agency surrounding the Salk Hospital. You really think that these mulls and the weapons in their hands can do anything to wizards? Before the voice fell, the witch looked in shock towards the mountain road beyond the cordon. Dozens, oh no, at least hundreds of middle-aged and elderly people in different costumes are following the black fabrics floating in the sky, slowly approaching the direction of the hospital, and further away, the intermittent flow of people is still there, constantly pouring out from every corner of the city. The legend circulated in the magical world is not wrong, that a city where the saints lived in seclusion has always existed, and its existence is even earlier than most people imagined. Don't worry. They are just the caretakers of this duel, to make sure that you don't hurt the mole kids who do your duty when you lose control of your emotions. Of course, the premise is that you don't take the initiative to attack them. Grindelwald shrugged and turned to look at the dense crowds and the brightly lit Salzburg in the distance. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply and opened his arms. You may have some misunderstandings. From the moment you came here, there was only one opponent this city,